Because once they get rid of the filibuster to pack the court, then now they can just, the filibuster's gone. They're just going to use that to pass legislation. All kinds of crazy Project 2025 shit that they have the majorities that they could do it with right now.
They're doing all those things, right? They've already trimmed back Medicaid for attacking the ACA.
They're obviously not doing all those things right now. I don't know what to tell you.
Like 7 states now have basically made it so you need to...
The state level. I'm talking about federal legislation, federal policy.
How much of Project 2025 have they done? Like half of it at this point? Like
how much of Project 2025 had to do with legislation?
So you think that the Republicans would hold their powder dry on preemptively packing the court further still?
Yes.
Only in as long as the Democratic leadership doesn't weigh in on this.
Finally, thank you. Josiah got there. Do you really think that's what they're waiting for?
Yes, literally yes. Is there any indication that they want to expand the court right now? Is there any indication?
Seriously? That's not. They just, if they're not doing it, it's because they just don't have the mind for it or they're not thinking about it.
So let's give them the mind to think about it? I don't understand this logic.
Don't do this thing.
About how, like, it cannot just be a strategy of just like, okay, day one, blitzkrieg, we just go and we just blast out our plans and just, like, it has to be something.
How many EOs did Trump sign on day one?
I'm going to Minecraft myself. I'm just going to, I literally don't think, I'm probably up to 120 right now. Okay, I'm not really sure how to cover this video because it involves a long conversation that I had with Jessiah on the stream last week, and there's an edited VOD of that conversation up on the YouTube channel, and this whole thing is just Destiny reacting to that video. So there's just a lot of this we will have already seen. A lot of you guys will have already seen the conversation with Jessiah. But I'm focusing on Destiny's commentary. Just to catch you, I'm just going to assume not everybody saw the video. We're having a conversation about the potential plan or the hypothetical plan that Democrats right now should run on expanding the court. Like the Democratic Party leadership, the party should get out there and start telling voters, the next time you give us power, we are going to expand the Supreme Court. And Josiah's position is that it's such a crucially important thing that needs to be done that we need to start showing real leadership and full-throatedly just running on it. And by doing that, if we can get the right messaging and the right leadership, we can sway public opinion. Because right now, the public opinion for expanding the court is just really bad. It's just bad. It's just like 30 to 35%, depending on which poll you look at. And that question doesn't even specify, do you want the Democrats to expand the Supreme Court? Because some percentage of that percentage, 35%, are going to be Republicans who think that Republicans should add more people to the Supreme Court. So I don't know if we have a precise number of what percentage of the public wants Democrats to expand the Supreme Court, but I would assume it's in the 20s, in the fucking 20s. So that's Josiah's position is, just show leadership and get out there. And I don't want to like straw man him. He definitely thinks that the Democratic Party should make expanding the court like one of the pillars of our policy platform. And what I'm saying is that I don't even necessarily disagree that I think we probably do need to expand the court. I lean towards we probably need to do that. But it's not a great option. Like neither option is great. And even though I support in principle the idea that it might be necessary, my position is that we can't run on that. That is not an option that I think makes any sense for a number of reasons. But the most important reason is we are not in power right now. They are in power. The Republicans can get rid of the filibuster tomorrow if they want to. Hutch is a pussy ass bitch. Confirmed. The way that I think that if the Democrats were ever to expand the Supreme Court, I think it would look something like what happened with gay marriage during Obama's presidency. But I don't think this is something that we can just we are totally out of power right now. We have no leverage in that fight right now in this moment. There's just none. I told him in this conversation that I might be willing to entertain having people more visible about this proposal after the midterms if we win. I'm more open to it then, but even then, I am deeply skeptical that the Democratic Party should run on something that is so unpopular, which is to me just kind of like a straightforward analysis. Just conventional political wisdom says generally politicians don't run on really unpopular proposals. Like, when has that ever happened? You know, if we just think about like modern history, like when has this ever happened? Did you guys know that FDR, listen, you guys are smart people, you're well-read, you read up on history, so I assume probably most of you guys know that FDR, among the many things that he tried to do, FDR wanted to expand the Supreme Court, and his party controlled 3/4, 3/4 of the entire Congress. I mean, this guy had fucking insane majorities, and he couldn't whip the votes to expand the Supreme Court. And I think more importantly than that, and here's something that I think is really interesting and very relevant to the discussion. Support for expanding the Supreme Court actually flipped against him. Public support went down like 15 points after he started publicly pushing for it. The public turned on him, and it went from like 40% of Americans disapprove of expanding the Supreme Court to like 55%. So the more he pushed it, the less popular that got. Anyways, so that's kind of the context here, just in case you guys haven't seen the original video. You know, you have to like, I think there's something to be said about just being smart about when you take your shot at something. And like right now, Democrats just have no leverage to like make these kinds of threats. And the threat of Republicans getting ahead of it and then putting in even more institutional hurdles for the Democratic Party that will make their job of taking power eventually that much more difficult. I just feel like we're in no position to do that right now.
Why did Biden and Kamala even mention it? I don't think they made it nearly as much of a priority. But why did they endorse Supreme Court reform while Biden was in office in his final year and before the election? Why did both of them do that?
Well, they endorsed Supreme Court reforms, but they didn't endorse packing the court.
So that's the red line. You're saying when it comes to packing the court, that's the one you don't, the others, term limits, binding codes of conduct, things of that nature, that's something we can afford to take a shot at while we're in power during the campaign. It's literally expanding the court.
Yeah, because once you start expanding the court, that's Pandora's box just burst wide open.
So you don't support expanding the court?
No. Akeem with $10, would you support Secret Project 2028 having court reform expansion even if the candidate doesn't explicitly have it on their running platform? This admin has shown reform is needed if unpopular. Well, the problem is that support for court reform polls like insanely well. That's my understanding. I don't want to speak out of turn here. I'm pretty sure it polls in like the 80s. And then you would have to get into specifics. And so, like, oftentimes when you ask the public, hey, do you support X policy? Support is typically higher when you keep it vague. And then it usually gets lower when you get into specifics. 76% in favor. Okay. Maybe not in the 80s, but I don't know. Maybe it's depending on the poll, but I'm pretty sure there's enormous support for reforming the court. That's fine. That's completely fine to run on that. So if the Democratic Party decided, okay, let's rebrand the party, you know, what are the 5 things we want to focus on? I would be fine if court reform is one of those things. Court expansion is exceptionally, well, I don't know, that's a bit hyperbolic. Court expansion is just unpopular. It's just really unpopular. Packing the court is just one method of court reform. I understand that. What I'm saying is that you should not include that in your pitch. To me, like, listen, somebody's going to have to explain to me the logic of running on an issue that polls in the low 30s. At some point, you got to stop saying Hutch is just a pussy and he doesn't want to fight. Okay, great. I'm a pussy. I have a giant flappy pussy. Great. I don't want to fight. Great. I'm a big pacifist. I'm a big old pussy. Okay, great. You still have to explain to me the logic of running on, like aggressively running on and making kind of like a central pillar of your campaign of running on expanding the court, which polls in the low 30s. Like at some point you have to reconcile that. And if you're saying like, okay, well, you know, just get out there and change people's minds. Are you suggesting that you think it's feasible that the Democratic Party is going to change like the leadership Like they're going to change people's minds. They're going to shift public opinion by at least 25 points. Probably you would need to shift public opinion closer to like 35 or 40 points. You would just have to explain what that looks like. What does that look like? Like you're going to have to explain that, right? We need to create the conditions for victory, not wait for them. Please, guys, I'm begging you. I'm on my knees begging you guys. Please don't give me vague notions, okay? I don't care. I don't care about vague notions. I want you to get into the details. Trump ran on tariffs. They are unpopular. They're unpopular now. The polling for the tariffs were like 55 when he was running. Then Americans learned what tariffs are and what they do, and they were like, oh, never mind. If having clean air that contains oxygen had an approval rating of 1%, would you not allow Dem to message to try to convince voters? To be clear, I did not say that Democrats should not try to shift public opinion. I said that it can't come from leadership. You cannot have Democratic Party leaders telling the public, we're going to expand the court if you guys give us the power to do so. It can't come from them. Anyways, whatever. I don't know why I'm getting stun locked to just watch the video because we get into it. I do in principle, but I think the difference between you and me is I think you need to be very strategic about like when you make that push, because when you make the push, better be the time that you actually get it done. You can't make that push and then fail, because the Republicans will do it 1000% the second they get back in power. You understand what I'm saying? Like that needs to be a shot that you don't miss. You cannot miss that shot.
Even if you succeed, if you succeed, why wouldn't they do it when they get back in power?
Well, they probably will. That's the thing. It's going to be a back and forth thing at that point, you know. Like, and then
I just want to double check on this. So your hesitation is not that they will do it too. They'll do it first.
It would have to be. You would have to pass some kind of. I don't know if this would require a constitutional amendment. You would have to package in like the people vote on Supreme Court justices instead of them being appointed and then confirmed by the Senate. You would have to. Some
of these reforms might require. Well, I guess it really depends on how the Supreme Court interprets it, right? The Supreme Court might say, yeah, it's not unconstitutional. You can pass this through federal statute. Others might say, no, you need a constitutional amendment to modify Section 3 of the Constitution. Yeah. I don't know, but my point is, I've come to terms with, I've accepted that any sort of reform we make to the court, the Republicans will either try to undo or to escalate on their side. I've accepted that if we expand the Supreme Court, if and when they get back into power, they are almost certainly going to do the same. But I currently view the president as untenable to begin with, because it's not like we have a balanced court. It's not like we're taking things that's balanced more or less and, making a risky gamble to unbalance it only for it to whipsaw back even more extreme. It's already tilted in their favor pretty massively. And again,
I just feel like this reminds me of so many conversations I have with like Cinemarxism, by the way. Like is a conversation I had like 2 months ago about, he was making the argument that AOC and Bernie should just do a clean break from the party because things are already maximally bad. And so, if they did a clean break and then that led to more Republican wins, well, what difference does it make? Because things are already as bad as they're going to get right now, which I just found that to be so unbelievably myopic, like a complete lack of imagination. Like you really can't imagine things getting worse. I think you're doing kind of the same thing right now. Like you really can't imagine things getting worse with like 6 more Supreme Court justices that are conservatives. Like you really can't imagine.
I just don't know. I suppose I can imagine again going from, and again, I don't know what the success rate is at the moment. I haven't looked it up, but all I know is he's on a winning streak so far with the Supreme Court. He fucked even when he was out of power with the immunity decision, but since he's been back in power, he's been on a winning streak.
What about after the election in 2020? Like the Supreme Court definitely checked Donald Trump when it came to his challenges to the legitimacy of the election.
Yes, I agree. But that was the court then. No, that was because he lost factually every single venue.
No, I'm talking about in terms of its attitude and posture.
Wait, I actually hate that he let him get away on that. Hold on.
And I think that the court now.
No, that's the same court now. What are you talking about?
Do you think that they're checking? No, yes, I agree. But that was the court then. That was the court then. I think that the court now.
No, that's the same court now.
Even when he was out of power with the immunity decision, but since he's been back in power, he's been on a winning streak.
What about after the election in 2020? Like the Supreme Court definitely checked Donald Trump when it came to his challenges to the legitimacy of the election.
They barely checked it, but what they really protected was like that Texas didn't have standing to challenge. But that was like a crazy case. Texas wanted to fight over how other states ran their elections, but they did give him a really important provision related to his behavior in 2020, which is that they changed the fucking Constitution to let the fucking insurrectionist run in the next election. They deleted part of the 14th Amendment to give Trump a free pass to run again. That was
if the claim here is that the court is bad and has handed down some awful decisions and has delivered Trump many wins, I'm not going to deny that. I've never denied that the current court is extremely bad and has enabled a lot of horrible Trump actions. That is patently obvious. My point was that, okay, things are really bad, but they could be worse. They could be a lot worse. That's not me finding silver lining either, or finding silver lining. That's not me saying like the court's not that bad. It's just a factual statement. It could actually be so much worse. They could also be better. That's true. Well, what do you think the odds? Let's put it a different way. All right, let's avoid specifics, because some of you guys seem to be I don't know if you're being contrarians or if you're being debate bros. Okay, but like, would the possibility of even more really bad decisions that set really bad precedents and enable Trump's worst instincts, could the volume of those decisions, would they be likely to go up? Would we be likely to get more really bad decisions if the Republicans expanded the court? In my opinion, the answer to this question is self-evident. There's an obvious answer to this question. Otherwise, the case that you're making to me right now, and let me just ask both chats, like, how many of you guys are making this case? Okay, you ready? Here's the case. The court is already as bad as it can possibly be. It essentially couldn't get any worse. How many of you guys are saying that? If you're saying it could get worse, let's not get bogged down into the specific hypotheticals. You take issues with my particular hypotheticals. Okay, fine. The gist of what I'm getting at is, could it get worse? Is it maximally bad? You recognize that it can get worse, then you recognize the risk of aggressively pushing for court expansion when Republicans currently have the power to expand the court. That's what I'm getting at.
A huge cover for what happened in 2020. Josiah shouldn't have let him get away with that one. That was huge cover.
What if you have?
Do you think that they're checking? No, yes, I agree. But that was the court then. That was the court then. I think that the court now.
No, that's the same. I mean, I don't know if Destiny's misinterpreting what I'm saying, because I think maybe Destiny, I could be wrong. I think maybe Destiny is interpreting what I'm saying as, well, it's not that bad, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it could get worse, like a lot worse. What now? What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about in terms of its attitude and posture. I don't think the Supreme Court in 2025 is the same court as it was in 2020.
You're saying you think the same court would, like, if Donald Trump were to challenge 2028, you think they would just go along with it?
Oh, I don't know about that specific apples to apples comparison, but my point is, like,
that's a pretty big deal, right? Like,
I do agree that that's a big deal, but my point is,
that's the risk I'm talking about. That's the risk I'm talking about. You're saying just take the swing and fuck it. They're just going to add Supreme Court justices, whatever. Well, what if they add so many justices that are so deranged that, you know, they literally steal the election in 2028?
I'm just trying to figure out what you think the alternative is.
Wait, hold on. That's a huge risk, right?
Here's my point.
No, wait, we need to pause on that. We need to pause on that for a minute.
Wait, stop. No, here's my point. You asked me a question. Here's your way has gotten us here. We're on the cusp of losing, very likely.
I don't even know what that means.
We're taking no risks with the Supreme Court by thinking the Supreme Court is this fucking sacrosanct institution that if we look at it the wrong way, it's going to cause, I don't know, this massive political catastrophe for us. We're already on the cusp of political catastrophe because so many people, you included, think that it's like you're playing with fucking dynamite.
You are.
Maybe we need to start taking risks, bro.
But you are playing with dynamite if you do this. You say that my way led us here, but I think that's a really flawed way of looking at it, because I think your way very plausibly could have led to 10 more conservatives on the Supreme Court.
You know what? It's possible.
Which would be worse.
But I do know in this timeline where Democrats are like, it's fuck, the Supreme Court. Let's just bitch about it. That's all we do. Let's just bitch about it.
No, you have to be smart. Is what I'm saying. You have to be smart, is what I'm saying. You can set this as a goal.
What is the Hutch smart approach? Because again, I'm gonna push back on this. We've talked about this on Live and Learn exhaustively, and you push back every time. Your excuse is it's a low salience issue, and I'm like, okay, Hutch. Well, how about we try to make it a high salience issue? And you're like, no, you don't want to do it. You don't want to invest in political capital.
No, but you just.
So you do believe Democrats should be talking about this?
What is
what I said was they should be trying to make this a high salience issue, but you have to be very fucking shrewd about it.
I'm all for shrewdness. The baton is yours. You walk me through the shrewdness.
I'm not. I don't have a Machiavellian mind. Like, I don't know if I can give you the sort of strategy that you're looking for.
Just give me broad strokes, because I don't know how you do it.
You would have to have a mandate from the public. That's what it comes down to. You would have to have a situation where, like 60, 70, 75% of the public would agree to something like that. Like, you would have to have that.
Yes.
You can't announce that this is an official part of your platform. You can't announce or telegraph to the public that this is going to be like one of the core, 3 to 5 things that you guys are running on. Like, that can't be your pitch, in the sense of, if you elect us and give us power, we will do this. You can't do that until you sufficiently swing enough voters to support that kind of an action. It's horrible politics. Why not? 60% of Dems want it. Not running on it depresses turnout and enthusiasm. That's actually horrible. Like, if only 60% of Democrats support it, are you asking me why not run on a really unpopular platform? Are you really asking me this question? There's no way you need that explained. How much political cover? If you do it right now,
can I ask you something? Maybe this is the heart of the confusion. What do you mean by high salience versus low salience?
As in something
maybe I'm confused.
As in, if I say something is high salience to voters, it's something that motivates them to vote. It's like one of the things that they, that motivates them to actually engage in electoral politics.
So you're not just talking about in terms of its priority. You're talking about high salience in terms of where it ranks on the priority, and also separately how much support the issue has, regardless of where it is on the priority.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. Do you think that Democrats are capable of moving the needle on either of those things, or just one, or neither? Both, one, neither?
Either of what things?
Can Democrats see, what I took it to mean all this time, that when you meant high salience, it wasn't just a matter of how much of a priority it was in terms of a motivator to vote, but in terms of its lack of you felt that it was insufficiently supported. Not just that it wasn't a high priority, but that there wasn't enough in terms of a majority to support court reform.
Yeah.
That was what I took your objections to be, that it was two-pronged. It wasn't just a matter of the priority. It was, you felt it was insufficiently supported. My point was always that Democrats could invest political capital, or try to invest political capital, in increasing both of these things. Try to help encourage popular support for these reforms.
Yeah,
and try to make it a higher priority.
Yeah, I just don't know if I don't know if it can come from leadership. So like if you have Democratic officials that are out there making the case and like laying the foundation, like the Pete Buttigieg, like incredible surrogate he is, like if you had people out there like making that case, then that's fine. But if it's coming from like Obama, and if it's coming from like Jeffries and Schumer and like the head of the DNC, that in this moment to do that right now is insanely risky, given the fact that the Republicans are in power right now, and they have the power right now to get rid of the filibuster and to pass legislation to expand the court. They can do that tomorrow, and they will 1000% do that if all of a sudden Democratic Party leadership comes out tomorrow in an organized salvo across all media channels trying to like whip support for this. And so I don't think that is an option that we have right now. To me, it's unacceptable that we would push Republicans to do that. I think that would be catastrophic. Like as bad as things are right now, I think it would be so much worse if they, number one, just got...
I just like, when Republicans want to do something, they'll just say that like the Democrats have already done it. Like that, what Jessiah should really just ask Hutch is there anything that the Republicans want to do right now that they're not doing? What do they want to do right now that they're not doing because they're waiting for the Democrats to do it first? Like what are we waiting? What are the Republicans waiting for? What do we think they're waiting for?
Rid of the filibuster in general. Well, I guess I don't understand the question. Is the question, what could they do if they got rid of the filibuster? They could do some really horrible immigration reform. They could pass sweeping anti-LGBTQ plus, more specifically, like sweeping federal anti-trans legislation. They could. Now, I'm not sure if I don't know what the court rationale was for. Like my understanding is that I don't know if Donald Trump can just get rid of the EPA in the same way that they did with the Department of Education, but I'm just quite frankly not qualified to get into the legal explanation for that, but that's just what I read. So you could just like completely, utterly dismantle environmental regulations. They could pass federal legislation, and to be clear, they would have the numbers to pass all of these bills. They could pass laws tomorrow regulating. Now, you can't usurp the state's role in conducting their own elections. Like, that's true. The Constitution is really clear in that it gives the states the authority to run their own elections. But the Congress, the Congress can regulate elections. They can exert control over elections. So they could craft laws that were, sufficiently targeted to create obstacles to voting to sort of like increase their odds of winning elections all over the country. I mean, like there are dozens of things that Republicans, if they only needed a simple majority, they could pass tomorrow, and they would. They wouldn't have time to pass all of them because it takes time to pass these bills. You got to, run it through committees and debate on it. And there's like a process, and these things take like usually months, but they could do things like right away. And like, listen, I think I've articulated my position many times where it's like, I think the filibuster is probably has an expiration date. Like, I don't know if the filibuster is still going to be a thing 20 years from now. Because once they get rid of the filibuster to pack the court, then now they can just, the filibuster's gone. They're just going to use that to pass legislation. And, do they get rid of the ACA? Do they do an abortion ban? Do they, like ban porn or whatever? Like all kinds of crazy Project 2025 shit that they have the majorities that they could do it with right now.
They're doing all those things, right? They've already trimmed back Medicaid for attacking the ACA. They've already had.
They're not. Okay. They're obviously not doing all those things right now. I don't know what to tell you. What did I just say a moment ago?
Like 7 states now have basically made it so you need to...
At the state level. I'm talking about federal legislation. I'm talking about federal legislation. Federal policy.
You know, upload pictures of the underside of your fucking taint in order to jerk off to fucking Pornhub shit. Republicans are already active in all of these areas.
Project 2025 shit that they have the majorities that they could do.
They've got like, how much of Project 2025 have they done? Like half of it at this point? Like,
how much of Project 2025 had to do with legislation? I'm talking about legislation. The reason why the ACA was so impactful was because this was veto-proof legislation. They passed it with 60 votes. You can do sweeping, transformational legislation with 60 votes. You can't with less than 60 votes because of the filibuster. The reason why, after, how many years after? When did the ACA get signed into law? 2010? The reason why, for the last 15 years, you can't be denied coverage for a pre-existing condition was because they passed it with a veto-proof majority. And you're really sitting here and telling me that you can't imagine any legislation that the Republican Party currently has the votes to pass? That's the black pill. That's the black pill. That's what I'm talking about. Like, are you seriously telling me that you don't have the imagination to devise of a hypothetical that they could do tomorrow without the filibuster? And you're saying, well, they're just going to get rid of it when they want to do it anyways. But okay, but they haven't. They're not. They didn't. And then David with $5, the Republicans don't care about court packing because they'll just defy it. He did defy a lower court when it came to the immigration thing. Like, there was a lower court judge ruled that they had to like turn the planes around and bring people back into the states. And then the administration, I think, lied to the judge and then just openly defied it. I mean, yeah, I mean, listen, you might be right about that. I don't even know if I want to fight you on that. Are you saying like, if Democrats pack the court, they wouldn't listen to court rulings? Or are they saying that they wouldn't even listen now? So far, Donald Trump has not defied a Supreme Court order. So far. If that changes, guys, listen to me. If that changes, if Donald Trump defies the Supreme Court and just says, we are not going to listen to the Supreme Court, we're just going to ignore it, I will join you in the black pill. I will jump into that black pool head first. I will dive in there with you and I will say, okay, that is like a true red line with right now. Like, that's to me is a completely unacceptable risk that I just don't think black pilled kiwi topical with 5 New Zealand. If the Republicans can get rid of the filibuster, why haven't they already? You make it seem like it's their only roadblock now. I'm confused. They don't get rid of the filibuster because there are enough Republicans who are like principally for the filibuster. Chief among them, Senate Majority Leader Thune. There are senators, especially old school senators, who have been serving for years. There are senators on both sides of the aisle that principally support the filibuster because they believe in the spirit of what the filibuster is meant to foster. The point of the filibuster is to deliberately make the threshold higher than just a bare majority. The whole concept behind it, and I'm not qualified to get into the history of the filibuster. I think I remember reading that the filibuster was introduced initially as a way to stifle civil rights legislation. I don't know about all that. I'm not qualified on that front. But the purpose in the modern era and the purpose that a lot of senators support is the idea that they don't want these big volatile swings. That's the whole idea. Like, they don't want Democrats coming in and giving everybody like universal health care and then the Republicans winning 4 years later and taking it away. And they're worried about like the impact on, I'm assuming, on like social cohesion or even just like logistical concerns. Like, what is the administrative burden going to look like if you have all these wild swings? And there's a part of me that agrees. And then there's another part of me that's like, I don't know. I lean towards getting rid of the filibuster because it's difficult for me to imagine anything getting done. Like, I don't know how you can stick to the filibuster when things are so polarized. Like, and at that point, it's like you're just weighing one thing against the other. Like, what is more preferable, you know, potential gridlock for, I don't even know. Can you guys imagine things becoming not as polarized anytime soon? I can't. You know, it's hard for me to imagine either party getting 60 votes in the Senate in the next 10 years. And so would we rather have 10 to 20 years of congressional gridlock, which I think benefits Republicans because their biggest priorities are things that they can do with budget reconciliation. Destiny's not wrong about that. He's going further with the claim, and he's wrong, to be clear. But he's not wrong that the things that they want to do, basically just tax cuts and deregulation and shrink the federal government, they can kind of do that. Those are like their priorities. Democrats' priorities are like big healthcare stuff and whatever. The filibuster was never introduced. It's a side effect of how the legislature was set up. The first ever use of perpetually delaying a bill was in like 1789. That's good to know. I mean, that's something that I should probably educate myself on. Is I really don't know a lot about the history of the filibuster. I do know that most other governments, am I wrong about this? Most other governments around the world, their parliaments and legislatures do things with a simple majority, right? Isn't that how like the vast majority of the world does things? You're entertaining. You call it like fecklessness. You call it like a lack of fight, a lack of teeth. But I think your strategy is just like, you're just pure aggression. I don't think you're thinking about like the risk.
Okay, I don't know if these guys will identify what's happening, but this is the difference, I think, between conservatives. This is like my new insight over the past 6 months, right? We've been building towards this. Okay, this is the difference, I think, between conservatives and Democrats, okay? And I fell into this trap a lot. I might even still do it without even thinking about it. Conservatives will say, I want to do X, okay? A conservative will say, I want to go to Chuck E. Cheese's, okay? But the car is almost out of gas. And then liberals will say, I want to go to Chuck E. Cheese's. And conservatives will look at the car, they'll see how much gas they have, and they'll say, we need to go to the gas station first so that we can go to Chuck E. Cheese's. And liberals will look at the car and they'll say, we don't have enough gas in the tank. We can't go to Chuck E. Cheese's. We'll have to wait until there's gas in the future. And I think that's
I mean, I don't know. I feel like we're getting into some really wild generalizations here about like liberals and conservatives. Like, I don't even know what to say about that. I mean,
Jessiah hinted at this earlier by criticizing Hutch when Hutch was saying there's not enough political salience in, and he wasn't like politically realistic enough to push for Supreme Court reforms. And then Jessiah was like, well, why don't we make it politically salient? And that's what conservatives are so good at doing. That's what they're so good at doing, is if a thing is not possible, what they do is they try to make it possible. Whereas liberals sometimes are too constrained by what.
When we're talking about national politics, I'm sorry, I just have to pause here. I really don't have any fucking idea what he's talking about when it comes to like national politics. What have the like Republicans made salient in a way that would compare to the kind of like manufacturing of salience that you would need to shift the public on the Supreme Court? Like Donald Trump, when he is elected, maybe we're talking about the difference between like how they campaign and how they govern, but Donald Trump has made every issue less popular for Republicans since he has been in power. All those numbers have gone down. Like he has not successfully shifted the public towards him. You could say arguably immigration, but that is already an issue that voters, I don't know if he had to do much work there. War on Iran. We didn't go to war with Iran, so there's that, right?
Might be politically possible instead of working to make something politically possible, you know?
Tariffs, tax cuts for the rich, build the wall, like support for, I don't know if maybe you said that before I made my point. Support for the tariffs went down. He did not shift the public towards him. He literally shifted the public away from him on tariffs. Tax cuts for the rich, that's not something that Americans support. They just do that. They just do unpopular things. That's the difference between Democrats and Republicans. The policies that Democrats sign into law are broadly popular. The big exception, of course, in the 21st century being the ACA, which was unpopular at the time that it was passed, but then became popular over time. But for the most part, most of the legislation that Obama and Biden signed into law, like I don't think Biden signed a single unpopular bill. I could be wrong about that. Like all the big bills, IRA, fucking chips, gun reform bill, ARP, you know, like all the big ones were popular. Like Donald Trump does unpopular things and then drags that salience down.
Conservatives are constantly expanding the boundaries and the borders of their imagination. Which is very funny because all at the same time, conservatives have brainwashed the world, or at least all the retarded tech bros, into thinking that it's the opposite. I made that tweet a while ago, and it was a good tweet because it was very true. How many times have you seen that stupid fucking comic where people are saying, where people are doing that thing where they're like, oh, liberals are, hold on, liberal, conservative, moved to the left comic. What am I thinking of? This stupid fucking... Everything is lagging.
Michael Hatch with the tier 1 membership. Maybe he's on about Hade's righteous mind.
Oh my God, the left has gotten so far to the left. Guys, what's happened? Oh my God. Oh, the left has gotten so far, and now I'm a bigot, and I haven't changed at all. I used to be center left.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing here is obviously fucking ridiculous.
Right?
Oh, you can't even see it.
This is the meme. It gets posted a million times, and it's like,
that one.
Can we think for like... Can we think for 2 seconds? When we say that the left has ran further left and the right is the same, who's changed more? We went from, in 92, from Bill Clinton to Biden. Okay? We went from Clinton...
It
was like a cosmopolitan fucking liberal, to Obama, who was like a slightly progressive cosmopolitan liberal, to Biden, who was literally Obama's vice president. That's the last 30 years.
I mean, this is just, this is a bit silly. I don't know what to tell you. Both parties have moved away from the center in the last like 40 years. Now, obviously the Republicans, I think obviously have done it in a much more extreme way. And you know, if that's the point he's making, I agree. But the party of the 90s, the Democratic Party in the 90s is pretty different from the party of today. The Democratic Party of today is moved left on a significant number of issues. Biden governed in a way that was by far way more progressive than Bill Clinton. By far. Like by far. It's a different electorate.
Of the Democratic Party. The right has...
Biden famously beat Medicare. That's true.
Gone from Bush Sr., who was like a Reagan era-ish, like fucking war hawk, corporate neocon, to Bush Jr., who was his kid, who's also a massive fucking neocon, you know, big corporate supporter, expands the size of the Department of Education, doubles it, no child left behind, to Donald Trump, who is a populist xenophobe, who dismantled the entire Department of Education, massively, simultaneously like isolationist, while also being a fucking war, like...
Hutch, they've moved on social issues as the country has, basically. No, beyond social issues. Like Joe Biden, in terms of like what they did, the policies, beyond just social stuff, like he was more pro-labor than, like by far, more pro-labor than Bill Clinton. He was to the left of his predecessors on like education, doing things like expanding Title IX protections to like trans kids. Definitely moved left on like trans issues broadly. Certainly on climate, well to the left of Biden on climate. Passed the largest climate bill ever. The ARP was the largest, like most significant, like direct to families social spending program since the 60s or the 70s, you know, like on a number of issues have moved to the left. But yeah, but like the shift to the left has been more pronounced when it comes to like social issues, but even on policy.
What is the bigger change, from Clinton to Biden or from Bush?
He's making the point that the right has shifted more extreme, and he's correct about that. I just think he's doing it in a there's better ways to communicate that. Because he's basically making the point that, like, look at the Democrats. They haven't really changed that much, but that's just not true. So it's just not a great way to make the point, right?
Bush Sr. to Donald Trump. How the fuck did we ever let conservatives play this game of, oh my God, look at how much has changed. Look how far you like, I'm sorry, who is this right here? This is Bill Clinton and this is Joe Biden? Meanwhile, this is Bush Sr., Bush Jr., and Donald Trump? Are you fucking crazy? It's just I don't know how they gaslight everybody on this. It's crazy.
I think you just feel this urgency and this anger and this rage, and you want to just fucking once into the breach, you know, you just want to charge out of your trench and just like run right at them, right?
Yeah, I appreciate the candor on that. I think that, but I think what you've identified is that unless that the salience or the approval just organically on its own magically arrives at a number you're comfortable with, which seems to be a majority, then why would you just don't do anything?
But if you're looking at polls, right? If you're looking at a poll that says that only like 30% of the country supports Democrats packing the court, that's a tough issue, right?
Yeah, the way I look at it is political capital.
Take a long time
you accrue political capital to invest. And I think that this is an incredibly important issue, whether the public realizes it or not, an existential one to this party, that Democratic leaders need to lead and to try to shape public opinion and to rally the base and make a persuasive case for why this court needs to be reformed and why it needs to be expanded. That's where we disagree. That's the heart of the frustration, which is, I know in theory, like if you had your druthers, you would also want the court expanded. You are unprepared to do anything about it. And you think that I'm willing to give everything.
No,
it is. It is because, well, I'll ask you again, what is it that Democrats can do? Because
I'll answer it again. I already answered the question though.
Okay, what is it?
This part of the conversation felt a little bit frustrating because, I don't think he was intentionally doing it, but he just straw man the living shit out of me. He's saying like, oh, you're saying this should do nothing. I didn't say that. I fucking very obviously didn't say that. You would need to lay the foundation and somehow help to bring about a climate where you would have a mandate to do that. So you would have to sway public opinion.
You told me earlier that we would need to wait for a mandate to do it. Now you're saying we can create the mandate. You're giving us permission to do that.
No, I never said that Democrats need to have a completely passive role when it comes to a mandate forming, but you would have to do it really intelligently. And that I think necessarily includes having it not come from leadership. Like we can't be signaling to Republicans right now that we're just going to full-throatedly pursue this thing. How do you lay the foundation? Just listen to my words. Just like listen to me speak the next time we have power. Like that cannot come from leadership right now because that will cause the Republicans to just preemptively do stuff right now while they have power.
Can I ask you something? I think you said this earlier while I was bouncing around and trying to find this poll for you before I jumped in. Didn't you say that, what was the polling on gerrymandering in California? What was it? Not now, but what was it?
Well, California, like the voters here have always been, we've always been in favor of like more like fair kind of redistricting stuff. It was, I don't know what the polls were, but they were.
Would you expect that at one point it probably shifted? Yeah, so probably it didn't have popular support until recently.
Right, but the California electorate is like 2/3 Democratic Party, and once you get the Democratic Party like leadership getting out there and like whipping support, I think it had a majority support, but I think the support went way up after they went out and did a messaging thing. I understand where you're going with this, but what is what is the risk in California that would be analogous to the kind of risk that at the federal level?
I don't know about a specific risk to California. I think the risk which would ultimately affect California is if you don't gerrymander, as Newsom is making the case, then you're basically just stepping aside and allowing Republicans to run roughshod as they redistrict and gerrymander Democrats out of control.
Well, for the situation to be analogous, it would have to be a Republican administration in the governor's mansion in California, with the Democrats, pushing an issue.
Here's the issue with you and Josiah's argument. Public opinion hasn't yet gotten over the brainwashing of TDS yet. They are progressively getting there, but if we pull the trigger too early, we would just lose the narrative war yet again. I disagree. I think you go out, but you need strong people to do this, because you need people that can go out and endure a bunch of you retards constantly second guessing them and other liberal retards, constantly shitting on them saying, oh, this is bad. Oh, you're being too mean. Oh, and you just got to go out there and you got to fucking do it. And eventually,
this is Green Lantern shit. I'm just saying, guys, this is Green Lantern shit. This is, this is an example of kind of Green Lantern theory. Like you just get out there and you just change people's minds.
The thing will prove itself, right? There was a political leader in semi-recent history that did basically this thing in the Western world. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? They had an idea, they took it, and basically everybody was against them initially. Like, oh, this is like, this is not a great idea. I don't think this works. Like even their own party was shitting on them a ton, right? Good job. Yes, it was Donald Trump. I don't think people remember because everybody's mind wiped.
On what particular issue?
He forgets like what happened every couple years. Donald Trump was hated by everyone. Everybody hated Donald Trump. Especially the Republicans fucking hated Donald Trump. Oh my God, they hated Donald.
When are we talking? Are we talking about like pre-2016 primaries or during the primaries? What are we talking about here?
Trump. But you know what? He believed in his thing. Now, I don't think that Donald Trump had some keen political insight. He's just a retard who happened to stumble into a group of people that didn't realize how retarded they were. But, you know,
Or does he mean support within the party apparatus?
Yeah, he was like, oh, fuck it, I'm just going to keep doing the same shit over and over again. And it worked because, you know, he believed in it and it was a good strategy, even if he didn't know why. And then here we are with Donald Trump. Glorious leader. Do you think the Dems can make a...
Okay. Well, I think the logical question to ask in response to that, if he's making the case that he came in as an outsider and faced a lot of institutional opposition from within the Republican Party, and then basically, not basically, he reforged the entire party to be one of a cult of personality around him. Destiny's certainly not wrong about that. So then the natural question that arises, and this is a question that we've dived into on Live and Learn a number of times, is, well, in terms of the strategy for the Democratic Party moving forward, are we looking to replicate what Donald Trump did with the Republican Party? Are we trying to mirror that in the Democratic Party? Is that the goal? I think that is a horrible idea. What you're saying when you say that is you want a authoritarian, but like one on our side. That's what you're saying. Do you want to win or not? Well, that feels like a bit of a leading question / straw man. Of course I want to win. What do I want for the future of the Democratic Party? What do I think is the most effective way to serve as a foil to Donald Trump in the current moment? Do I think that we're likely to have short-term and long-term success by sort of like replicating that?
Cult leader like Trump. I'm not saying we need a cult leader.
Oh, okay. Well, there's that.
And here we are with Donald Trump. Glorious leader. Do you think the Dems can make a cult leader like Trump? I'm not saying we need a cult leader. I'm just saying you have to find a good strategy. And then if you really do think it's a good strategy, you need to believe in it and you need to go out and you need to fight for it. Understanding that in the beginning, it will be unpopular, that people are going to say it's a bad idea, that people are going to say, you know, you're hurting our electoral chances. It's not good. The electorate's not ready. People are going to be making, you know, claims like this. Doesn't matter. You just go out and you fight on it. And if it truly is a good strategy, then it'll reveal itself in some number of months. Fight.
Unfortunately, I don't think that this is something that, like, it, you know, I guess it could be I guess he's saying I don't really understand what that means. Like in a number of months, like what did he hold
fight
on.
hard. The electorate's not ready. People are going to be making, you know, claims like this. Doesn't matter. You just go out and you fight on it. And if it truly is a good strategy, then it'll reveal itself in some number of months.
How do you map that onto the current dynamic? It is October 21st, 2025. He's saying if the strategy is good, it will reveal itself in a number of months. Like how does that map onto swaying public opinion on expanding the court? If expanding the court is a good idea, it will reveal itself in a number of months? No, not necessarily. I mean, it took, again, years before public opinion swayed towards the ACA. They didn't change that in a number of months. It was good policy and it helped 50 million people get covered and massively expanded the subsidies. They dropped the income threshold to qualify people for Medicaid. I mean, it saved tens of thousands of lives every year. I think it was good policy, and it took 7 years before it became popular. How does what he's saying map to the current discussion about the Supreme Court? Can someone explain that to me?
Fight. In the beginning, it will be unpopular, that people are going to say it's a bad idea, that people are going to say, you know, you're hurting our electoral chances. It's not good. The electorate's not ready. People are going to be making, you know, claims like this. Doesn't matter. You just go out and you fight on it. And if it truly is a good strategy, then it'll reveal itself in some number of months. Fight and fight hard.
I have no. whatever vision he's presenting, I have no fucking idea what that looks like in practice. How do you map that to this discussion about expanding the court? Basically the narrative, set the narrative yourself instead of allowing your narrative to be constantly set for you. Okay, are you guys telling me, let's just put it this way. Let me just ask you guys directly, like, do you guys think it's realistically possible to shift public opinion? It would need to be like probably around 60 to 65% of the country being in favor of Democrats expanding the Supreme Court before that conversation even becomes possible. So are you guys saying that you think it's possible to shift public opinion on an issue that has proven itself to be very, very sticky? The public is being very stubborn in its opposition to expanding the court. So even though the Supreme Court, their approval numbers are, I think, maybe at their lowest point in modern history, even though they've issued massively unpopular opinions like Dobbs and the immunity decision, even after all that, the public still has not significantly budged on this. So your theory is that you can just get a team of super charismatic Democrats going out there and doing a blitzkrieg in the press, and you think you can shift public opinion by 40 points in 3 years? What is the precedent for this? Can somebody give me a single precedent for something like this? 100% possible for court reform, not packing. Reform, you don't need that kind of whipping. People are already behind reforms. Trump? No. No! Stop saying Trump. I want you to give me a specific issue that he moved the public 40 points on. Tariffs? Ukraine? What are you talking? Wait, what are you guys talking about? Tariffs? You guys are claiming that Trump moved the needle 40 points on tariffs and immigration and Ukraine? What numbers are you looking at? What are you talking about? Everything he does? What are you, give me, I want you guys to, no, hold on. Don't give me issues. I want you to give me issues and then break down the numbers. Look up the numbers and show me something that Donald Trump moved the entire country 40 points on. Polling is irrelevant. In the discussion about how much the public moved on a particular issue, you're saying that polling is irrelevant? What are you talking about? Ukraine? When did he move? What are you talking about? Regardless of issue, nothing really moves for 40 points. Not in 3 years, like typically. You don't need to move the country, just your party. I don't understand that idea. Like, you can't really win elections nationally with that attitude. Like, you're not gonna, the Democratic Party just decided, you know what, let's just focus on our base. That's not going to translate to success. I mean, you can just press play. Trans people, trans rights. He did not move 40 points. Why are you guys struggling with what I'm saying right now? I want you to give me a single issue that he moved the public 40 points. You guys are throwing issues out there, but none of these issues moved 40 points, dude. What are you talking about, dude? As an example of large change in approval, didn't Bernie push the approval of healthcare coverage higher within the Democratic Party, but it's not 40 points, and it's still not a majority of Americans support Medicare for all when you get into the specifics. Republican support for Ukraine dropped 30 points after Trump took over. I'm talking about the country, not the base. Dude, that's like 30% approval, but that's just not, it's just not analogous. There's just
that's why I was curious what the polling was prior to Newsom making this an issue.
I think they've been able to boost support by like 10 or 15 points or something like that. But again, this is just not the situation. I don't think you can say, well, see, the thing is happening in California. Let's just do that at the federal level. It's just a totally different dynamic at the federal level. Like, Democrats are out of power right now. The party itself is being perceived as like weak and ineffective. It's not popular right now. And so I don't know, like, I think there's a bit of a situation right now where I don't want to live in this reality. I wish this wasn't the case, but I kind of suspect that in order for kind of like Madara with $10, why don't we require politicians to take basic civics geography test, even if it doesn't restrict them from running? It would show their understanding of our system or laws. I actually would not be opposed to that. Change to occur in this country, there might have to be a touching of the stove kind of moment. You know, like, it might need to be the case that Donald Trump and the Republican Party breaks so much shit in this country that it, radically transforms the electorate. Like, if
but the The reason why stoves are such an insanely good way to learn is because you have a negative stimulus, you have a punishment that's applied to somebody instantaneously when they do the bad thing. It is impossible to not learn a lesson when you touch a hot stove. But right now, who the fuck knows what's causing anything, right? There's not even a guarantee that we're going to come out of this shutdown with people feeling like it was the Republicans' fault, right? The country still, like, us massively winning is like 55% in the polls. That's like a massive win for us. That's what our massive wins are, is 55%. Those are the huge wins that we're looking at, 55%, you know?
That's a function of the country being polarized, which is not something that you can easily undo. Like, it's not a straightforward thing for a party or a party leader, you know, the candidate in 2028, to undo the hyperpolarization that exists in the country right now. That is not something that is just like straightforward or easy. It is likely, if we do ever exit this period of hyperpolarization, which is difficult to imagine right now, but I'm sure people felt the same way back in the fucking 60s or the 1860s. If that happens, it is likely going to be something that de-radicalization or that depolarization is very likely to be something that happens slowly over a period of years.
So the idea that Americans are going to see things break and even think it's, you know, benefiting them or hurting them, or that it's good or bad, or that it comes from Republicans, we don't even know.
Donald Trump, for example, like, if you break the economy, for example, there's no way that Donald Trump has the kind of base of support that he would need to weather that storm. Like, technically, can we very accurately and definitively predict the future? No, but if we were to plunge into a recession, his approval ratings would drop at minimum into like the mid 30s or low 30s. This idea that like, well, we don't even know that the public would blame the president for the economy taking a shit. Well, we kind of do when you look at like human behavior. It truly like broke the economy. You know, 100% tariffs on China is fucking insane. The consequences of that is going to be so that it's going to. He changed the perception of mainstream media validity. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. But he was capitalizing off of vulnerabilities that had existed for a really long time. Like, honestly, the seeds of the media being distrusted really were like firmly planted because of the Iraq war, and then he just kind of like piggybacked off that. So, and the other thing too is like, I think it's that is something that is a lot easier to change. Like, people's perception of the media, I think, is a lot easier to change than a voter's opinion on whether or not Democrats should expand the Supreme Court. The expansion of the Supreme Court, just to lay it all out, this is something that would be the most drastic transformational change to our system since, I don't even know. When was the last time we passed a constitutional amendment? 1992? The 27th Amendment? No law varying the compensation for the services of senators and... I mean, that's not... This would be the most transformational thing that has occurred in terms of like the system in at least decades, right? At least decades. Those kinds of issues, lasting, transformational change, those kinds of issues are much, much, much stickier. It is much more difficult to shift public opinion on something like radically changing the composition of government than it is to forge a consensus for a budget reconciliation bill. Surely I can get you guys to acknowledge this, correct? Going to exceed any kind of economic headwinds that have emerged so far. These 100%, they're our third largest trading partner, China. It's huge. We do so much trade with them. And we're going to do 100% tariff starting November 1st. Apparently he's backed off that. I didn't know that, but that will be felt in a very painfully all over the country. So like, if he plunges us into like a recession, a true recession, and we see unemployment jump up to like 10, 11%, and you're like, if the situation is that bad, then you have, in that moment, then you can pounce. Then you can for sure pounce. We've already seen his approval drop pretty substantially since his inauguration, and we can establish that the major driving force of his numbers dropping are people's dissatisfaction with the economy. We've already seen his we've already seen his numbers drop as a result of the economy. And we're not even in like a full-blown recession. We're dealing with like sticky 3% inflation. Every time they do a jobs report, the number gets drastically revised down. You know, like a month later, like he ran in 2024 on cutting people's energy bill in half and bringing the cost of groceries down. And, you know, all these lofty promises, and enough people believed him, I suppose. But then he gets elected and he not only doesn't do those things, he does the fucking literal opposite of those things. There are provisions in the big beautiful bill that will directly cause everyone's energy bills to go up. He fucking literally did the opposite on people's energy bills, right? And then he did tariffs and people thought they wanted tariffs, and then they saw what tariffs did and they were like, wait, I don't think tariffs are that tight. And on top of all that, he's going up and he's giving these speeches about how he's, you know, the country used to be dead. It used to be dead. And now we're hot. We're the hottest country. Everybody's doing business. I brought in $17 trillion. He's getting up there and he's telling the American public, I fixed it. Look at what I did. Everything's great now. And at the end of the day, people are still going to the gas station. They're still going to the grocery store. They're still paying their energy bills. And people see that and they're like, what the fuck? I'm not feeling this relief. And his numbers went down. And it's driven by dissatisfaction with the economy. Are we really disputing the fact that Donald Trump's numbers would drop into the probably low 30s if we went into a recession? Do people seriously think that he would stay like in the high 30s or low 40s if we went into a recession? Surely you guys don't think that, right? Pounce and be like, we need to really seriously talk about like court reform and packing the court or whatever.
I'm not sure that there would necessarily be a relationship between those two things, because it's entirely possible that Trump could have, you know, historic low approval and, you know, Supreme Court reform still not be a salient issue or one with majority support. Again, I think what it comes down to is, and again, I appreciate you trying to answer, and I understand you're unpersuaded by me. I'm still unpersuaded by you. I'm not sure what the smart strategy is in a way that you would not take issue with it, because it seems like you're saying that Democrats shouldn't even talk about it.
I felt like I wanted to Minecraft myself in this moment because I repeated myself twice. Like I'm saying words, they're coming out of my... I love Jessiah. I'm going to have a peace go moment. I love Jessiah. He really is one of my favorite people in the space. Like we have friendship that goes beyond the podcast. We talk off stream. I just really like him as a person. Okay. But this is now the third time he has said, well, I just don't know what you're proposing, after I said what I'm proposing. And it was just driving me over the feckin' line.
But that they appreciate you trying to answer, and I understand you're unpersuaded by me. I'm still unpersuaded by you. I'm not sure what the smart strategy is in a way that you would not take issue with it, because it seems like you're saying that Democrats shouldn't even talk about it, but that they should in a clever way. I don't know.
Just not leadership. Like I keep repeating myself. Fucking keep repeating myself. It can't be coming from leadership. You can't be telling people we're going to do this thing when we get power. It has to come from like surrogates.
And why can't it come from leadership?
Hold on. You know the answer to this question.
No, I don't.
I already told you. Like, if it comes from leadership, if leadership is saying this is the direction our party is going, we are going to pursue these reforms once we get power, then the Republican Party will get rid of the filibuster and just add 10 more Supreme Court justices right now.
So you think that the Republicans would hold their powder dry on preemptively packing the court further still?
Yes.
Only in as long as the Democratic leadership doesn't weigh in on this.
Finally, thank you. Jessiah got there. Do you really think that's what they're waiting for?
Yes. Literally, yes. Is there any indication that they want to expand the court right now? Is there any indication? Is there any do we have even an inkling of an indication that they are gonna expand the court? How fucking delusional are... Oh, I'm sorry. I love you guys. I really do. I love you guys. It's fucking great community. So positive and it's so great. And I wake up every morning and I'm like, yeah, I get to stream, hang out with my chat, who are great people, almost flawless people. I almost have no issues with any of you guys that make being a part of the stream a regular part of your days, and you make my life possible, and you give me so much freedom, and you just make me swell with gratitude and joy every day. And I have nothing but kind words to say about each and every one of you.
Seriously? That's not... They just... If they're not doing it, it's because they just don't have the mind for it, or they're not thinking about it. Like the...
So let's give them the mind to think about it? I don't understand this logic.
Only argument here...
The only reason they're not doing it is because they don't have the mind to do it. Okay, so we should provoke them into doing it? What?
So you think that the Republicans would hold their powder dry on preemptively packing the court further still, only in as long as the Democratic leadership doesn't weigh in on this?
Finally, thank you. Jessiah got there. Do you really think that's what they're waiting for? Seriously? That's not, they just, if they're not doing it, it's because they just don't have the mind for it or they're not thinking about it. Like
I mean, even if I granted that, okay, let's just, I mean, fine, Alex, whatever. I mean, I don't think they want to do that. I think enough people in the Republican Party understand that is like, we're well beyond the nuclear option of scrapping the filibuster to do lower level judicial appointments. Now we're in the Tsar Bomba option. Like that's the Tsar Bomba option to expand the court. There is no indication that they're itching to do that. There's nothing. Like they have not given any indication.
Only argument here, the only salient argument that Hutch can make here is like, well, maybe they're so fucking retarded they just haven't thought of it, and if we start talking about it, they'll think about it. That's the only real argument you can make. But in terms of them trying to wait for strategy or whatever, they don't give a fuck. Trump has done, again, and I don't even necessarily blame Hutch.
I just, you know, the filibuster still exists. People understand that? It still exists. They've done carve-outs for judicial stuff or whatever. I'm talking about the filibuster for legislation, for like major legislation, right? It still exists. McConnell didn't get rid of it when he was president for legislation. Thune has given no indication he wants to get rid of it. In fact, he's given the opposite indication. He's talked about the importance of the filibuster and blah, blah, blah. And there's also like 3 other Republicans. They have a 53 seat majority right now. So even if everybody else besides these 4 people wanted to get rid of the filibuster, they couldn't do that right now. They don't have the votes. There's 4. As far as when I looked into it, there's 4 Republican senators that are on the record. I suspect there are probably more, by the way. McConnell, Thune, Barrasso. Is that a guy? Who's Senator Barrasso? He's the senator from Wyoming. Thune, McConnell, Collins, Barrasso are all on the records, you know, talking about the importance of the filibuster and blah, blah, blah. It's this analysis that they're like itching to like get rid of the filibuster for legislation is just not true. You know, Donald Trump, maybe he changes that. Maybe Donald Trump starts, I don't know what's going to happen. Like he's calling for the filibuster to end right now. He's not doing like an aggressive push. He's not out there like, you know, I'm going to fucking fund your primary unless you do this. He's just kind of doing tweets like Republicans should get rid of the filibuster.
For being, they'll think about it. That's the only real argument you can make. But in terms of them trying to wait for strategy or whatever, they don't give a fuck. Trump has done, again, and I don't even necessarily blame Hutch for being mind-fucked here, but we've all gotten mind-fucked.
I'm not the one that's mind-fucked here. I don't know what to tell you.
Into just thinking about how insane the current administration is. Like, Hutch is like a person who is shivering in their closet upstairs because they heard that somebody broke into the shed in the back, and they're like, maybe we should just like, if we don't make any noise, we don't do anything crazy in here, they'll just steal some shit from the shed.
Like these analogies, bro, of like Republicans, when they want to go somewhere, they're like, I need to go get gas. Such as shivering in a shed in the back. Like, what are these? He does these like these massive generalizations, and he's like really vague analogies. I don't even know what that means in this context.
And they'll leave, right? Which is like probably true, you know, maybe call 911, you're fine, right? If that was the case, but that's not the case. Where we're at right now is we're a family of 4 in the basement, and the murderer has and killed 2 of our family members, and then he's looking at us next, and we're like, well, maybe if we just don't say anything, maybe he'll get bored and leave. That's where we're at right now.
There is no indication. Okay, so like the raping and murdering us in this analogy, that's getting rid of the filibuster, right? Like he's basically saying like they're just gonna get rid of the filibuster at some point, anyways. What he, correct me if I'm wrong. That's what he's saying, right? Like they're just gonna do it anyways, right? There's no indication of this. There is no indication. You agree with Destiny? Okay, tell me what gives you such confidence that they're itching to get rid of the filibuster. The raping and murdering is birthright citizenship, no lower court injunctions, immunity for Trump. We're having a conversation about getting rid of the filibuster. That's what we're talking about. I know that they've done a lot of bad things. Everybody understands this. Me and Jessiah are having a conversation about running on getting rid of the filibuster. And the pushback that I'm hearing from Destiny is Hutch is too concerned about how the Republicans are going to perceive us because they have their own agenda and they're just going to do it anyways. But there is no indication that they're going to get rid of the filibuster specifically, and I'll repeat myself, to do like basic legislation. They've already done carve-outs for Supreme Court justices and lower court judges. They've already done that. It's the Tsar Bomba option beyond the nuclear option is to get rid of the filibuster so they can do things like immigration reform, a 15-week abortion ban, anti-trans legislation to limit gender-affirming care, you know, any number of things that they could do right now were it not for the filibuster, which there is no indication that they are even thinking about doing that.
And if you don't recognize that we're in the second...
If they get rid of the filibuster, obviously the calculus changes. If they get rid of the filibuster, now I'm a lot more open to Democrats running on stuff like expanding the court because the fucking filibuster's gone, bro. Who cares? Then I think you have, because they've already done the thing, right? Like my whole logic is like, why would you telegraph to the Republican Party that your intention is to get rid of the filibuster and expand the court when they have power and they could just fucking do that now? Like, what is the strategy to that?
Situation and not the first situation, then I feel like it's hard to...
And then I feel like what I'm getting from Destiny and a lot of you guys in my fucking chat is like, well, they're just going to do that anyways. It's like, there's no indication that they're going to do that right now. If you provoke them, they'll do it 100,000%.
See what, you know, what are the actual actions supposed to take? There are so many individual things right now that Trump has done that are like the Comey, Bolton, James, this is actual political persecution that is coming after Trump literally truthed out, we need to go after our political enemies. And he even named the prosecutor that he was going to assign to do it as he's directing the attorney general to politically prosecute people. And he gave the reason that every part of that truth has it. These are our political opponents. We need to go after them because they make us look bad and they hurt my reputation. And if nobody's going to do it, here's an attorney insurance lawyer who will get the job done. And Pam, I need you to do this right now. All of it is there. And now it's all happened. Wait, what do I don't know.
Not filibuster.
What are we waiting for?
What are we waiting for? I feel like he's asking a question that yeah.
I don't know why that would be the case.
Hutch is so ignorant as to how far. I don't think Hutch is ignorant. Don't shit on Hutch. I'm not trying to shit on Hutch. I'm just saying, because I understand Hutch's mind, especially because people like me and him are insulated from a lot of what's going on socially. But like, it's really crazy. Okay.
As long as the Democratic leadership doesn't weigh in on this.
Yeah. I
don't know why that would be the case. That seems to, because I feel like the GOP is also the same sort of bad faith shitheads to be like, it doesn't really matter that Hakeem Jeffries hasn't weighed in on this, or Chuck Schumer. AOC's talking about this, and Bernie Sanders is talking about this, and actually more of them now.
Well, no, they already do that. I mean, they already do that. They already do that now. They go on Fox and they're like, you know, like they're obviously talking about packing the court. But do you see any indication that the Republican Party right now is going to like pack the court? Like get rid of
but I'm not necessarily convinced that they would. I don't think that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are the secret sauce that if they opine about something, then that's the green light for the Republicans.
Well, once it comes from leadership, that's a totally. If it comes from leadership, then you know 1,000% that they're going to pursue that when they have power.
But again, respectfully, like,
think about what you're saying. Have Republicans talked about packing the court? No. Republicans have quoted Andrew Jackson and said that they want to go above the court, that they want to defy the court. It's even worse. They haven't talked about packing the court because in their mind, they don't give a fuck about the court. That's the whole point. Why would they pack the court when they don't even give a fuck? It's like, why haven't they gone after the filibuster? Because not all.
Why would they pack the court if the party out of power promises to try to do that the next time they're in power? Is this a serious question?
Trump doesn't give a fuck about passing bills or legislation. He doesn't care about Congress. If he passes the budget, oh, that's cool. If he doesn't, oh, fuck it. I'll just cut the government then. Who the fuck cares, right? Of course they don't care about rigging these institutions because they don't even use them. They don't believe in them.
The previously.
Well, there's the black pill, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to mischaracterize what he's saying. The more I hear of Destiny recently, the more like clips that make their way to my feed. I think what I'm getting from, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, but like, it seems like Destiny is in a sort of state of mind where, I mean, it is like the black pill. Like, Olympus has fallen, bro. Like, it's already toast. Like, I feel like that's where his head is at. Da Rude Boy Gaming with $10. Hutch, haven't the GOP already packed the court? No. Denying a Supreme Court justice is not the same thing as passing federal legislation to literally expand the court. They have, you know, technically packed the court with conservatives by denying Obama his nomination. They have not expanded the Supreme Court. These are different things.
Leadership of the Democratic Party under Joe Biden, proposed a carve out for the filibuster to pass the Voting Rights Act, and he proposed pretty aggressive reforms to the Supreme Court, not necessarily expansion. And
the expansion is like, that's the nuclear option, right?
Well, but Republicans didn't immediately run with it on the next. I don't think it's fair to say, given how bad faith these people are, and they'll say one thing and then they'll pick it up when it's convenient. I don't think that the Republicans are committed to principle of a 9-seat Supreme Court or of a filibuster, and I don't think that they need an excuse necessarily from Democrats to do what they feel they need to do. I think that, let me put it to you like this: when Republicans do a thing, a bad thing, or they change norm, do they just simply defer to what they feel the leadership of the Democratic Party has said, or will they point to Bernie Sanders and AOC and others? Because I've seen examples of where.
What do you mean a bad thing?
When they change a law or an institution or a norm, or a rule change or whatever, when they make some sort of procedural alteration to benefit themselves, do they just point to leadership, or do they also just point to really anything that they find convenient?
No, of course they frequently point to fringe Democrats to try to paint the whole party as extremists.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the way.
This is fuck. I wish people would understand this more. What was Josiah's position on my refusing to disavow violence first thing? Like, they're not. You guys get so caught up. The Democrats get so caught up in like, well, guys, if we do this, we're just giving them an excuse. We don't want them to use us as an example of our extremism. Like, we don't want to give them any ammunition, bro. These guys are shooting chi bullets or whatever, or like these guys are shooting energy rounds. They don't need. They'll always find something, or they'll just make it up. It doesn't matter. You're playing their game. You're getting mind fucked on this. Stop.
I look at it. I just genuinely don't believe that that they're just waiting until Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer says or does a thing, and then that's the moment that they green light. I think that for the Republicans, it genuinely is just a case-by-case basis, and for them, it's a matter of how much do we need to do this? What is the risk of this potentially blowing back on us?
Right now, there's no indication that they're going to pack the court. Like, there's none. Like, there's zero indication. Or get rid of the filibuster. Even though Bernie and AOC, as far as I understand, I don't know, has Bernie publicly come out and said we should get rid of the filibuster? I actually don't know. I assume so. I really don't know. But that's happening, I think, like right now. Like, you can find Democrats, like within the Democratic Party, like elected Democrats that have openly talked about getting rid of the filibuster, and the Republicans haven't done it. Doesn't that kind of undermine the whole narrative of like, well, they're not going to wait for Bernie and AOC and Chuck Schumer and Jeffries to come out and do it because they, if they want to do it, they'll just do it. Okay, they haven't done it. Maybe that changes. Like, I could be eating my own foot a year from now, like indication they're going to pack the court.
Yes, but that indication has nothing to do with the Democratic action. Josiah's right. Republicans do the analysis of, can we get away with it? That's it. They don't give a fuck if the Dems have done it first or not. They're just saying, can we get away with it?
They have not gotten rid of the filibuster. Objective reality undermines this assertion. It's like, well, we shouldn't worry about whether or not we're going to provoke the Republicans into preemptively getting rid of the filibuster and then doing a bunch of bad, lasting, impactful legislation or expanding the court themselves. We shouldn't worry about provoking them because they're just going to do that anyways if they think about it enough or something. They haven't done it. So far, they have not done that. I feel like something, hang on a second. I feel like something is getting lost here. And I just realized it, okay? I feel like something is getting lost in the sauce here. I said at the beginning of the stream, and maybe I need to say it again now, I actually think the Democrats should expand the court. I don't think it's tenable to accept the current makeup as just this thing that we will be forced to deal with for the next 40 years, 50 years. Who knows? How old is Amy Coney Barrett? Isn't she like 45 or something like that? I support the Democrats expanding the Supreme Court. It is not an ideal situation. It's not a universally good thing. And similar to like getting rid of the filibuster, I have the same conflicting thoughts about getting rid of the filibuster, but I lean towards that being the correct play. My logic when it comes to the filibuster is I don't see it surviving the next 20 years. There's still enough support, like principal support for the filibuster in the Senate, that it seems likely to stay in place for the rest of Donald Trump's presidency. But support, institutional support, like from people within Congress, that seems to be waning. It seems to be that you used to have a lot more senators on the record saying that we should not get rid of the filibuster. And those numbers are dwindling. And so I think it's only a matter of time. My whole thing is, and I hope you guys agree, I want to be the ones to do it. I want the Democratic Party to be the ones to do it. I don't want the Republicans to launch that salvo. I want to be the party in power when that happens, which is the basis of basically most of my logic when it comes to like my reasoning. I also support Democrats right now taking efforts to shift the narrative. Where we disagree is what those efforts look like. It seems like there are some people in chat who think that the effort should look like Democratic Party out and loud and proud going out there either today or after the midterms and saying, we really want to do it. And here's the case that we're going to make to you guys. We really want it. We're like, if you guys give us the kind of Congress that we need to pass it, we are going to do that. We're going to get rid of the filibuster. And then all of a sudden, maybe we can do single payer. I don't even know. We can do stuff well beyond the Supreme Court. Getting rid of the filibuster is a conversation about so much more than just the Supreme Court. I think that the better play is for the Democrats for now, right now, to aggressively run on, even make a central pillar of the platform, court reforms, not including expanding the court. And then we have to see where the political winds are blowing, because no matter how optimistic you guys feel about the power of persuasion, I do not think that it is realistic to think that the Democratic Party can shift public opinion that substantially. For an issue like this, which is very sticky, people are less fickle in their opinion about things that bring about transformational change. There are a lot of people in this country who you are going to have a really hard time convincing them that expanding the Supreme Court is necessary and justified and the correct thing to do. There's a lot of people who don't like the Supreme Court that are still hesitant because they know what that means. And just to be clear, if Democrats get rid of the filibuster to expand the Supreme Court, we are like off to the races in a new kind of way. Like the Trump administration, especially the second Trump administration, but Trump kind of broadly has sort of like pushed us off to the races on a number of issues. We know that. I understand that. No sane person with the capacity for logical deduction and observation could deny that Donald Trump has sent us off to the races on a number of issues. I get that. Banning the Supreme Court is a new kind of thing. That's a whole new kind of thing, okay? Because what does that mean? You know, like how many sitting members of the Supreme Court are we going to have in 50 years? Once that starts, right? I don't know if that's a good thing, bad thing, but it's just like it's potentially very destabilizing. And yet still, I am in favor of it. I can't see like a perfect good option with no downside. I just don't think that option exists. To me, expanding the court is the less bad option. I just wanted to clarify that because it seems like a lot of people are like, no, you don't understand. Things are that bad. Like we have to be extraordinary in terms of how we respond. I agree. The how is really important in politics. The how you go about something like this, some kind of goal like this, that is really important. And it's especially important when it's an issue that I would probably 25% or less of the country supports Democrats specifically expanding the Supreme Court. That's a big hurdle. You have to have some kind of a mandate from the public to do something like that, because the risk of it backfiring in ways that you can't even possibly imagine is substantial. That's one shot that you fucking can't really miss that shot. Twinkle Biscuit with $5. Sorry if you are or have addressed this. You say you want the change about the Supreme Court to come from influencers instead of Dem leadership. I didn't say specifically influencers, by the way. It would be beyond influencers. But I feel like public ire for Dems come from the problematic influencers. I could be misunderstanding. I don't mean just like influencers. I don't think there's anything wrong with like party members going out there and making the case for expanding the court. It can't be from leadership, and it can't be like our official party platform right now. It is way too early to say this is the fight that we are going to pick. Way too early for that. Bird Thompson with $10. Sorry about the misuse of the term PAC. Isn't the result of not holding a hearing electively stealing a SCOTUS seat? Yeah. It was a problem that was really twofold, or it was an offense, a violation that was two-pronged. The first violation was denying Merrick Garland a hearing. The second violation was violating McConnell's own standard that he set when Obama was president, where we're not going to vote on a new Supreme Court justice when we're a year away from an election. And then RGB dies like a month and a half before, and they just fucking, it's obviously completely, it was like a farce. It was a farce. Like he just played us. He just played us. Here's an interesting question. If the roles were reversed and instead of Obama in 2015, when Antonin Scalia died, was it 2015 or the beginning of 2016? It was one of the two. If it was reversed, if it was Democrats in control of the Senate and a Republican president, would you have wanted the Democrats to do what McConnell did? I don't know. I think my answer to that is yes. So in a way, it's like, I'm beyond the place where I'm like, how dare McConnell? I mean, obviously I don't like what he did, right? But the shoe was on the other foot. I don't know. I think I would have wanted old Chucky boy to fucking keep that seat vacant. Okay.
Well, it seems like maybe this way. Fuck it. Let's go. That's it.
What I'm saying is I'm not convinced that, basically everybody but Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries could talk about.
Also, Republicans don't need to pack the court. They already own the Supreme Court too. So, like, what would putting 6 more justices on there even do for them? They already have a...
Come on, guys. Come on. What are we doing here? I'm telling you guys, I heard the same... I heard the same logic from far lefties who I was arguing with in 2020 and 2024 when I would talk about like the importance of the courts, the importance of shaping the courts. Like, okay, you don't like Kamala as a candidate? Fine. Think about the courts. Think about the amount of judges that we will be able to confirm if we give Democrats power. How many judges we can block Donald Trump from doing if they get power. And I'm telling you guys, I heard it so many times from far lefties who would say, well, the court's already 6-3. It couldn't get any worse. Really? You don't think 7-2 would be worse, or 8-1 or 9-0 or 3 more Republicans? Do you really think that wouldn't be worse? Like, what? That's the black pill that I'm trying to. That's the maximally bad position. Like, the logic is like, well, court's already fucked. So what's the actual risk? It's like, okay, I guess if you really believe that adding 6 more Supreme Court conservative justices wouldn't produce worse outcomes, then I guess we're at an impasse, because I don't believe that.
6-3 court. Trump is immune from crimes. Trump enjoys more criminal immunity than the King of England did. What would they even need to pack the court for? Of course they're not going to be talking about this.
It, and the GOP would be okay with that. Like, I don't know. I don't think that they would need, I guess what I'm saying is I don't think that they would need Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, who are the 2 federal Democratic leaders, to weigh in on this before they decide to change a norm, change a rule.
Jessiah Peak says, you're conflating Hutch. What you should be asking is it worse than 7-3 if it was 10-3? When the answer is not really. You don't think that a 7-3, a 10-3 conservative majority Supreme Court would be worse than a 7-3? I mean, like, they're both bad, obviously. Are you really saying that a 10-3 wouldn't be worse? All right, fine. Like, hold on. Where does that logic end, by the way? Would 103, would that be worse than 7-3? Either number gets us the same decisions? That is not true. I think this court has had more 5-4 decisions than previous courts, by the way. You guys understand that there have been decisions that have come down 5-4. Like getting rid of the ACA. Was that not 5-4? Hold on. Let me look up all the decisions. I'm just going to read some of these decisions, right? Hold on. Natural phenomenon with $5 is one thing to discuss court packing. It's another to run on it, and running on it without people's support is political suicide. The GOP haven't done it. Why? Thank you for being a voice of sanity in my mind. I love you. I just want to cherish you. Let's make natural phenomenon a super mod, okay? I just want you to give you complete control over my channel. That's how much I want to reward you right now. You can just have all the money. You can just take it. I'm just going to send you all the money that I make. Moore versus United States, June 20th, 2024. The case held that the federal government's tax on unrealized gains did not exceed Congress's constitutional authority. The decision was 5-4, with the majority being Kavanaugh, Roberts, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson. Ames versus Ohio Department of Youth Serves? What is that? SCOTUS held 5-4 that plaintiffs who are members of a historically majority group, here straight women, do not have to meet a higher background circumstances standard to establish discrimination. The majority aligned with the liberal justices. Blah, 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 blah. These are 3 prominent examples. I'd have to ask Pisco, by the way. Anyways, there's been more than one 5-4 decision that went towards liberals. There's been a lot of horrible decisions, just to be clear. Don't misinterpret what I'm saying to be like, you see, the Supreme Court isn't that bad, guys. That's not my point. I find this whole, like, you know, if it was like 2 more conservative justices, would that really be worse? It's like, yeah, like, what? Yes, obviously.
Change a law, change procedure to do something which benefits. I think they look at it as a case-by-case basis. And so I guess what I'm saying to you is if they do it your way, you're allowing Democrats to say, okay, the rank and file can talk about it more. And as long as leadership doesn't weigh in, that's the way to play it. But what if Republicans go, well, fuck, we see the writing on the wall. More and more Democrats are talking about it. Sure, it's not Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer. We might as well preemptively pack the court and advance further still. I guess what I'm saying is, doesn't your way also carry a lot of risk?
Well, everything's risky right now. But like, why don't we let me try to get at this a different way. Like,
here's a good question. This would be a good question. What have the Democrats led on? Like, what's one example of a thing where the Dems came out first and they did it?
Healthcare.
And it was like, ooh, that was scary. Like, we're always playing the game where we're following what the Republicans are doing. We're in the way.
Healthcare reform, the most significant federal legislation of the 21st century. We led on that. We paid a political price for that, by the way. We led on that. We led on healthcare reform. And that was a multi-year, drawn-out fight. The fight didn't end when we passed the ACA. It continued for several years. I mean, it was a salient issue in 2016 and 2017. And we came out on top on that one. That is the most significant piece of legislation that was passed in the 21st century.
Wake of their disaster constantly. And it's like Biden cucked himself, and Josiah knows this because he was on this argument harder than me. Biden cucked himself out so hard to Merrick Garland. Where did that get us? People still hate the Supreme Court. They still think we did lawfare against Trump. Trump is still politically.
He cucked himself to Merrick Garland. I don't even know what that means. Like, truly, is he saying that he should have fired Merrick Garland? And I don't know. If that's
prosecuting all of his opponents more than any president in probably all of fucking U.S. history. Like, what did that get us? So we even intentionally cuck ourselves out. The Republicans don't look at the Dems and go, well, since they did that, we'll chill, because they know that
they are, just to be clear, they are doing that currently with the filibuster. Specifically with the filibuster, which is what we're talking about. That is their position right now. The Republican Party is not pulling the trigger on getting rid of the filibuster. And that stands as it is a near certainty, virtual certainty, that they will pull the trigger if we start running on that.
They can always take the first step. That's where the tit for tat comes in. That we need to take a first step, because they have to have. And by the way, Republicans know this. Roll the Megyn Kelly clip. Republicans know this. What I'm saying.
I also don't even. It's not that. Is he saying that Biden didn't use his power proactively when he was president? That feels like a bit of revisionist history. Whatever criticisms you have of Biden, one thing you cannot criticize him on is acting on his legislative agenda. Like just getting his legislation passed and then using executive authority many times. He just did shit, like especially in the beginning. Like he did major immigration stuff in the beginning with like executive authority. Through the federal agencies, implemented change, expanded Title IX protections to like trans kids. You know what I mean? Like,
saying is not even controversial, although Republicans will gaslight you and say that it is when they're talking about me. But then when they're talking amongst their own, this is exactly what they tell themselves. This is exactly how they know the game works.
What do you think would help Democrats take back power more? Running on court reforms or running on the economy? Like making people's paychecks go further, providing relief for families that are struggling to make ends meet, expanding like social welfare benefits. Like, what do you think would be more motivating for voters?
Probably kitchen table issues. Like that.
There you go. I mean, I just feel like I just feel like I've never seen any real indication that, apart from like 2022 after Roe, but that didn't even last 2 years, right? Like, voters have not demonstrated that the like court reforms is something that
that really motivates them.
I misspoke here. I shouldn't have said court reforms. I should have said, well, I mean, you know, actually, no, hang on. In terms of like what motivates voters, court reforms, I don't think, like, what are the polls for what was on voters' minds? Hold on, let me look at it.
I also just want to game out your kind of...
That didn't last 2 years. Well, I think it didn't last, it feels like it didn't last that long. First of all, I think abortion was still a pretty motivating thing because women are always getting pregnant and care about their ability to have an abortion. Believe it or not, that's a thing that's always impacting women. And it impacts especially the conservative men that knock them up and then drive them to outer states to get abortions. But
what I meant to say was that it wasn't enough to sway the election in Democrats' favor. Not that it didn't matter to women, you know.
The problem is that it doesn't feel like we can do anything about it. Like, that's the issue, right? Okay, well, the abortion thing sucks. Should I vote Democrat? I mean, like, it would help a little bit. Like, we know the rights won't get rolled back even more, but like, what, like, fuck, you know, what are you going to do?
Well, you would have to have like legislation that codified Roe, but I don't know if that would survive judicial review with this Supreme Court.
Like, because it seems like even if we...
Number 4 most salient issue in 2024 per Gallup. Okay, then I'm just dead wrong on that one. Types of Supreme Court justices candidates would pick. Wait, hang on a second. That's not the same thing as court reforms. That's just who gets to choose who is nominated to the court. I don't even see Supreme Court reforms on this list. I'm not seeing it. Court reform? No. It's not even on the list. Not even. So maybe it is super salient, and the pollsters just made a mistake by not presenting that as an issue that they could vote on.
You know, when again, like, I don't even know if you can make a law allowing abortion everywhere, or if the Supreme Court would strike that down. I don't know what that would look like. You know,
I don't think.
Like, let's just play it out then, right? Like,
sure.
Tell me what. You're in charge of the Democratic Party right now. Like, day one, like, hit the ground running. What does your strategy look like in practice?
Are you talking about now or when we're back into power?
Right now, like, you know, right now, right? You're saying that they should make court packing, you know, I assume like a central pillar of the party platform. So what does that look like?
Yeah, so I would probably, I mean, this is just me spitballing here, but I would probably say I would use this issue about the Voting Rights Act to be like, you know, something to the effect of, all right, folks.
I'm going to skip this part. It's a bit long-winded, and he just kind of gives a pitch to like why the issue matters, but I was looking for more.
That the court needs to be changed.
I was looking for more specifics about like broad strokes instead of just not just like what the specific messaging would look like, but what does the actual broad strategy look like?
And which you all clearly support. Get through dollars in undisclosed, you know, or taxes. The Supreme Court very tangible losses that they've suffered under Trump. This court's permitted.
And you think you can, with this kind of messaging, you know, a full 3 years removed from the next presidential election, you think you can shift public opinion like 30 points in the next 3 years?
Sure.
In the next
I'm
3
not
years?
sure.
I don't know if it would be politically good or not. It's my fantasy.
Well, that matters a lot. That's the crux of the entire conversation. Is it politically smart to do that? It might be morally correct if you hold the position that liberals have a moral obligation to preserve liberal democracy, protect the republic from the whims of a tyrant like Trump. Is it politically smart is a very different question. And that's the question that you have to ask first before you even get to, is it morally smart? Because if you rule out that it's not politically smart before you address the other question, you don't even need to address the other question with the same kind of urgency or immediacy.
I think that part of the government shutdown ending should be tied to forcing Donald Trump to completely divest from his 2 crypto scams. I feel like that's an easy ask. It's crazy that I even say I don't know if that's...
I mean, I think this is wildly based, for the record. I've never heard anybody propose this. I fully fuck with that one.
It's possible politically, but like, you should force...
I mean, why do you think so many candidates all over the country are running on this new kind of populist rhetoric? You know, Tallarico and Graham Plattner and Mamdani and why do and so many Republicans? Like, why do you think you can see so many Republicans that are running on this framing of, you know, top-down corruption? Like, we got to save the country from the corrupt influence of the elite. You know, you're seeing that from both right wingers and left wingers. It's like very fashionable right now. And what better way to, like, government corruption? That's something that a lot of Americans care very much about and they feel very strongly about. What better way to highlight that than, you know, ask for Donald Trump to divest himself from his fucking crypto shitcoin I think that's a great idea.
Force Trump to go up and defend, and every single liberal media network and everything, every time a Republican comes on, should be like, can you explain why do you think the president of the United States and his family should be allowed to accept anonymous donations that are untraceable from anybody else around the world? And make them defend that point. And when they go, well, what about Hunter Biden? Then kick them. Have a professional kicker, okay? Bring in, is it Cristiano Ronaldo? Bring a kicker and kick him in the balls, okay? Or in the fucking puss every time they give a pivot, okay? Do that and ask them over and over again. Just explain, why should the president of the United States be allowed to accept anonymous money, untraceable anonymous money from anybody on the planet? Why should he be allowed to do that? Explain that why and make them defend that point. Otherwise, get rid of it. Make it, that should be an easy ask, okay? We don't fund the government until you guys, no more Trump coin, no more Melania coin. That's like,
yeah, he's right about that.
That's the bare minimum.
I agree.
That's not even the bare minimum. That's like a threshold issue of, are you a decent human being even? It's just crazy.
You think you can shift public opinion like 30 points in the next 3 years?
I'm not sure. I'm saying I'm at the point, given the existential nature of this, I would much prefer we try that. I would much prefer.
You need to be sure. That's my whole point. You actually need to be sure. You need to be reasonably sure. You need to have like a reasonable assumption or deduction that the chance of success greatly outweighs the risk of failure on this issue. On that, you don't have to do that with every issue. You can swing for the fences on some issues. On this issue, in terms of transforming the government, the judiciary, the Constitution, perhaps. Do you need a Constitution to expand the court? Maybe not. But this is one thing that you can't be like, well, I don't know, but we have to try. Well, not in the way that you're laying out here.
Or we try to make it, that we actually invest political capital to make it a higher salience issue and try to rally the base and rally support instead of just, I guess, do what we've done before, which is assume that, maybe one day the American people just naturally, organically say, you know what, I don't like the way that this court is structured, and maybe I'll give the green light for it to go through. That's what I think.
The only thing that I can think of that might support your position here, and I'm open to it, I'm open to this being possible, would be if you did something like that and it provoked an extreme reaction from Republican, that could end up like really backfiring spectacularly, especially if it's in concert with.
At some point also, you just need to like let it backfire. Like, again, I don't want to be extremist or Fed post or whatever, like obviously civil war sucks. And I've said like, it should be like, we don't want that to be the case, but it can't be this constant capitulation and fright of like, oh no, like, well, what if they get really mad? And what if it gets explosive? It's like, okay, well, how far down that road are we going to go? Like, how many deals with the devil are you going to make until?
Well, it's case by case, right?
You're in the depths of hell and you're like, fuck, it's kind of hot down here. Maybe we should have, fought over one of the forks in the road.
I don't know. I feel like I'm getting kind of strawmanned here. I did not say don't fight on issues. That is not what I'm saying. Obviously, that's not what I'm saying. The whole purpose of the conversation is about like learning the skill of the political skill of choosing which fights to pick. Like that's one of the cruxes of this entire conversation.
Roads, 50 decisions before we wound up here next to fucking Brutus and whoever else is at the bottom. Like, it just can't be. It can't be that way, right? It can't be that way. At some point you have to say like, fuck it, then we take a loss on this. Like, this is a thing we have to find issues that are worth fighting for. Hello? Wait. Oh, yeah.
Struggling economy. Voters I think will forgive a lot if they feel like their paycheck is going further, as is evidenced by Trump's win in November. Right. I think that was like the big motivating thing. But if the economy is doing poorly and then they do this, Democratic Party provokes them into doing this extreme action, then I can imagine that's backfiring spectacularly. I know it's difficult right now to believe that the Democratic Party could ever get, Obama level majorities ever again, but it's not impossible. Like, this moment is very fraught, but it's not impossible. And things can change very, very quickly, especially if you have like a struggling economy. And so maybe that would backfire like really spectacularly, and it would lead to, even after the Voting Rights Act, it would lead to, Republicans having like a really strong majority. But I don't know. There's just to me, there's just a lot of risk with what it's not even the risk of the Republicans preemptively packing the court. That to me is not even the most immediate risk. The most immediate risk to me, I think, is if they just get rid of the filibuster. If they just get rid of the filibuster, then, like, I love the filibuster when we're out of power and I hate it when we're in power.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, it's a tool. I mean, but look, they've been further weakening the filibuster since Trump's been back in office. They have not abandoned it entirely, I think, because they recognize that that's again, that would allow Democrats, even when they got back into power, to, pass more progressive legislation.
Yes, that's my point. They know that if they get rid of the filibuster, very unlikely that they're going to just permanently prevent Democrats from ever taking power ever again. I know some of you guys are so black pill that maybe you're not with me on that, but like, I assume that's what most senators are. Most senators are imagining a post-Trump era. You know, most senators, I think, are assuming, and representatives are assuming we're going to have midterm elections in November. We're going to have presidential election in 2028. And that is one of the reasons why both parties, frankly, have not yet pulled the trigger on wholesale ending the filibuster, because I think they understand that, like, and maybe I'm contradicting myself. Maybe I need to rethink the strategy here, because I think maybe the concern is that the party who actually does it first, maybe there's more risk of that being perceived as a bridge too far for voters. And so maybe like they're both, it's like a Mexican standoff, and they're both just like waiting for the other to do it because they don't want to be the one to pull the trigger. But if you come out and you say, we're going to do that, and we're going to here, this is a part of our platform, then all of a sudden you give the party in power cover to actually do it. So I don't know, maybe I have to rethink things a little bit.
And generally speaking, like when McConnell refused to abolish the filibuster in Trump term 1 because Trump wanted him to, Trump's like, no, or Biden or McConnell, excuse me, was like, no, I'm good with it because the shit that I really care about, which are tax cuts and judges, I can get through just fine with the filibuster because we've already done carve outs for judges and we have reconciliation for tax cuts. And so I think that that's another reason is that most of the Republican agenda, the big shit that they care about, judges and tax cuts, they can usually get through by sidestepping the filibuster. They don't have to get rid of it wholesale. But I don't believe that they have a principled commitment to it. And I think that they'll discard at the moment that they think that, you know, they actually really want to do something that they all give a shit about, not just Trump, but John Thune and Mike Johnson.
It is holding for now. Like it is holding for now. Like it does have enough. I mean, there are like the Senate, that's where the grown-ups are, kind of like the quote unquote grown-ups, like the House is more chaotic, but there's a lot of like quote unquote
carve-outs for it.
I understand that, but it's still, there's not a real risk right now of them getting rid of the filibuster to do like legislation, just regular legislation. I know they've done. Captain Dan with $2. I donate because I like Hutch. We are not the same. Thank you so much, buddy. Carve-outs for the one big beautiful bill. I don't know if they did a filibuster carve-out, did they? I think it was more, that had to do with the Senate parliamentarian. I think they just ignored the Senate parliamentarian because the Senate parliamentarian said that the reason, so like the Republicans permanently, I think, extended Trump's tax cuts. And the rationale they used was that the tax cuts that were in place that were passed in 2017 were treated as like existing policy instead of a new policy, which would need to break a filibuster. I think they just ignored the filibuster. I don't know if they broke a filibuster or got rid of the filibuster. Maybe that's
no, they didn't get rid of the filibuster. What I'm saying is they bent procedure to sidestep the filibuster. Yeah, you can do that with a nuclear option, or you can do that with other procedural gimmicks.
Yeah, no, I understand.
It's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. You know,
you understand what I mean, though. Like, there's not right now. They do not appear even close to being poised to get rid of the filibuster.
No, what he's talking about there. Somebody can remember. I'm pretty sure what he's talking about there. That, oh, well, they didn't.
I have the Jew with $5. Cons are scared to death of single payer. They have been losing the battle dismantling healthcare for 10 years. That gets worse with a bigger system. With a bigger system? Or do you mean like that gets worse if they get rid of the filibuster, or the
like actually get rid of the filibuster? They just
do not appear even close to being poised to get rid of the filibuster.
No, what he's talking about there. Somebody can remember. I'm pretty sure what he's talking about there. That, oh, well, they didn't like actually get rid of the filibuster. They just sidestepped a little bit, so that's not a big deal.
No, I didn't say
his
that.
Take on that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say it's not a big deal. That it's different from getting rid of the filibuster. I'm losing my mind right now.
And I'm not trying to be mean to Hutch. Okay, I'm not trying to be mean to Hutch. Okay, but that's Hutch's take on that.
It's just not. I'm not worried about you being mean. That's not my take. Doing loopholes to step around the filibuster. I never said that there was not a big deal. Okay.
Republican take on that. Because I believe that's the exact same thing that Harry Reid did. The Republican take on that was like, oh my God. Oh, so you really do want to be able to have Obama appointing federal judges like he's supposed to? Oh, really? You're gonna sidestep the parliamentarian rules? Okay, well, we'll see what happens when your Supreme Court pick comes up, because we're getting your ass on that one. And that's exactly what McConnell did. And it was a response to Harry Reid. I believe it was because of sidestepping the Senate rules for that, because the Republicans weren't approving any judges, right? And McConnell's like, I'm going to get your ass on that. And he did. So what Hutch was saying we should just kind of accept passively was the rationale. That was the casus belli for McConnell to say no Supreme Court pick for you because you guys did that to us. And we're just,
when did I say accept this rationale? What are we, bro? I feel like, I don't know what kind of mode he's in or what kind of words he's hearing when I'm speaking, but I feel like he's got his own, like, I don't know I can't explain this, but
like do you see the asymmetry? Do you see the asymmetry? Just
there, you could say it was asymmetry if I was over here saying that Democrats shouldn't do the same thing that Republicans do when they're in power, which I am not saying. I have never said that. If the Democrats are in power, they control the Senate. Let's just devise a hypothetical. Really difficult to imagine Democrats taking back the Senate in 2026, but let's just say they do for the sake of the conversation. Let's just say they do. Okay? And then, Clarence Thomas dies, and Donald Trump nominates somebody to succeed him, replace him. I would want Chuck Schumer to tell Donald Trump to get fucked. Not going to happen. We're going to wait until after the election. I don't care if it's 2 years removed. I don't care if it's 3 years removed. I don't care if Clarence Thomas dies the literal same day that the new Congress is sworn in and Democrats take the gavel. Literally. When does that happen? On the 5th, the 4th of January? When do we swear in the new Congress? January 4th, 2027. Congress is sworn in, gavel comes down, the new Congress is officially established, and Clarence Thomas dies literally a half second after that happens. I would want Chuck Schumer to literally hold that seat vacant for 4 years or for the next 2 years. And if a Republican president won in 2028 and Democrats somehow maintained their Senate majority, I would want him to keep that seat vacant for another 4 years. But Destiny somehow came to the conclusion that I think we should accept the rationale. Like, I don't know. I really have no earthly idea.
And I don't think
how he came to that conclusion. I feel like he has his own sort of preconceived notions about what I'm saying. Excuse me.
What Hutch is saying we should just kind of accept passively was the rationale. That was the casus belli for McConnell to say no Supreme Court pick for you because you guys did that to us. And we're like, do you see the
like, why would he say that? Like, literally, why would he say that? I have given no indication that that's what I think.
Asymmetry. Do you see the asymmetry?
And I don't think that they would ever just abolish the filibuster outright. I think that they would do, again, what they've usually done, which is the shit that they care about, they will just simply make more and more exceptions for the filibuster, try to sidestep it in other ways. And I don't think just getting rid of it outright is something that they would do, again, not out of principle, but because they don't have to. I don't think they would take it that far. And again, that's kind of my mindset about why I'm still not convinced that if they thought the Democrats were looking to expand the court, that they would just add 60 justices, because they could do that, but it's like they already have a 6-3 conservative supermajority who, for the most part, gives them what they want. So to me, it's pretty analogous in that way. But again, yes, of course, they could abolish the filibuster tomorrow if they want. I agree that they're not poised to, because I think that they're getting, for the most part, what they want anyway with the shit that they're currently doing. But no, look, at the end of the day, I just keep coming back to, I don't see it.
I think we're obviously getting hung up on something pretty notable right here, which is the idea that it seems like both Jessiah and Destiny are saying that they don't need to get rid of the filibuster because everything they want to get done, they can just do right now. Obviously, that's very explicitly what they're saying. But they can't, neither one of them can imagine a situation where, you know, the thing that I'm saying happens. Democrats say, we're going to do it. Fuck you guys. Fuck your moms. We're going to get rid of the filibuster before they even have power. Like, Democrats are saying this while they're out of power. And then the Republicans say, well, listen, fuck yourself. We're in power. We're going to do it right now. It seems like neither one of them can imagine legislation that would happen as a result of that happening. They don't seem to think that that's even worth considering, because again, the premise is like, well, they're already doing everything that they want. It's like, well, hang on. There are a lot of things that they could do with a simple majority that they're not doing now. And they're not doing a bunch of carve outs to do, you know, on any issue. They could pass legislation. You can think of legislation that they could get passed tomorrow. They have the votes: education, immigration, energy policy, climate, permanent tax, like permanently codified tax policy. You know, like, they could do a lot more. And neither one of them seem to appreciate this.
Set aside Supreme Court reform, just set all of that aside. When you see this situation come up, where again, on the balance of probability, the VRA is done. Mm-hmm. Probably. What's the answer to that? Vote harder.
Fuck, I still don't know anything about, like, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, or what that means. Like, what are we losing if that goes?
My understanding is we could lose like fucking 19 seats. We're going to have Laksha Jain come on the podcast on Monday. Really like Laksha. And he's going to be in a position to do a lot of explaining about the potential consequences of the VRA being gutted. But the long story short, I think it would net them like 15 to 20 seats, which is just not great, but certainly not a margin that would permanently lock Democrats out of power. And you also have to consider the possibility that by doing that, that might make redistricting and setting up a nonpartisan sort of redistricting process could become more viable in terms of like political goals for Democrats if they do something like that. Like, or in other words, it could backfire. I'm not saying that's likely to happen, but
goes away. Was that the thing that prevented North Carolina from getting rid of the surgical targeting or whatever of the polling places and all the ballot boxes to just make it so black people had a harder time voting? Was that what that?
Breezy Burn says he's saying you're using the fear of their retaliation as a justification of your stance, that they will make up any reason for their actions to do anything they want. Okay, I'm going to be composed right now. I am not triggered. I just want to say that. I want to get that out of the way really quickly. Whatever you do, don't tell the press that I'm triggered, because I'm not. I am perfectly calm. In fact, let's take a look at my beats per minute. Gonna check in 103. Not great. I am triggered. Okay, no, it's going down to 88. Okay, we're good. All right. So that out of the way, I understand the argument that Jessiah and Destiny are saying. You are correct. He's saying, well, you can't. They're saying, well, you can't just let fear of retaliation stop you from picking impactful fights on issues that we need to address, is what they're saying. And they're also saying that they're expanding on that by saying they will make up any reason for their actions to do anything they want. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Problem with that logic is that they have not gotten rid of the filibuster and then passed a whole lot of stuff that they could pass today. They got rid of the filibuster. They haven't done it. So this whole, well, they're going to do it anyways thing, that applies in some respects. That applies to some things. You don't need to let the logic of like, what could that potentially provoke from Republicans? That's not something that universally applies. Because if you did that, then you would never fight on anything, which is not what I'm saying. But in the particular case of this, the reality, objective reality, the situation contradicts this logic. Don't worry. Don't sweat about them preemptively getting rid of the filibuster, because they're just going to do that anyways when they want to get stuff done. Well, they're not. They haven't done that. They've done little carve outs and some fucking procedural shenanigans, and that's been pretty not tight, but they have not gotten rid of it yet. So basically never fight back. Got it, Unc. I just want to ban you. Oh, I just want to, there it is right there. My finger's on the button. Hide user from this channel. Oh God, I want to do it. Yeah, that's what, you know what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think Chuck Schumer literally right now should, go up to the podium in the Senate halls. I think he shouldn't even say anything. I think he should stand there. I think he should pull his pants down. I think he should bend over and show and like spread his butt cheeks. Maybe he needs help. I don't know. He's old. He probably needs some cushions or something like that. I don't know. He's like 173 years old. But I think somehow they should find a way to like pull open his asshole, like actual asshole, and then wait for the Republicans to come over and just mount him just one by one. That is what I'm saying. Yeah. Don't fight on anything. In fact, just collapse the party. Just get rid of the party altogether. Just like, let's just fold into the Republican Party. We don't even need to do the anal sex. Just like, I want Chuck Schumer to get up there and be like, you know what? We want to be on the winning side. And so then we have a uniparty, and it's like, then technically correct. We would be a winning party, like if I really, like an AI, like misunderstanding the prompt, right? Like if we really want to be like a fucking unstoppable party, we would just join MAGA and just never fight on anything. Will Kane, the chatter is saying that Republicans will do whatever. For example, declare war on Venezuela by declaring they invaded the US so that ICE can deport people. Okay. Once again, not triggered. I'm not triggered. I'm going to check my BPM one more time. You have essentially restated the exact thing that the other person said. I'm up to 114 beats per minute. I am actually so triggered right now. I will restate it one more time. The idea that the Republicans will just get rid of the filibuster anyways, which would enable them to do a lot more than what they're currently doing, is not supported currently by objective reality, because in the reality that we live in on this universe, infinite multiverse, in our universe, the Republicans have not gotten rid of the filibuster.
I think it was. They lose all the mandated minority districts, basically why you see random 1 to 2 Dem districts in Alabama, Louisiana, etc. So you can have race. So this would mean you could have racial considerations in drawing districts. My God.
Not great. Right.
Taking my sunglasses off to reveal my second pair of sunglasses. How
Not
glorious.
Great. Not great.
Clearly isn't going to work. So like, I'm the reason that I'm ready to break glass in case of emergency is because I don't just see this as a major policy. It's not like Biden wanting to.
You don't have the leverage. You don't have the leverage to break the glass right now. I think that's the point I'm making. What position are the Democratic?
Like Hutch is right. We don't have the leverage, but this is the car example I gave before. Make it. We have some leverage right now, right? There is a.
Yeah. Just just do it. You don't have the leverage. That's just a problem of imagination. Easy. You just fucking create the leverage. Easy peasy. There's a theory that this reminds me of. And I don't know if I've mentioned this theory on the stream, but no, I'm not going to do it.
There's a government shutdown. Leverage that. If that doesn't work, I don't know. Get some governors to kick out.
I have no idea what that means. Leverage the shutdown? Like, I don't want to take him in bad faith. I don't know what that means. Are you saying that Jeffries and Schumer should demand more justices on the Supreme Court? Like that should be the fight for the government shutdown? Okay.
All the federal enforcement in the state. Fuck it. Force a thing to happen. A government shutdown. Leverage that. If that don't have the leverage, but this is the car example I gave before. Make it. We have some leverage right now, right? There is a government shutdown. Leverage that.
I fucking have no idea.
If that doesn't work, I don't know. Get some governors to kick out all the federal enforcement in the state. Fuck it. Force a thing to happen. Have every single governor, not federalize, statalize. I don't know what you say. Activate their National Guard and don't let Trump do it. I don't know. Stop paying tax. I don't know what the federal income tax collection is like from. I don't know. Find ways to fight on it. Make it. Make leverage. How do we have no leverage?
You want I just want to be clear, and I don't want to mischaracterize. This is a conversation about ending the filibuster and expanding the Supreme Court. Okay. He's saying to make the leverage, just create the leverage. And I know he's just spitballing here, but he suggested that maybe the states stop paying federal income taxes. Okay, that's creative. Or we deploy each state's National Guard to, I guess, begin a kinetic fight with federal officers. So literal civil war. And we do this to try to force the Republicans to add 3 liberal justices to the Supreme Court? What's the plan here? Like, what are we even talking about? Like, how are you this dense to give this sort of take? Okay, we can hold on. I want to be fair. Okay, hold on. Let's just recap everything you said. You don't have the leverage to break the glass right now. I think that's the point I'm making. What position are the Democratic?
Like Hutch is right. We don't have the leverage, but this is the car example I gave before. Make it.
Maybe he's speaking generally about creating leverage and not specifically about doing a filibuster, like ending the filibuster and adding Supreme Court justices. Maybe, but we're talking about adding Supreme Court justices. When I say we don't have the leverage to break the glass, I mean we don't have the leverage to break the glass about Supreme Court expansion right now. There's no way you could even manufacture that leverage. You don't have the leverage. You don't have the leverage to break the glass right now. I think that's the point I'm making. What position are the Democratic?
Like Hutch is right. We don't have the leverage, but this is the car example I gave before. Make it. We have some leverage right now, right? There is a government shutdown. Leverage that. If that doesn't work, I don't know. Get some governors to kick out all the federal enforcement in the state. Fuck it. Force a thing to happen. Have every single governor, not federalize, statalize. I don't know what you say. Activate their National Guard and don't let Trump do it. I don't know. Stop paying tax. I don't know what the federal income tax collection is like from. I don't know. Find ways to fight on it. Make it. Make leverage. How do we have no leverage? We're the richest constituents. We produce most of the economic outcome. We generate all of the.
I feel compelled right now in this moment to remind people that the government is currently shut down because Democrats had leverage and then used that leverage to force Republicans to negotiate with them. That is literally what we're doing right now.
World value, like We're the ones that are subsidizing the rest of the country's productivity, ability to exist. How do we have no leverage? How is it that San Francisco and LA don't have leverage on St. Louis and fucking Birmingham? What do you mean we don't have any leverage? I don't understand. In what world do we not have any leverage at all? It doesn't make any sense to me. Make it.
I did not say that Democrats don't have leverage, like, broadly. Didn't say that they don't have the leverage to break the glass about court expansion right now. That's what I meant. Leverage. You don't have the leverage to break the glass right now. I think that's the point I'm making. What position are the Democratic Party to break the glass? What does that even mean right now?
No, break the glass. Break the glass isn't pack the court or whatever. Break the glass is actually start making it, like, investing enormous political capital to try to make it a popular, high salience issue.
Yeah, I mean,
but I think motivate voters.
So I agree with that strategy, but the point I'm making is that I think that you need to just be so fucking careful about how, like, it cannot just be a strategy on this particular issue. This particular issue, you need to be so goddamn fucking, you need to be a fucking surgeon with that. You have just like, okay, day one blitzkrieg, we just go and we just blast out our plans and just like, it has to be something.
It's so funny because what did he just describe? Wait, does anybody know what he just described? Can anybody think in U.S. history, what did he just describe?
I think that you need to just be so fucking careful.
Don't do this thing.
About how, like, it cannot just be a strategy of just like, okay, day one blitzkrieg, we just go and we just blast out our plans and just like, it has to be something.
How many EOs did Trump sign on day one?
I'm gonna Minecraft myself. I'm just gonna, I literally don't think, I'm probably up to 120 right now. You know, like, it's not good. Like, the heart situation, I'm gonna die young. Like, I'm just, you know, I'm probably gonna top out at 50. You know what I mean? Did Trump ever try to expand the Supreme Court? He did a bunch of EOs. Who am I listening to? Like, who does this remind me of, by the way? Because when I had the conversation with Vanguard about, like, how Joe Biden couldn't do universal health care, what did he say? What was, like, the literal words that he said? Just do an EO. Just do a fucking executive order, bro. Just do an EO. Like, it's the same argument. It's the same fucking argument, bro.
This motherfucker was an executive order Kinkos. This guy was printing them off like he didn't even know what any of these were. People are sign this, sign this, sign this. It's like if you've ever filled out papers for a mortgage before, it's like you step into the office and you're like, oh, this.
I'm just losing my mind here. I mean, Biden signed plenty of executive orders, by the way.
There's like 400 things you have to sign. Like, Jesus. Birmingham is very liberal, my God. Yeah, I just don't know the name of any southern cities, okay? Fuck you. Jacksonville, how about that? They're all the cities I can think of are probably liberal.
Thing that is like it's a plan that's like thought about in terms of like years and not necessarily like months. You're not going to change that opinion like really, really fast. And you have to be careful about the kind of rhetoric that you use and what kind of intentions that you signal, because you could provoke an extreme reaction from Republicans.
Extreme reaction! I don't know what provoke. We don't want to provoke an extreme. This is the second family member has been murdered. And then you're sitting there with your one family member left. You're like, okay, we don't want to provoke the guy. Ooh.
Democrats right now are in a very strong position to be the ones making the case for this kind of.
And like, you know, Hitler's party only had 27% of the parliament or whatever, right? When they passed the Enabling Act. I need to go look at the exact, like, yeah, we're in a strong political position-ish right now. Do you know who else has technically, like, internationally, a really.
I said a strong position. I meant a strong position on this particular shutdown fight.
Strong political position. One of the strongest political.
Just like, I don't know what to tell you guys. This seems to me like fully indistinguishable from, maybe that's a bit hyperbolic, very similar to the whole thing that we heard from like the Vanguard people and that whole space. Like Kyle Kalinske obviously is like said that kind of stuff. We heard this constantly when Joe Biden was president, like, oh, you can't do a thing, just executive order. You know, like I heard that like so much, you know. To be clear, we're talking about a specific thing. I don't know, man. I feel like that's where the disconnect is happening here. Because I'm having a conversation with Jessiah about a very specific thing. And Destiny seems to be having a conversation about just like general strategy. And he's throwing these things out that have no relevance. Trump did a lot of executive orders. Therefore, it doesn't matter if we provoke the Republicans to expand the court in the next like 3 years. What? Like, how did these things align?
Positions in the world? It's the Palestinians. But look at their material conditions. They're not that good. They're not that good. It doesn't really fucking matter, right?
And so I don't know if the Democrats right now are in a very strong position to be the ones making the case for this kind of thing right now. Like maybe that situation is different in a year from now.
Well,
maybe there's
I feel like I feel like we're Joker and Batman. We're destined to do this forever because, look, man, I understand we can't beautifully demark this with a bright line, but it's like provoke the Republicans into an extreme response. I mean, like I thought you said this. Maybe I had it confused with another Live and Learn co-host, but like, dude, they were fucking calling Barack Obama a communist and campaigning on this shit back in 2008, and he was as fucking neoliberal. Biden is the least neoliberal president in modern American history.
That's just the political machine, though. I'm talking about we have to when I'm talking about the Senate, right? Like when we're talking about the Senate, you know. First of all, it's like it's not.
That is what's happening. I mean, I felt like it was happening during my conversation with Jessiah, and it seems like it's happening in Destiny's analysis, where it's like I'm talking about a very specific thing right now. I'm talking about a very, very specific thing, and then it kind of gets conflated with just like general. And then it turns into this straw man where it's like, well, so you just never want to fight? It's like, no. What are you? I'm talking about one very specific thing. Bad company with $2. To be fair, it's already 6.3. Why would they expand? If the Democrats started signaling like right now, like we're really going to make a big push for this, and then they have the power right now, you can't imagine a reaction from them where they're like, well, you guys don't have the power right now. And since you guys are saying you're just going to do it, we're going to do it right now. Like you really can't imagine that. Isn't a monolith, right? But when we're talking about the Senate, there are people that principally support the filibuster in the Senate. Like lots and lots of senators on both sides of the aisle that just principally support.
No, conservatives have.
Yes. You don't get to just say no. Like Donald Trump has asked the Republicans in Congress to get rid of the filibuster numerous times.
No principles. They don't.
What would that look like if Donald Trump really fucking hammered like I'm going to go to war unless you do it? Maybe that changes, but so far that has not happened.
Probably our Democrats are. They do. And there are some principles that are worth defending. I don't know if the filibuster is one of them. Also, I'm a filibuster cuck, by the way. And
anybody can look this up. Collins, Barrasso, McConnell, and Thune have all come out in none of this like haphazard shit. None of this like pussyfooting. Like all four of those Republican senators have come out like not just in favor of the filibuster, but like strongly in favor of the filibuster. Like we need to preserve the filibuster. It is an essential part of how the Senate should govern in no uncertain terms. And then of course you have a number of Democrats that have said something similar. I mean, there were I think a lot of Democrats who came out in favor of a carve out for the filibuster for the John Lewis Voting Rights Act because they felt like maybe even abortion as well, because they felt like those issues were more important than the filibuster. But even after that, it didn't provoke Republicans into just getting rid of the filibuster. Because there are individual senators in the Senate who are old school institutionalists who principally fully believe that the filibuster is necessary for good governance in the United States. I think Destiny generalizes way too much. This whole idea of like, no, that's not true. They don't care about it. It's like, no. Pause.
Electoral college cuck and a Supreme Court cuck. These are all things that just satisfy with me on the past on, and I'm a massive institutional cuck. Okay, but right now, what the fuck? What conservatives are demons? What are the principles that these guys have? They don't care about. What do they not care about? They don't care about states' rights. We heard that a lot, right? What did they say over and over again? What kind of a country were we when on November 4th? What kind of country are we? We're a constitutional republic. We're not a fucking democracy. Okay, we're not a fucking democracy. Yeah. We're a goddamn constitutional republic. And get it fucking straight. Oh, wait, who just won the election? We're the most democratic country. All right, democracy. They have no principles on anything. Okay, you can indict a ham sandwich.
He is just very simply generalizing here. There are individual senators that do very much, very, very, very much support the filibuster. And, I don't know if Susan Collins could be persuaded to move off of that. Thune, probably, but honestly, I don't know a lot about Thune. Don't know a lot about Barrasso. Don't know. Oh, well, McConnell, I think, is another one that I don't think would go along with it, even if Donald Trump did a max pressure campaign.
You're going to do fucking lawfare against this? Oh, you're going to do a rigged New York State jury? You really think a jury trial? Oh, indictments against Comey. Well, the grand jury is actually the most sacred judicial process that's ever existed in the history of the United States. These grand jury indictments are good as gold, right? They have no principles on anything. States' rights, no one gives a fuck, right? The no new wars, rename it to the Department of War. No one gives a fuck, right? Support our allies in Ukraine. Rubio spun.
Hutch is just lying to himself. I don't understand how you could say that. On this issue, I'm talking about on this issue, there has been a demonstrated commitment to not the entire filibuster. They've done carve-outs and some procedural shenanigans, but the filibuster has held despite pressure to get rid of it. You're doing this. You're doing this thing where you're like, oh, you're just so fucking naive, bro. You're just gonna get rid of it. It's like, okay, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But it hasn't happened yet. So what does that tell you?
Run around so fucking fast on this. He almost looked as retarded as he did in the 2016 primaries. All right, he's like, oh, I support you. Oh, never mind. Right? Like none of these guys have any principles for anything. Well, like who's principally attached to anything in the Republican Party? Or rather, to have a principle means you're willing to stand up for it. Who's principally attached to anything who will stand up for that principle? Because Massey, I guess, people who are already on the way out. Has he announced that he's not running for election? Like all the ones that are get immediately killed from the party. Cheney's gone. Kinzinger's gone.
All this is correct. He's of course correct. You know, if he's making the case that Donald Trump has bullied, you know, all of like the principled Republicans out, which it's true that he's bullied the vast majority of them out, but there are still a few, and their majority is small, and so they can't really afford to lose a lot of. All it takes is 4 senators in the Republican Party to say, no, we're not going to get rid of the filibuster. Collins would not get rid of the filibuster despite pressure from Trump, as bad as she is on a number of issues. McConnell, the Grim Reaper of the Senate, fucking hate that guy, bro. He would not hold on getting rid of the filibuster if Donald Trump did a full court press or whatever. I don't really know enough about Barrasso or Thune, but the point is like there are Republicans, as much as you want to generalize about how the party doesn't have principles, there are Republicans in the Senate and Democrats who genuinely believe that the filibuster is an essential part of governance.
I imagine, is Massey going to try to, is he supposed to run again? Rand Paul is there as kind of like a, I don't know how he hangs on so much, but
support the filibuster. That's not some like made up thing. Like I think Thune, like full on institutionally, he supports the filibuster. Like it's not something that they're just itching to get rid of. You know what I mean?
I don't think they're itching to abolish it wholesale either. I don't. But I don't think like I put McConnell and Thune more or less in the same boat in terms of people who are not like taking a fucking wrecking ball to the Senate for no reason. But I don't think he has a principled commitment to the filibuster. I genuinely believe that if John Thune thought, you do?
Yeah.
You think they both do or just Thune?
No. Well, they both do. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. We fundamentally disagree on that one. But yeah,
we would have to judge them by what they've done, right? Like, okay, you can say that they don't have a principled stance in the affirmative for preserving the filibuster, but they've done that so far. What they've done now, if you're saying they're just like, you know, looking for a reason to fucking get rid of it or whatever, that's like a different argument. But I mean, they did the fucking carve out for the filibuster for judicial appointments. Yeah. In fairness, Harry Reid did the same thing when he was Senate Majority Leader as a Democrat.
Okay, 2 things. Well, wait a minute.
Oh my God. And Hutch even knows. He brought up Josiah has to crucify this. What happened when Harry Reid did that? That was the impetus. That is how Republicans justify deleting our Supreme Court pick. That was their justification, was when Harry Reid did that. Also, one of the examples earlier that Josiah brought up about them.
What are you saying to crucify me on, by the way? Like, I support Harry Reid doing that, for the record. I'm not saying like, oh, we brought it on ourselves. I'm saying I didn't say that it wasn't justified.
Breaking rules that they made. He didn't say the name, but he was referring to them saying, okay, well, because the Republicans created some new rule out of thin air. They're like, well, if it's an election season and, you know, this guy's a lame duck or whatever, if it's an election, no, it was like, if it's 1 year to an election or something, we're not going to do any Supreme Court picks until the next president is elected, because that's the people's choice. And as soon as Trump had the chance to replace, was it Sotomayor? It's like, actually, just kidding. Just kidding. That was a fucking lie. And I actually can't believe you fucking bought it. You guys are actually fucking retarded, but thank you. We will be doing another pick. Thanks.
And two things. I don't think that Harry Reid had a principled commitment to the filibuster either. And number two, we can do this infinite regress. I do this with Wick all the time. Why did Harry Reid make a carve out for the filibuster?
Because the Republicans were totally obstructing
blocking
judicial
everything.
appointments. And so
to an unprecedented degree, right? Like not, right. So I mean, he didn't wake up one morning and say, well, fuck the filibuster. He begged McConnell, stop doing this, or I'm not going to let you just totally bring this presidency to a halt.
Yep.
So he had his reasons for doing so. And McConnell, the reason that he did with the Supreme Court justice is because he wanted Gorsuch to pass, and Democrats weren't allowing that to happen. So plus he promised it in advance, like, if you do this, I'm just going to retaliate. But yeah, I don't think any of them have a principled commitment to the filibuster. I think that you don't make exceptions for that sort of thing if you do.
Well, and look, it worked.
Guys, why haven't either the Republican or the Democratic Party gotten rid of the filibuster so far? Why hasn't it happened? And somebody answer that question, please. Can anybody explain this to me? Don't do the thing where you're like, well, they already have. I understand the carve-outs for judicial appointments. I'm talking about a whole filibuster to just do legislation. Why hasn't it happened yet? Somebody answered the question. I think it is the correct question, or the correct answer. They don't want it used against them. Neither party, I think, wants to be the one to IRI's point, pull the trigger and then be seen as doing like a power grab or whatever. That's certainly the case for a lot of the sitting senators. But the other reason why it hasn't happened is because there's never been enough popular support in the Senate to do it. Neither party. Even in 2009, when the Democrats briefly had 60 senators, even then, they didn't have the kind of support to get rid of the filibuster. Why hasn't it happened yet? In 3 years, it won't matter. Maybe you're right.
Right? McConnell said, if you fuck with us here, we're going to come back and fuck you so hard, right? And what is Hutch saying right now? Well, fuck, if we do a thing, they're going to fuck us so hard, right? It worked. It works. Because
hold on, wait.
In advance, like, if you do this, I'm just going to retaliate.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't think any of them have a principled commitment to the filibuster. I think that you don't make exceptions for that sort of thing if you do.
Well, and look, it worked, right? McConnell said, if you fuck with us here, we're going to come back and fuck you so hard, right? And what is Hutch saying right now? Well, fuck, if we do a thing, they're going to fuck us so hard, right? It worked. It works. Because the tit for tat and the make them be afraid, like what Megyn Kelly just said.
Dude, it goes both ways. This is not just like a Democrat thing of being afraid of what will happen if they get rid of the filibuster and then the other party takes power. Both parties have enough people who have that same fear. This isn't a one-way thing. That's why the filibuster still exists.
It's worked. It's a good strategy politically. It's a good strategy in a lot of ways in life, is to control somebody by telling somebody, okay, well, let's play chicken, but I'm suicidal. It's like, okay, well, fuck me, I guess, because I'm a pussy. Oh, well, I guess that suicidal guy's always going to win. And he doesn't have to kill himself. What a great game, you know?
Think that, listen, I believe in, super majorities or qualified majority.
I'm not going to lie. I swear, these analogies just fucking soar over my dummy head.
Is making decisions in a bipartisan way, then there would be no exceptions made.
Well, why did McConnell blow up the filibuster for regular legislation when he was leader?
Because, well, he was very clear about that, because tax cuts and judges are what he gave a fuck about, and he has reconciliation for tax cuts, and he already made a filibuster carve out for Supreme Court justices. And I'll point out, it's not a filibuster, but it's a form of it's an anti-majoritarian control. The blue slip in the Senate Judiciary Committee, McConnell's Senate majority under Republicans, they wiped out the blue slip rule, which allowed basically Trump. Basically, the blue slip, if you're Senator Hutch from California, and I'm President Jessiah and I have a Supreme Court, or if I have a judicial nominee of any kind, you can say, hey, Mr. President, I don't like this nominee. I'm withholding my blue slip. You need to pick a different nominee. And that's been the tradition for decades, bipartisan. And McConnell got rid of it. Chuck Grassley got rid of it. He was the chairman under McConnell in the Senate Judiciary Committee, because
Jessiah needs to, this is a waste of time. Jessiah needs to cut through the bullshit, and Jessiah needs to say, let's assume that Trump has something on his agenda that he really wants to get through Congress. And the only way he can do it is by killing the filibuster. Do you think that he will find support in Congress to do that? Or do you think enough Republicans, is it 3 or 4? How many do you need? Will stand up to Trump and say, no, we're not going to do that. What do you think would happen? The answer should be obvious. They would buckle. You'd have your Rand Paul is a senator, right? You'd have a couple maybe defectors in name, because at the end of the day, it won't matter to the vote.
They just wanted to rubber stamp Trump getting his judicial nominees through at a circuit court.
Quotes from Senator Barrasso. Today, U.S. Senator John Barrasso spoke on the Senate floor about the Senate Democrats' desire to get rid of the filibuster, which would destroy bipartisanship and hurt America. He did a whole ass speech. In the 2020 elections, Americans chose an evenly divided Senate, half Republicans, half Democrats, evenly divided. I mean, you could argue that he was saying this when he was out of power or whatever. That's not the strongest one.
I mean, I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. I would assume that if Donald Trump really wanted to get rid of the filibuster tomorrow and needed a full court press, I think he would probably be able to do that. I think there's a non-zero chance that you would have, because you only need 4, there's a non-zero chance you could get at least 4 Senate Republicans. Susan Collins is a Republican serving in a blue state. You know, why do you think that she's been one of the people that has put her foot down from time to time? She's also buckled many times, as has Murkowski. I'm not saying we should count on the Republicans to have enough people in their caucus to, like, you know, stand up to Trump. I'm not making that argument, but there's a non-zero chance. But it's almost like besides the point. It's almost besides the point. Like, so far, Donald Trump has not done a full court press on getting rid of the filibuster to do other stuff on the agenda, which would open up the possibilities 100-fold in terms of what you can do legislatively. They only have time to do, like, I would guess, like, if they got rid of the filibuster tomorrow, like, how many bills could they get passed while they still have control of Congress? You know, let's assume the Democrats take control of the House next November, you know, so they have like a year, right? Maybe 3 or 4 bills, right? But what you can do with those bills is all of a sudden there's all kinds of new possibilities. And it would be naive to think that they wouldn't act on that and pass bills with the majorities that they have. But that's almost besides the point, because my whole argument is that if leadership comes out tomorrow and starts saying, we're going to do this the next time you give us power, then Donald Trump is 1000% going to do that full court press and be like, fuck them, listen to what we're saying. Get rid of the filibuster now, because we're about to pass like fucking 6 bills right now. And then I guess you could take the IRI position, which is, you know, let them do it, and then it'll just backfire. And I just don't know if we can assume that would happen. Hutch, this is just speculative punditry. Well, what do you think punditry is? I mean, that's what we're in the business of fucking speculating here.
Court level. So this idea that the GOP is committed principally to anti-majoritarian institutions, like, no, they're smart about it. They're clever. They're like, we're not going to cut off more than what we think we need at the time, but they're absolutely willing to if it's a high enough of a priority.
You know, I have not seen any indication that leadership in both parties are signaling like a serious intention to like get rid of the filibuster. I think the Senate, I think the Senate is packed to the gills with people that very much want that filibuster to remain in place, and there's no reason to think that they're gonna get rid of the filibuster anytime soon.
I'm not claiming that. I want to be clear. I'm not claiming that either party is seriously planning on getting rid of the filibuster. I'm saying that I don't think they have a principled commitment to it. It's like getting rid of abolishing the filibuster wholesale is a massive movement. For the longest time, I was against it. As a Democrat, I was just like, just make more exceptions. Because for precisely the reason you laid out. I like the fact that the filibuster is there right now, stopping stopping Republicans on some things. Like right now, the government shutdown, but that could change tomorrow. They could change it. So my position for most of the past like 6 years was, don't just get rid of it wholesale, just make more and more exceptions. And then I kept hearing, well, then the GOP is going to make more and more exceptions. Fine, who cares? And then if we slowly whittle it away, so be it. At least it offers some sort of like versatile tool on the table in the meantime, rather than just snapping your fingers and wiping it out. But I don't think it's a principal commitment to that. I think that they will get rid of what they think they need to get rid of in order to pass the shit they care about most. And the thing they care about most, tax cuts and judges, they don't need to get rid of the filibuster. And the thing they did need to get rid of the filibuster for, judges, they already did.
Okay. Well, apart from the conversation about like all that, I think I'm having a bit of a Chuck Schumer moment here. I think that's where we're sort of. You're
aroused?
I am very aroused every time we speak. And I'm wearing gray sweatpants, so if I stood up, it would really show. But
you knocked the fucking table over. I understand.
But I think I'm having a Chucky Schumer moment here because the case that he made back in, I think, March for not picking that fight right then was that basically the Democrats just didn't have enough or really any leverage in that moment to like pick a fight over like an unpopular like issue. And his logic was he wanted to wait until now to pick that fight when Donald Trump's popular support will have cratered and he would be in.
Well, no, he acknowledged. I don't think that's quite right. He acknowledged they had leverage. He just felt that two things. Trump was not that sweet spot where he felt that he could be more popular in the leverage down the road.
I meant like sufficient leverage to pick a fight that the public, like a plurality of the public, would have backed the Democrats over the Republicans. That's what I meant by that. Well, that's what I mean by leverage. I mean, like he had institutional leverage in that they did have the power to block, but he's saying like in terms of the leverage during the negotiation. Like if you pick a fight and then a plurality of voters blame you and you're out of power, where does that fight go? Like that's just very. There's a lot of uncertainty there. There's an argument for like being a gambler. Fuck it, bro. I got an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw, and I got one card to the river. Fuck it, man. I'm already pot committed. Let's just shove the rest of my chips in there. Maybe, like, I'm not going to tell you you're 100% wrong if you say that Chuck should have taken that risk and picked that fight. We're not dealing in certainty here. All we can do is speculate and just come to the best conclusion we can with the most informed opinions. I understand in the context of the current shutdown and just watching how that's playing out. I think I understand Chuck's decision a lot more than I did back then, which provoked a lot of backlash from within the party. Like, his numbers went way down because the Democratic voter base wanted to see him pick that fight right then and there. And he made the decision to tune out the noise and come to a calculated decision. Like, I don't think he came to that decision lightly. I don't think it was a flippant decision. And he decided he was willing to, take the heat for doing that. And I think in context, like, it seems like he was justified. There is an alternative universe where he picked the fight and it went well for Democrats. I'm not saying that's impossible, but we're just kind of weighing kind of like the percentage odds, and there's no science to that. There is no mathematical formula to determine what is the right move and the wrong move in a spot like that. They didn't really have strong leverage. Like, Donald Trump was still in a bit of the honeymoon period, and the Democrats were in a really rough spot. And to be honest with you, I think old Chucky boy was a bit vindicated. I think he was right. Like, I think
I'm not surprised that you think that at all.
But I think the fact that they didn't pick that fight then strengthens their position now.
No, but Americans are retarded, bro. Americans don't give a fuck.
Frankly, but at the end of the day,
I think he was right about that, because when you look at the situation now, I think they are in a stronger position because they didn't just like swing for the fences right away. And I think like that's all I'm suggesting here. I'm just suggesting that you need to pick you got to rewind the clock back to March 2025. We are 4 months removed from a devastating, humiliating loss, and public approval numbers are bad. Approval numbers within the party are bad. We're an unpopular party with an unpopular brand. And now you want to pick a fight that could very, very, very easily backfire. I don't know. That's a lot of risk. I'm just saying, that's a lot of risk. I don't know, man. Spots. You need to.
How do you think he's been vindicated? That's where I'm confused, because it's not like it's mutually exclusive. You either use this leverage in March, April, or whenever.
I mean, he was just right. Like, he was right that that Donald Trump's popularity will have plummeted by fall and would give them more leverage in a negotiation.
But what have we gotten for that? What have we gotten for that? You have to translate these things at the end of the day to some.
You also have to consider, what did we avoid by doing that, which would be an equally relevant question, which he just doesn't engage in.
Something else, right? We're fighting a lot in government, but we're not doing anything with policy.
We're out of power, so I don't know. That tends to happen when the other party controls government.
Republicans have abandoned government, but they're doing everything with policy, right?
I don't know what it means to say they have abandoned government. That seems a bit hyperbolic. Just right about that objectively.
Well, no, I don't think anyone contested the idea that Trump's approval rating was likely to be lower as time went on.
You didn't know. Wait, hang on. I don't know. I feel like we were having conversations on Live and Learn about, like, I don't know if he's going to be more popular this time around. I really don't know.
Well, no, we didn't know if he was going to be more popular this time around, but I think we all agreed that, on the balance of probability with Trump, and really with most presidents, as time goes on, they become less popular. I don't think that.
He means Congress is not doing anything? Question mark, question mark, question mark. What the fuck? I don't know what that means. They passed the big, beautiful bill. They're confirming judges and doing congressional things. But
that was the sticking point with Schumer. With Schumer, that wasn't what people disagreed over. The idea that we have to wait until Trump is even less popular than he is now. I mean, yeah, again, fuck it. Just keep doing continuing resolutions, and then wait another year. He's probably going to be more popular in a year than he is now, right? That was kind of the point, is like this idea of, no, we need to wait. Okay, till when? Till he's less popular. Okay, well, why now in October?
Position? Because he's less popular.
He might be popular next October 2026.
I mean, unlikely.
You don't think so?
Unlikely. I mean, presidents usually don't turn their popularity around. I mean, like Obama and Clinton did, but
I'm saying, but he might be.
Hutch, you don't need to have popular support to expand the Supreme Court. Just do it. Seems a bit aspirational to me, but okay.
Wait, maybe I misspoke. I'm saying he's probably going to be less popular in October 2026 than he is right now.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, probably maybe a few points. I don't know what his total basement is, but I would suspect.
But that's my point. Is it wasn't this idea of like, okay, Trump is going to be less popular as time.
Yeah, I mean, technically it's correct, but I guess
it was your base wants to fight now. They want to fight now. They want to see that you've got teeth now.
It's not just
It's not
just about the base, though. It's not just about the base. Like when you're talking about like Guy says, honestly, I'm a huge Destiny stan, but did not vibe with this reaction and analysis of you. I don't fully agree with you, but I do think he was venting and not keeping it. I think that's what happened too, man. That's the idea that was my sense. I think he's doing a lot of venting here. Like, this is just venting, right? Like, overreach. Are you kidding me? Look what he's doing with the blah blah. I get it. I understand. I feel the same way.
Blowing up random boats in the Atlantic, and we're memeing about it. Like, overreaching. What the fuck are we talking about? The Department of Homeland Security doesn't even know what habeas corpus is. Kash Patel is firing people en masse at the FBI who are
I get it.
Not politically loyal enough to the cause. Overreaching.
It's fucking crazy. Yeah.
What are we reaching for?
Then that reduces their leverage in a negotiation. But the fact that like even the center right now, you know, is backing Democrats at a higher level than they are Trump, and they're blaming Trump more. You know, that stuff really matters. Like, Pelosi was on a Sunday show, I think, she did an interview, and she was talking about the importance of just like public opinion and how that really influences these kinds of negotiations. And you know, I think she's right. Like, and the more that Donald Trump leans into the unhinged shit and fires thousands of federal workers, and you know, he's just going to make his position even weaker as they go on. The Democrats are just looking stronger and stronger in this fight right now.
Yeah, but stronger and stronger. You have to keep in mind, you got to be careful about what we're talking about too, right? Because at some point, like, this is only like there's like all of this stuff only matters so that you can do policy.
I don't think the Democrats are picking this fight now just to score political points. I think they're genuinely trying to extract concessions. I don't know if it's realistic to think that we're going to get like all of the Medicaid cuts back, but I think they are trying to extract concessions. They can't do policy. They're out of power.
That's the only thing that matters, right? Like at some point, we have, like, if I show you a person, I'm like, okay, let's have a determination. Tell me if you think this person is healthy or not. Okay, they have 14% body fat. Their A1C is perfect. All of their labs are, you know, great. They, you know, like they're flexible. They get a lot of exercise. You know, they do all this stuff, right? Like, what do you think is the overall health of this person? Like, oh, it sounds like, I mean, from every number.
Why the fuck should you accept that? Except that you're probably not going to get all of the Medicaid cuts because we're out of power. We're out of power. Unless you're saying that your position is that you think the Democrats should literally, you know, hold firm until they get rid of the filibuster and pass the budget that way, or, you know, keep the government shut down for the next 2 years. I mean, this is just like in any kind of political negotiation. If you're the party out of power, it's like you have leverage, but you don't have that much leverage, right?
Number and stat that you're showing me from the labs that you ran a week ago, every single thing, it looks like this guy seems like he's doing pretty good. It's like, okay, well, what if this person drowned 2 days ago? They're fucking dead. These numbers don't matter. This is a dead motherfucker, okay? This is like Trump is sending in the National Guard and some fucking weird paramilitary hit squad to fucking Chuck Schumer's home, you know, and Schumer's like, hold on, excuse me. You're going to kill me when you're at 12% popularity? You sure about that, bucko? You think you can kill me when
he loses me with these analogies, man. I try to map it onto the current thing, and I'm like, I really have no idea how this applies.
CNN's last poll just showed that you are the least popular president of all time. Excuse me. Try again, loser. Like, we have to remember at the end of the day that politics.
It seems like he's pushing back against the idea that public opinion matters in shutdown fights. And I really don't know what to say about that. They, of course, matter. They matter quite a bit. It's like the reason why that, you know, these shutdown fights end and usually doesn't really work out great for Republicans. And it's because Democrats don't pick fights that they're underwater on.
Is for power. You
guys understand that, like, we're speaking about it in the abstract, but what it means to have more public support in a shutdown fight, you understand that that translates to constituents reaching out to their representatives, reaching out to their senators, and voicing their displeasure. When we're talking about real political pressure. That's what makes your job easier in a shutdown fight, is if you have more support from the voters. And it also translates into political wins. Like, the longer you drag out a fight that the public, a plurality of the public blames you for, I think you run the risk of that support dropping even further. And so then it becomes a real political liability. And like right now, the Democrats don't really have like, what do they have to lose right now? You know what I mean? Like now is the time to fight that fight. He simply isn't willing to take any risk. Oh my goodness.
All the polling and all this shit only matters if you can fucking do anything with it. That's the only thing that actually matters in the day. And regardless of Trump's popularity.
Hutch being crushed by a tank. Quote, we would have totally won if there was an election right now. These analogies, guy, I might be just fucking regarded because these analogies are soaring over my head. I have no fucking idea what it means in the context of this discussion. What the fuck are you talking about?
That hasn't slowed him the fuck down.
No. And
yeah, I understand all that. I agree with all that. And I would
just pause and you'll understand the analogies, brother. Okay. Let's review.
It's like, okay, well, what if this person drowned 2 days ago? They're fucking dead. These numbers don't matter. This is a dead motherfucker. Okay. This is like Trump is sending in the National Guard.
He is saying that public opinion doesn't matter in a shutdown fight. He is just wrong.
And some fucking weird paramilitary hit squad.
If the public was against the Democrats right now, they probably would have folded, or they probably wouldn't have even picked the fight to begin with.
To fucking Chuck Schumer's home, you know, and Schumer's like, hold on.
How does it matter? Okay, hang on. I just told you. All right, let's check mine. Not triggered. I'm not triggered. I'm not triggered. I love you. I love you. I appreciate your support. 86 BPM. Good. We're good. I'm literally not triggered. I'm fine. In a shutdown fight, or really any kind of like tough political fight, when we talk about support, like public opinion and support, there are tangible like consequences to having more support than your opponent. And in the context of a shutdown fight, it translates to more pressure is being put on the Republicans to fold. They're experiencing more pressure than we are to fold. And we already know that Donald Trump is fully capable of folding. He shut the government down for like a month in 2000 and when was it? 19, 18? Because he was trying to force Congress to fund his border wall. Democrats told him to get fucked. They stood firm for a month and eventually he just folded. That's how that worked out.
Excuse me, you're going to kill me when you're at 12% popularity? You sure about that, bucko? You think you can...
But his whole thing with this analogy is that it doesn't matter. The public opinion doesn't matter. And I don't know what to say about that. All right, well.
You can kill me when CNN's last poll just showed that you are the least popular president of all time? Excuse me. Try again, loser. Like, we have to remember at the end of the day that politics is for power, that all the polling and all this shit only matters if you can fucking do anything with it. That's the only thing that actually matters in the day. And regardless of Trump's popularity, that hasn't slowed him the fuck down.
No. And
yeah, I understand all that. I agree with all that. And I would probably agree with you that if it's like, okay, we only get to play this card once, do we play it while he's at the peak of his popularity or far from the nadir of his unpopularity, or do we wait until he's less popular? Then I would agree with you, but I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
But it would have made this fight more difficult, I think. I think if you already put out this perception that you're overstepping and you're abusing procedure or whatever, if that's how that...
I feel like, and this is my these are just political intuitions, so I could be wrong, but my intuition is Hutch is exactly wrong here. That he's saying that this made our fight easier by doing nothing in the past. I feel like the reason why the Republicans are falling in popularity, but there's no popularity being gained by the Democrats, not that much, is because we've done nothing in the past. Sometimes it feels like Democrats... Why the Republicans are falling in popularity is Hutch is exactly wrong here. That he's saying that this made our fight easier by doing nothing in the past. I feel like the reason why the Republicans are falling in popularity, but there's no popularity being gained by the Democrats, not that much, is because we've done nothing in the past. Sometimes it feels like Democrats, it feels like we're doing every single thing we can to try to justify doing nothing, right? Like you wake up.
To be clear, there's really not a lot that the Democrats in Congress can do. Like, this is one of the only things, you know, like our hands are kind of tied. Like, we're the minority party. Can't really do like a lot. We can pick budget fights like the one that we're doing right now. And that's what they're doing. And I think it's going well.
And it's like Monday morning and you're supposed to gym at 9 o'clock and you wake up and it's 9:01. It's like, fuck, I can't go to the gym today. I'll be late. And it's like, well, no, you can probably still go. Well, the pair of sweatpants I normally wear is not
I actually hate these analogies.
They're dirty. Well, you probably have another pair of pants. Well, I went downstairs and
what are we doing here?
It's raining outside. So to cross the building parking lot, it's like, get an umbrella. Well,
please, for the love of God. They just have to stop. We need to stop with the analogies, please.
What if I go to the gym and there's a guy curling in the rack?
I'm losing my mind.
You know, do something else first.
I'm losing my mind right now.
Well, what if somebody has COVID in the gym? Like, it feels like sometimes like, okay, how many different...
He's comparing like somebody deciding that they don't want to go to the gym because maybe potentially somebody there has COVID. There's this very vague, like relatively like low risk situation to the fucking like running on ending the filibuster and expanding the court. Like, we're getting a little lost in the sauce with these analogies right now.
Ways are we going to try to justify doing nothing until we realize...
He's saying that in the context of like, we are doing something right now. We have leverage. We're using the leverage. We're not folding. We haven't folded. There's no indication that we're going to fold anytime soon. We're doing the thing literally right now. We're like, this is basically the extent of what Democrats can do right now. It's like the meaningful things, bro.
I was like, okay, well, shit's not happening for us. Nothing is happening magically or automatically. I don't know what we're waiting for.
Nothing is happening automatically or what?
Well, what if somebody has COVID in the gym? Like, it feels like sometimes like, okay, how many different ways are we going to try to justify doing nothing until we realize like, okay, well, shit's not happening for us. Nothing is happening magically or automatically. I don't know what we're waiting for.
And that would have been the risk of doing it back then, of just like, really, you guys are gonna do this right now in the first like month? I think it makes this moment a lot more tenuous. You know, people would be like, oh, are they overstepping again, right? But because they didn't do that, because they chose to pick their fights and wait for the better opportunity, then they have an advantage right now. That advantage might not be here if Schumer would have picked that fight back then.
Maybe not, but maybe not. Again, we don't know, but I just don't see this as vindication for Schumer precisely because we don't know what would have happened if he had played this card back in, again, March or April or whenever it was, and here, or one or the other. Like, we just don't know. Yeah. That's the point. And the other thing I'll say is...
Hutch, brother, this was a simple analogy. He's saying you're looking for excuse. I love how you guys are explaining the analogies as though I don't understand the analogy. What I don't understand is how it maps to the current moment, to the current situation. He's saying you're looking for excuses to do nothing because something bad could happen. Do you really think that that was Schumer's motivation? Or do you think Schumer legitimately assessed the risk and decided that the correct play was to stall the file? I mean, he literally forecasted exactly what he was going to do. If the whole premise is that he's trying to come up with an excuse to not do something, why is the government shut down right now? What are we doing? Like, he literally said, let's wait until he's less popular. And then he did that. So like, it just doesn't really map to the moment, right?
Can't we just like extrapolate this logic to any sort of counterfactual? Like, Democrats are vindicated no matter what, because like, hey, it's bad now or it's successful now, and we don't know if it could have been worse or more successful if we played it differently.
What fight did you want? I mean, what would you have wanted to pick a fight about last time?
Can you just address that part first? About how do you make a determination that the Democrats made a mistake or that they weren't vindicated whenever they do anything?
Well, I think the most important metric right now, while they're out of power, is public approval. Like it's like what the voters themselves think. That's how I would gauge that kind of thing. Because but you also have to gauge it like at the end of the shutdown, if we are able to extract concessions, you know, that would factor into like, was that successful, and you know, could it have been like massively better and whatever. Woody with $2. Can you provide the question used in the poll? No, I'm not going to do all that. Also, I don't know how else you would gauge success.
But we don't have an apples to apples comparison, right? Because he didn't do this back in April. So it's not like we can compare approval for the shutdown, disapproval for the shutdown in March versus now, right? We have nothing to compare to.
Well, what did you want him to shut the government down for back in March? Doge cuts? Is that really what we're talking about?
Again, like this question, you don't be mean to Hutch. I hate you guys, okay? But like this question, like, well, what could we have possibly shut the government down for in March? Doge cuts, LOL. First of all, Doge was fucking insane. Everything about Doge was disgusting and horrible and unethical and evil.
I agree. That's not the point.
What about the Eric Adams shit? The actual weaponization of the DOJ? That
shut the government down because of the Eric Adams in New York City?
Okay. Was already on board back in March, right? When did the Abrego Garcia stuff?
I don't know, man. I just feel like we're philosophically, like, I feel like there's a contradiction here because he's so black-pilled on the public, right? And, you know, quite frankly, so am I. Maybe not full black pilled, but I have a general kind of, my expectations for the American electorate are low. There was a poll that came out yesterday that said a record high of Democrats support socialism, which is like, you know, not ideal. But then you look at a fucking poll in 2018 that just asked Americans, what is socialism? And guys, it's not great. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not great. To be clear, you know, none of these answers, I think, satisfy the academic definition of socialism. This is the closest. Government ownership or control, government ownership of utilities, everything controlled by the government, state control of business. I mean, that's what a lot of socialist governments look like in practice. But if we're being more academic with it, we got to talk about like the means of production and all that shit, right? But like back in 2018, 23% of Americans said that socialism is equality, equal standing for everybody, all equal in rights, equal in distribution. 10% thought that socialism meant benefits and services, social services free, medicine for all. I mean, we're getting closer, but that's not really the definition, right? 6% of Americans think that socialism is modified communism. 6% say talking to people. 6% of Americans think that socialism is talking to people, being social media, getting along with people. I digress. The point is, my expectations are quite low of the American electorate. And I think Destiny's are too. But at the same time, he seems to be confident that if the Democrats pick a fight, which, like, I agree, the stuff with Eric Adams was crazy. Getting the DOJ to back off of a prosecution is so overtly corrupt. But the idea that early on in the administration, the Democrats should pick a fight over that? Like, do you seriously think that Democrats forcing the Republicans to, you know, shut down the government, as long as they don't want to break the filibuster and pass it that way, over that issue? Like, he seems, I just don't know where his confidence is that picking that fight would have made that a like super high salience issue. I think probably way more likely that most of the public would have been like, what the fuck? I don't know. He's like pessimistic and optimistic about Americans at the same time. It's just
start. Hadn't that already been on the docket? Hadn't that already happened?
They waited to pick a fight over healthcare because healthcare is their best issue. You know, I think it's really that simple, right?
What about the authorization of the Alien Enemies Act? Wasn't that already?
That's like basic strategy. You know, just like pick your punches, pull your punches, and pick your fights, and wait until, like, of course they're gonna fight them on their literal strongest issue. Like, healthcare is consistently Democrats' strongest issue since 2017.
Already happening back in March? Had that been happening yet? I mean, like, there are so many crazy. What about Trump and Melania coin? When did that start? What about all the tariffs? When did those start? What about the declaring of the national emergency to the north and south because of fentanyl? When did that start? What about when did he do the executive order to rescind birthright citizenship? What was the date for that? We can't think of a single thing that might have been worth fighting on. Nothing.
Yeah, and Doge was wildly unpopular, excuse me, at the time.
I agree on Schumer waiting, but being terrified of Dem leadership talking about expanding the court because it's not popular enough is wild when Trump ran on across-the-board tariffs. Okay, thank you for the donation. I love you. I love you so much. The tariffs were popular. Fucking stupid, because, you know, we're borrowing economic policy from like 150 years ago, and, you know, still 55% of Americans or some such, I think it was around that area, liked the idea of tariffs because I think we know why. I think like probably a huge chunk of Americans didn't really know what tariffs were and took Trump at his word that they would shore up domestic manufacturing. And you show polls showing they were popular. You know what? I like that. I like that about you. Keeping me honest. I sure can. National poll by Reuters Ipsos. I'm going to click on the source. Voters narrowly support Trump's tariff pitch. Are you going to make me like DM this to myself and put it on the screen, or can you just take my word for it and trust that I'm not lying? Please, I don't want to do that. Okay, I'm not lying. Okay, look it up. 56% of voters support Trump's tariff proposal. 41% oppose. Very obviously a very different situation than the polling for expanding the court.
It could have been, but it was also, I think,
fuck you. Look it up. Google Reuters Ipsos. All right, you know what? Fine. This is from September. 56% voters support Trump's tariff proposal. 41% oppose. Fucking happy? Showed my work. Kept me honest. I appreciate that. Next time, take me at my word. I'm not gonna fucking lie about that. What would a poll for tariffs look like before Trump messaged positively on them? I'm just not sure how much that would have been polled, because I think his approach was novel. I don't know if like we were having a national discussion about should we do universal tariffs? Like, I don't think that was really a thing. I wouldn't doubt that he was able to, you know, I mean, I really have no idea. I assume he moved the needle a little bit when it came to like the tariff stuff, but there's a difference between that on that issue and then moving the needle like 30 points on expanding the court. Like these are, one is so much stickier than the other.
Like,
one is like economic policy, and then the other is, you know, radically transforming the government in a way that hasn't been done since, I don't know. I really don't know like how far back you would have to go to do something comparable.
Jessiah's doing is a good example here, okay? Right? Like, let's say that I sit and do nothing and my opponent makes a mistake and he's less popular. Does that really vindicate your position of doing nothing? What if you would have done something and they would have been unpopular, but you would have been way more popular, right? Maybe. Who's to say, right? Just because you're doing better doesn't necessarily vindicate your position. Maybe you'd be doing way better.
It's sure, that's possible. I would just want to hear like a compelling argument, right? Like, it's possible. I'm not saying I could never be persuaded. Maybe there was an issue that Democrats could have picked that fight back then and it would have gone really well for them. And I mean, maybe, but like make the case, right? Like Eric Adams, I don't find that very compelling. Like shutting down the government over Eric Adams or Doge. Just don't think that would have been particularly strong for Democrats who are already in a very fucking hobbled and weakened position.
Who knows? And, you know, like Doge was wildly unpopular, right? Doge was wildly unpopular, but it was allowed.
That company with $5, I stand corrected, but damn, if Trump can make tariffs popular, Schumer and Jeffries can make expanding. Guys, listen, I love you. I love you. I love you so much. These are very different, very, very, very different policies.
To pass with some degree of success.
Like you can't say, oh, because Donald Trump was able to shift public opinion a little bit, you know, whatever. I don't even know how much he shifted it on tariffs. That necessarily means that it's equally possible to shift people's opinion on expanding the Supreme Court. You have to recognize that not every policy is going to be it's going to be equally easy to shift opinion. Some policies are going to be stickier. Meanwhile, so-called court packing, increasing the number of justices to allow Biden or his successor to appoint several justices, was favored by just 29% of the population. Even among Democrats, the proposal was supported by fewer than half of respondents. Yeah, bro. It's a great idea. Just run out there and be like, you know what? Fewer than a third of you want us to expand the Supreme Court. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run on it. You know what? I like it. I've changed my mind. It's unpredictable. It's zany. Very novel. Very innovative. You've convinced me. Sometimes doing the thing that people least expect because it's just a horrible idea. Sometimes that's the right move. Throw people off. Catch them off guard. Oh, I didn't expect them to do that. I get it now. I can see it. I can see your vision. I fucking see you. I see you guys. I'm with it. Do it. Fucking go for it. You know what? Don't stop there. That can't be the only unpopular policy that would radically transform the government. I didn't mean to laugh. That can't be the only unpopular policy. We got to start thinking more creative, man. What about mandatory trans women in sports? Not only do we not ban it, we mandate it. We mandate that every trans girl in the country play sports. Let's get creative. I like this. We're spitballing. This is a collaborative process. You know, I couldn't come up with this all on my own. Work together. Mandatory vaccines for all. Yes. Enable federal law enforcement to strap you to a gurney and give you not just one COVID vaccine, but literally every single COVID vaccine. I like it. Give me more. Give me more. Forced gay marriage. I like it. I love it. Get rid of mandated overtime laws and like breaks. No more lunch breaks. As long as you get somebody who's like really charismatic and who can make the case, you can change people's minds on these things. You just got to dream it. If you will it, it is no dream.
And it passed unnoticed. Like, did the voters? It was allowed to. Who knows? And like Doge was wildly unpopular, right? Doge was wildly unpopular, but it was allowed to pass with some degree of success, and it passed unnoticed. Like, did the voters hold Donald Trump responsible for the failures of Doge? Like, they managed to cut away one or two departments or sub-departments as a result. I don't know if you said the Department of Education is gone because of Doge, but they managed to fire a whole bunch of federal employees. They got rid of USAID illegally, probably. The Supreme Court allowed it to stand for now. They were able to pass along some bullshit cuts to the big, beautiful bill, the budget regulation or whatever, right? And then they got that passed, their permanent tax cuts, without a majority, by the way, but still kept the filibuster. So, 15 million or whatever people dead, I guess, because LOL trans condoms or whatever. Where's the punishment for that?
Punishment?
Popular, excuse me, at the time.
In March?
It could have been.
I don't know what that meant. What was the punishment for Doge? The punishment is going to come in November of 2026. That's when you can punish. Until then, and even then, you can't punish the president directly, technically, for a lot of the stuff that he can just do unilaterally. Like he's saying, why did the Democrats get away? Why does he sound like Emma fucking Vigeland right now? Bro, guys, is he doing flowchart shit? Is he saying we should have punished him by shutting the government down? Is that what he means? Of the 7 polls taken since mid-Feb, one by Harvard Harris found 72% support a government agency focused on efficiency, but the question didn't specifically ask about Doge. The Harvard Harris poll also found that 60% said Doge is helping make major cuts without asking if respondents supported those cuts. 2 other polls found divided opinion on Doge, and 4 found Doge and Elon Musk attracting more opposition than support. So it's not that Doge was popular, but it wasn't massively unpopular. Let me see if I can find the CBS News YouGov poll from Feb 26 to 28. This is PolitiFact, by the way. Showed split sentiments. 51% said they approve, and 49% said they disapprove. A slight majority, 52%, said Musk and Doge have too much authority to cut the federal workforce. 52% said Doge had too much access. The picture that emerges at the time of that proposed shutdown fight was that Doge was a very divisive issue. It was almost evenly split. Doesn't seem like, to me, the strongest position for a shutdown fight. That's just me.
When was the One Big Beautiful Bill passed?
July or August, I think. July, I think it was, or June. Might have been June.
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the highlight was the Doge cuts at the time of the first thing. Like, yeah, why not? Why would that have been a bad thing to do a shutdown over?
Again, the risk would be that the perception would be that you're blowing your wad way too early. Like you're picking a fight way too early.
On Doge? That this creepy, weirdo, fucking ketamine addicted loser was sending in his 23-year-old retarded tech dipshits to go and, is pilfer a real word? To go and sneak through all these government systems and the retarded fucking emails. Like, even federal employees knew that those emails were fucking cringing to me. Send me an email with 5 things that you're working on. Give me a fucking break, you loser fuck. Oh my God. The only way we should support the fucking Elon Musk space program is if he's the first motherfucker that goes to Mars, because get this guy the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and so no, again, I take your point. I think that was always a potential.
It's perceived overreach. Like that is a thing in politics where parties are punished for perceived overreach. I mean, it happened when Clinton was president, when they tried to impeach him over the blowjob thing. That actually kind of backfired on them in the moment.
Excuse me, it was lying. It was.
What do they think backfired?
Read a fucking book! We won seats in the 98 midterms. We actually picked up seats. It measurably backfired on Republicans. We won seats.
Did the impeachment of Clinton backfire on conservatives ever?
Yes.
How? Did it?
Demonstrably. It did nothing. Losing seats in the Congress is nothing. Okay. All right, fine. Yeah. All right, fuck it. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Nothing happened. Happened when Clinton was president, when they tried to impeach him over the blowjob thing. That actually kind of backfired on them in the moment.
Excuse me, it was lying. It was perjuring himself. It was not over the blowjob. Right. How dare you? Yeah. But no, I mean, again, I take your point. I think that was always a risk. We just felt that the risk was worth it. But again, set all that aside. At what point?
This was just very publicly known, you know, like this is very publicly known. This is just like, really, everybody knows this. Like the Clinton's approval ratings went up during the whole blowjob impeachment shit because the public was like, the perception from the public was that the Republicans were massively overplaying their hand. This is just generally known. I understand that some of you guys are youngsters and you don't remember the fucking Clinton years. To be fair, I was a bit of a youngster, but I was in like high school when the impeachment stuff was happening. I think I was a freshman in high school. And even I remember that was just, everybody could see what was happening. It did backfire.
Point then, can we disagree or say that Democrats are not vindicated in anything they do?
If they,
do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, if the public blamed Democrats more for the shutdown, and if they supported, you know, Donald Trump and Republicans more, and they perceived if the Democrats were perceived as overreaching, then that would be a failure, and it would weaken their position in future fights as well.
No. Maybe we're talking past each other. Maybe I'm just not getting it. Whenever the Democrats make a decision, what's to stop me from saying that was the right call every time, even if it didn't work, because the alternative could have been worse?
I think I understand what you're saying. It's all speculative, you know, like there's no mathematical formula. We're not dealing in certainties. So you would just have to make a compelling argument. And if your argument was compelling enough, then I might be persuaded. But I mean, there's really, you know, if you want to make the case that the Democrats actually lost more by not picking that fight, you're free to make that argument. And there are arguments that you can make. There are things that you can point to try to make that case, right? But
yeah, I'm trying not to strawman you, but I think you have a bad habit of just swallowing anything that they do by saying the alternative could have been worse. And you know, because you don't know.
To be fair, I think you minimize. Like,
right. No, I understand. I know that you've got that perception of me. I take the point. That's why I'm just being candid with you. I think that if Democrats do anything, your inclination is that was the right call because the alternative could have been worse.
I don't think that's true.
Well, that's why I'm asking you. How can you determine if the Democrats do a thing, even if it fails? What's to stop me from like playing Hutch's advocate, the Hutch's advocate, and saying, okay, yeah, Hutch, I know you're saying that this was a bad decision because it didn't succeed, but if they had played it a different way, it could have failed even worse. It could have been even greater failure.
I mean, like I would have no problem telling you that I think like Kamala Harris, and we talked about this like 1,000 times, that Kamala Harris made the Harris campaign made a huge mistake by, you know, ignoring the alternative media space, largely ignoring it.
How do we know?
You know, I don't know.
She could have gone on Joe Rogan and made a bigger ass out of herself.
We would look at the demographic shifts, especially with like younger voters who are listening to like podcasts more than they are, you know, the news on CNN. So we could point to like concrete, tangible metrics of where she slid in her support. But
that doesn't actually prove your point, right?
Because I don't know what Jessiah is.
It doesn't 100% prove the point, but it supports the case. You know, I don't know. I really don't know. Like, I really don't know if Kamala would have seen worse numbers if she went on Rogan. I suspect it probably would have helped her a little bit. Maybe not enough to win the election. Probably not enough to win the election. But, and there are different things that I would point to try to like strengthen that case. I'm not saying that look at her numbers with young people. That's concrete evidence by itself that her not going on Rogan hurt her. I'm saying that in conjunction with other arguments as well.
His college background is here, but he's analyzing the opportunity cost in a very correct way. So Hutch sees that Kamala lost with a certain audience, and Hutch is saying, oh, she made a mistake. She should have gone and appealed to that audience by going on these shows. So I can count that as a loss. But what Jessiah is saying is you could theoretically justify any path depending on how you frame it, because who's to say that Kamala maybe could have went on that podcast on Joe Rogan, or could have tried to do this, which they did try to do away. But Kamala could have gone on any one of these podcasts and done worse, or the question would have been really hard, or the reception would have been really bad. You know, who's to say? Why were we automatically assuming that was a mistake? Couldn't we automatically assume that it was a success?
To be clear, I'm not automatically assuming it. I'm making a judgment that I realize is impossible to prove and impossible to disprove. It's just my best guess. It's just my best judgment. And I could be wrong.
that, wow, Kamala could have gotten destroyed even harder if she would have won on those shows. Who's to say, right? How do we know? What we have to have some other guiding rod to figure out like what the correct choice would have been, you know?
What you're providing is evidence that she failed. You're providing evidence that she failed to secure, support from key demographics. What if I said her going on Joe Rogan actually would have made it worse because she would have further alienated people? Because
you would have to get into more details about like the possibilities for it becoming worse, right? And it would have you would have to make like a compelling argument. Right now, we're just talking about like hypotheticals. And the argument that I'm telling you, like the reason why I think this is because Donald Trump and the Republicans had more support from the public back then. That's just a measurable thing.
I agree.
And since then, Donald Trump's support, particularly when we're talking about like independence, has just fallen off of a fucking cliff. It's dropped like 30 or 40 points. That is actually a huge difference. And that alone, am I hyperbolizing with that? I feel like maybe I'm cherry picking a poll. Let me see. Gives Democrats so much more leverage to choose now for this fight. And they're also choosing.
What fight though? What do we have leverage for?
Now I'm a little frustrated. What do you think the fight is about? Like, what do you think the fight is about right now? Like that, but the shutdown fight has very clear parameters. They're very articulated parameters. The Democrats are not withholding why they're fighting. You know, we know what this fight is about. He knows what this fight is about, right? A huge difference. And that alone gives Democrats so much more leverage to choose now for this fight. And they're also choosing.
What fight though? What do we have leverage for?
Medicaid cuts, bro.
What do we have leverage for? What are we going to fight on now?
Medicaid cuts.
Like, just imagine even the framing of this. Like, now that we've allowed Trump to run roughshod over the entire country and everything, now that we've allowed them to do all these legal things, all these horrible things, lead to all these people's deaths, all this economic harm,
we allowed Donald Trump to do these things. Come on, guys. This is flowchart. I don't know what to tell you. Like, we allowed this to happen. Really?
This reputational hurt in the entirety of the United States. All of this. Now these destroyed all these things. Now we can fight on.
We allowed a political party with a trifecta to enact their agenda. Okay.
On what? On bringing Medicaid back to pre One Big Beautiful Bill levels?
Yes.
That's our victory?
Yes.
Is that we managed to claw back the little piece of Medicaid?
Little? What the fuck? Little? Bro, the Office of Management and Budget, right? OMB? Is that who determines like the cost of legislation? They projected 11 million people off of the Medicaid rolls by 2035. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. Blocking a political party that is in power from cutting Medicaid to millions of people. He's like, really? That's all we get? What? Okay.
What the fuck? What are we fighting for?
Medicaid cuts. I don't know what to. All right. He disagrees. A fight that is like really popular. I guess his position is that we should be demanding more as the minority party. But like healthcare is like one of their stronger positions, like one of their stronger issues, protecting healthcare or whatever. To be fair, they already cut it. Yeah. That's the point though. That's what this shutdown fight is about. Like they're trying to pressure the Republican Party to undo those cuts. That's what the fight is about.
So I would just say 2 points to that, just again, trying to game this out. Again, yeah, I totally agree with you that in terms of Trump's approval rating, the Republicans' approval rating is worse now than it was back in April and March. Yeah. So again, if knowing that to be true, and I agree that was always likely to be the case.
Trump should be on the inside of a fucking cell. That he is anywhere else is because he was allowed to. Yes. I should have a fucking 10.5-inch fucking wiener and then just be super famous for my wiener and just be able to fucking fully support myself by just every once in a while showing pictures of my wiener. That would be such a good life, man. Kind of do whatever you want, and then you just have the big wiener, you know.
On probability that Trump was likely to be more popular or more unpopular as time went on, knowing that is likely to be the case. If we only had one shot and we could see the time horizon for what it is, I think that's a pretty credible argument. But why not do it?
I shouldn't shit my pants in my car, but life hands you the cards that you're dealt, and it is what it is, right?
Both. Why not do it in March and then do it again in
I keep
October?
trying to explain why though. Like I feel like we're
looping because
hold on, wait.
Knowing that to be true, and I agree that was always likely to be the case on probability that Trump was likely to be more popular or more unpopular as time went on, knowing that is likely to be the case. If we only had one shot and we could see the time horizon for what it is, I think that's a pretty credible argument. But why not do it both? Why not do it in March and then do it again in October?
I keep trying to explain why though. Like I feel like we're
we're looping because you actually have no evidence to disprove the idea that would have been a bad idea.
The evidence would be it's basically the polling. Like that's like the public support
the Democrats versus the Republicans. You know, what are the issues that you want to fight on? What do those numbers look like? That's the difference. That's what changes the calculus.
You have no evidence to support that. We could have done both.
Would you agree?
You're claiming,
would you agree?
Or
do you
why
agree?
couldn't we?
And it doesn't 100% prove the point. It just supports the point. Josiah could be right. It's possible.
You just waited until October of next
Let me
year.
just put it this way. Do you agree that if the Democrats would have swung for the fences back in March, and I don't even know what they would realistically hope to accomplish with negotiations at that point, do you agree with the idea that if they would have swung for the fences and then that was perceived as overreach, that it would make the current fight, which is over something that you and I agree is worth fighting for, the Medicaid cuts are substantial and they will result.
I think they were both, just to be clear, I think both fights were worth picking. I think the Doge cuts, like trying to force Trump to heel on Doge, I absolutely think that was a fight worth picking.
50-50. I don't love those odds. Me personally, I don't love those odds. I'm not shoving my chips on the board when, you know, some polls have like 52% of voters supporting Doge. That just doesn't seem like a smart fight.
Just to be clear,
I'm just not sure that they had any realistic win conditions for picking a fight back then. But do you agree with the idea that if they would pick that fight back then and it was perceived as overreach, do you agree that right now they would be in a weaker position?
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe, but if they, like, imagine if Democrats would have staked out a stronger position on Doge, would have fought it and said it was shit and garbage, and now it's passed and it is shit and it's garbage. It's almost like
Doge is not something that passed. I'm losing my mind. Doge happened outside of Congress. Trump just fucking did Doge. Did Congress establish Doge, or did Trump just do Doge? Pretty sure they just did it. It was just created by the Trump administration. Okay.
did you lose the ability to say that you were right about that, or did you lose the ability?
It's not a federal agency, but I'm saying if it was, that would have to come from the Congress. I don't think presidents can unilaterally create federal agencies.
Did you lose the ability to say that you were right about that, or did you lose the ability to bring that up as a big talking point or a win? I don't know. Republicans still cry about fucking immigration, even though Trump, now they say all of immigration was solved, but
the point when I say that things can blow back and backfire, and this is just something that the American voters have demonstrated time and time again, they're very oftentimes fickle, and their opinions on certain things aren't necessarily the result of some logical deduction. The point that I'm trying to make is that the way that it could backfire is that you could actually, excuse me, I'm starting to lose my voice. You could actually risk making Doge more popular by picking that fight. I'm not saying that would have happened. I'm just saying that's one of the risks that you would want to think about. So that's possible. It's also possible what Destiny is saying is that Democrats make a strong case against Doge, and they pick that fight, and then opinion for Doge goes down 10 points. But there's just a lot of uncertainty there, and therefore a lot of risk, in my opinion. Risk isn't always bad. You measure the urgency of the situation with, sometimes a 20% risk, you're going to take that risk because the alternative is even worse. There's all kinds of different ways that dynamic could apply. I'm just not so sure that that dynamic applied in March.
They used that issue forever. They used Hillary's emails forever. It seems like a Republican pick an issue and fight about it forever. They're like, when are Republicans thinking about?
Hutch, what would Republicans be conceding in the theoretical Doge fight? I don't even know. Just like Schumer picks a fight and we're not going to support the budget unless you ... on Doge. I don't know what that, unless you dismantle Doge. I don't know. That seems way less likely to bear fruit than this fight right now. And honestly, maybe this fight, I don't even know where this fight's going. I mean, the government is still shut down. We don't seem to be any closer. I don't even think the parties are negotiating. It's just a full kind of breakdown at this point. I don't even see people reporting on the shutdown. It's just this thing that's in the background. Hutch, Doge passed as in the time that Doge was around has passed, not that it was passed legislatively. Okay.
Well, if we overplay our hand here, then we might fuck up our whatever in the future, when are they ever making this consideration? They're not, because what they're doing is they're fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting.
He's talking about Republicans right now?
Hillary's emails forever. It seems like a Republican pick an issue and fight about it forever. They're like, when are Republicans thinking about, well, if we overplay our hand here, then we might fuck up our whatever in the future.
Wait, that's actually bad. That's actually bad. I'm just curious. If you guys had to answer the question, right? Let me ask you the question. Which party do you trust in terms of Congress? Okay, in terms of the Congress, which party do you expect to be more successful in their fights? Or maybe a better way to put it would be like, which party do you think is more efficient, more efficiently does their job, the job of the Congress? And it's like twofold. When you're out of power, like you got to like, what does success look like when you're out of power? What does success look like when you're in power? Republicans, stop. I'm losing it. Stop. You don't actually believe this. You're insane. You've actually lost your minds. You're saying this about a political party that for the first time ever ousted their own House Speaker. The best that they can get in terms of legislation is like one budget reconciliation bill a year, maybe. You compare the legislative track record of Biden to Donald Trump. Like, what Congress do you think got more done in terms of the role of the Congress? Now, Trump, he can just do things independently of the Congress, and there's really not a whole lot we can do about that, to be quite fair. We just can't. Like, the president has broad authority to just do a lot of stuff. But in terms of what the Congress does, anybody who is in my chat right now trying to tell me that Republicans are more effective, you have lost your mind. What the fuck is that based on?
When are they?
He's saying like, when do Republicans ever do this like risk analysis? It's like, well, that's part of the problem. That's like why they're like uniquely dysfunctional.
When are they ever making this consideration? They're not, because what they're doing,
they're not good at governing. That's the difference. But
is they're fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting.
Did he catch himself a little bit there? Like,
there's this really bad book now. I say bad. It wasn't bad at the time. Poker has changed a lot, especially in the past like 2 decades. It's gotten a lot more mathematical.
Oh God, it's his poker analogy versus mine. All right, here we go.
There's like, I'm saying it's solved, but it's just like, it's a very math heavy, very strategy heavy. It's just a lot of shit going on. But it used to be a little bit more feels based, a little bit more, this is my table image. You know, I'm a big shot, fucking big baller, fuck you. There was a poker player called Doyle Brunson, and he wrote a book called Super System.
I read that book. 10 deuce offsuit, bro.
And Brunson...
That guy won a fucking World Series of Poker championship with 10 deuce offsuit, that legend.
Strategy to playing poker was, like, if I could summarize it in 2 big pieces. One is that this motherfucker is in every pot almost, okay? He's always raising, always coming in hot, okay?
All right. I don't want to nitpick. That's actually not how Doyle Brunson played poker. Tight and aggressive. Tight, but aggressive. He was a tight player, but when he played, it was aggressive. Watch Rounders, for Christ's sakes.
Very aggressive table image, makes other people scared, and he's always putting other people in difficult spots to make decisions. He's always betting every hand almost.
That's not true. Hang on. Am I wrong about this? Brunson didn't play every hand. In fact, he was very selective about his starting in hands. Yeah. Like, this is like the first section of the fucking book. Did he read the book? Like, Doyle Brunson was talking about, like, there's a whole section on when, like, how much you value certain hands depending on how many people are sitting at the table. So, like, if your head's up, you know, you can be really flexible with the hands that you play. You know, then your range of starting hands just frankly, you can just play almost any hand. But if it's like a full stack table, or if you're playing like in a tournament, you know, there's like different kind of standards for how tight you should play. If it's like a cash game or tournament game. But his whole thing was like, really, like, he suggested very explicitly in that book to tighten up, generally speaking. Don't play every hand. That's literally what he said. I'm being nitpicky here. I mean,
constantly.
You know, I think Destiny's point still remains is that there were a lot more reckless players back then. There was a lot more of like play the player instead of the hand. Like, there was that, and poker did become much more mathematical. People were relying less on like tells from their opponents, and they were just kind of doing math in their head and just doing it that way.
Masking the strength of hands through bets, aggressive plays.
And the logic of that was pretty sound. It's just like, in the long run, if you stick to the math, in terms of probability and like statistical analysis, you can expect to see a return if you adhere to certain systems, right?
And what happens is through all of this playing, right, he picks up a lot of small pots. He has a lot of chips. He's always winning small pots. And every now and then, when a big hand comes up, he has the ability to decide whether or not he wants to go big and win the big guy, okay? And it's hard to tell the strength of his hand because of how aggressive he plays all the time. But I would say the second rule is he would always say, don't ever go broke in an unraised pot, right? So if you're like heads up or it's one-on-one, nobody's raised, and some guy's like, I'm fucking all in over here, right? You don't call that. What? There's no money here. Why the fuck were you even risking it? That's retarded, right? But because Brunson is fighting, so also everything I'm telling you, this is old, okay? Because none of this works in poker now. You'll get annihilated by all the.
Hang on. Do I need to point out the obvious? His analogy has now been utterly destroyed. He has destroyed his own analogy. Exactly. None of this works anymore. The math-based poker won. And in a sense, like chess similarly changed. There's a lot of similarities with poker and chess. That's why a lot of poker players like to play chess and vice versa. Like a lot of chess players are like, there's not a lot of money in chess. And then they go to poker. It's like this crazy thing. But it used to be back in the 1800s, there was this guy who was just the perfect example of this type of player. And oh boy, I'm forgetting his name. He was a young guy. Fuck, I can't remember his name. He was like 18, 19 years old. And he just took the chess. He ended up going crazy and dying of syphilis. God, there's got to be chess players in here that know who I'm talking about. No, not Bobby Fischer, but this guy was Bobby Fischer's main inspiration. And there's a lot of parallels between Bobby Fischer and this guy, because Bobby Fischer was also like a young prodigy who went insane and, fuck, what's his name? But this guy in the fucking late 1800s, I think, Patches O'Hooligan, that's who it was. Not Capablanca, Morphy. That's the guy. So Morphy, this guy Paul Morphy comes along and he starts doing crazy explosive chess. And I know that sounds like a very sexual thing to say about chess, but his type of chess was explosive. He was doing all kinds of totally unconventional sacrifices to go for these like really insane attacks. And he dominated chess at the time. And what happened was he forced chess in a different direction. People had to adapt to this. And what people found was that his chess play, Morphy's type of chess play, was brilliant for his time. Brilliant, like genius level. But people discovered through, now we have chess engines that actually do a really good job of just objectively evaluating positions. Like we actually have computers that can tell you if you have an advantage in chess because they're able to calculate just countless variations of how the game could play out. And what people discovered was that Morphy was making some really technically sound, like unsound play. Like it was just bad chess. It was brilliant for the time, but if you studied opening theory, and opening theory is infinitely complex because there are several openings in chess that you're not out of book until move 26. That's how refined the game got. People played the game so much and discovered all kinds of vulnerabilities with this variation versus that variation. And it's infinitely complex. And it turns out that, if Morphy were to try that shit today, he would just be dominated by Hikaru and Magnus. They would just dominate him. I know I got lost in the weeds there. All right. The point is, similar in chess and poker, a more kind of reckless, explosive style of play used to dominate chess and poker. And then the math won. And now chess is kind of a lot more boring now. You watch two grandmasters play chess now, for the most part, kind of boring. You know what I mean? Back then, you would get these. There's this one game from Bobby Fischer, and I think it's called oh God, what's it called? There's one specific game where Bobby Fischer, when he was 13 years old, fucking 13 years old, playing against the United States chess champion, the Immortal game, is that what it was? This kid sacrificed his queen on like move 20, and it set up the most brilliant, it's just such a brilliant sacrifice. And this kid at 13, he saw that sacrifice. Sorry, I'm going down on a tangent there. But the math won. That's the point. In both chess and poker, the players, the game evolved over time to mitigate risk, which is kind of logical when you think about it. Like any system that improves itself and iterates over and over time, any system that is devised to be successful at something, some competition or whatever, is just going to iterate and iterate and iterate and iterate until eventually it's just a very mathematical kind of more almost like straightforward kind of just thing. Just like do the calculations, play it out, you know? And you don't really see chess players like take risks in the same way. It's just, that's just not how chess is played anymore. Back then you could do that. And it's the same with poker. The Doyle Brunson system of poker is not how the professional poker players of 2025, actually, you know, it's been a while since I was plugged into poker, but the Doyle Brunson's there, he's a relic, you know, like he's like, he's fucking dead, but like the style of play, that's not really what you see achieve the most consistent success in poker games. The ones that were mitigating as much risk as possible are the ones that in the long term are going to run a profit being a poker player, which is insanely hard. It is so grindy. If you're going to play the technically correct way of poker, 95% of the time you're fucking folding and you're not picking fights. That is the dominant way. And so, yeah.
Fucking math nerd, PhD people that are fucking hand ranging and everything. Okay, it doesn't work anymore, but this is the strategy back in the day. Okay, and it worked. It worked because he's winning so many small pots that he's always winning, that he can afford to take a little bit more risk on these bigger pots. And it's hard to, because it's hard to know like what he has. Is he just being aggressive? Does he have some shit? And then he can win big money on big pots because it's harder for other people to gauge him. But this strategy of like him, like of always fighting. So
hang on, I'm so sorry. I know he's just wrong about this. That is what he's saying about Doyle Brunson is not true. Doyle Brunson he wasn't like a maniac. It's just not true. It is not true. The analogy is so bad on so many different levels.
So much on every hand, and always picking up all these small wins means that if he picks a big fight, kind of, or somebody else is like, oh.
The overarching point is objectively correct. It's just not though, because the players that are like maniacs would lose to the Doyle Brunsons because he was tight but aggressive. He picked his spots. Maniacs that don't pick their spots, maybe they have one good night, maybe they have two good nights in a row, maybe, you know, but in the long run, they're gonna lose their whole ass. The maniacs are not the ones that make it in poker. It's just not true.
Oh, fuck it, you can have that. He can just walk away from it. He's still up. He's still good. He doesn't have to go all in here, right? But when he does want to go all in, when he does want to pick a big fight, if he wins those, my God, this motherfucker's got everything. The Republicans are never thinking we need to save our political capital so that we can expend it later on in this fight. The Republicans lie and fight on everything. No Epstein files for you. We're not going to sit this person. Fucking 90% of Trump's cabinet picks didn't even say that Biden won the 2020 fucking election. What the fuck? We're firing everybody that disagrees with us. We've got literally Project 2025 Bad Dragon dildos that everybody's required to sit on before cabinet meetings.
Mark's like, I told you. Mark's like, he's going to make the same point that you're making. And it's like, no, he didn't. He just objectively didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. He is comparing the Republicans of now to a fictional version of Doyle Brunson that he has conjured. And then he's saying we should be like Doyle Brunson. But he also like made the point that the fictional version of Doyle Brunson that he, you know, is referring to, he also acknowledges that the PhD math people came in and just like took over the game of poker, and that just doesn't work anymore. And so I just think this is the worst way to make this point, bro.
Donald Trump, you'd be happy to come by the Department of Labor because we painted a giant fucking picture of your ass right on the fucking window for everybody to jerk off to every morning before we say our daily Trump prayer. Small fights everywhere. We're talking about trans people while we're renaming the Gulf of America or the Gulf. Fuck me. I can't believe I just fucking said that. While we're renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
In a video game.
We're talking about bombing Panama and Greenland. And then, like, what the fuck?
None of those things came from Congress, just to be clear.
Fuck. They're fighting everywhere. It's
not they. Donald Trump is doing like 95% of the things that's happening right now. The Congress, what have they done? One big, beautiful bill. Okay. What else? What are they doing? Talking about the Congress.
Constant fear of like, we got to consider politically, what can we afford to do? Like Republicans are like, oh, fuck it, we can do fucking everything, I guess. And if they win somewhere, who the fuck cares? Or if they lose somewhere, who the fuck cares? Because they got 30 other fights going on. You just defended the status quo, but they're trying to get you in 30 other ways. I'm sorry, people have to understand this, I think.
Trump to heel and Doge. I absolutely think that was a fight worth picking. Just to be clear.
I'm just not sure that they had any realistic win conditions. Dylan with $2. Where's the math that will defeat the Republicans? I don't know if anybody has the answer to that question right now. I mean, nobody knows, right? Like, you would think of plausible ways that the Democrats could take back the House in 2026. That's kind of straightforward. You know what I mean? Kind of straightforward. Donald Trump, in both of his presidencies, has been historically unpopular. When you aggregate the average of all of his approval rating against other, even Biden, right? Like the average, he's historically unpopular and he's unlikely to buoy his public approval again. And on top of that, he's taking direct steps and directly negatively impacting the economy. The fundamentals of politics, which he has not utterly annihilated just yet, thankfully, say that he's not in a strong position to prevent the Democrats from taking majority of the House in 2026. And then in 2028, that's also tough. He's not going to be on the ballot. And in every single election, of which there have been 2, technically, but also like special elections, right? When he's not on the ballot, the Republicans struggle. He did actually crazy good with voters who did not vote in 2020. And then he did poorly, or Kamala did better, with voters that had voted in 2020. It just turned out that like him turning out low engagement voters was a huge deciding factor in 2024. And so all this to say, I'm not telling you it's a lock for Democrats. Don't get me wrong. I'm not so bold as to make that kind of prediction. Like, I wouldn't bet $1,000 that the Democrats take back the House. I wouldn't bet $1,000 that the Democrats win in 2028. I might bet $100 that the Democrats win. But you asked me, like, what does the math look like to beat Republicans? And it's like, well, there's a lot of ways that could play out. And there's just frankly a lot that a lot of it is just we have to see what happens, especially in the next like 6 months, you know? Like the final 6 months, or like 4 to 5 months, like before the primary, before the midterms, that's going to tell us a lot about the state of the race. You know, 2018 didn't really surprise anyone. I don't know if you remember that, but it didn't really surprise anyone. Like most people thought it was going to be a blue wave, and it ended up being a blue wave. And so I think we're going to have a pretty decent sense of like, is it going to be close? Is it going to not particularly be close? But we can't really know that until we get there. And then the other thing too is like Donald Trump has a tendency of endorsing extremist candidates in Republican primaries who then go on to lose. So we have that in our favor. I don't know. Maybe somebody in his team can convince him to not do that this time around, but he just seems to do that a lot. He'll back candidates like Blake and Carrie Lake, Blake Masters and Carrie Lake and Herschel Walker and you know. And then they just they got blown out like in 2022 because he just fucking can't help himself for picking a fight back then. But do you agree with the idea that if they would pick that fight back then?
Like think about what Republican Hutch would be saying, right? Okay, how are we going to be able to fight this government shutdown? We're trying to cut Medicaid. Like, what are we going to do? Like Medicaid might be a step too far. You know, Americans need their health care, right? That's not what they were in a room and it's like, okay, fuck. All right. They're coming after the Medicaid cuts. We need to keep our big tax cuts. What are we going to do, guys? What are we going to do on this? Let's claim that they're trying to give $1.5 trillion to illegal immigrants, I guess, maybe, right? Can they even do that? I don't think so. Fuck it. Let's run with it. Let's just fucking go. Let's go. Mike, get out there, Johnson. Everybody, that's the new, let's go. 1.5 trillion, illegal immigrant healthcare. Boom. And that's the talking point. They don't even care. It's not even remotely rooted in reality.
I mean, listen, I don't know what to tell him. If he thinks that Mike Johnson and Thune are not in daily meetings going over messaging strategy, he's insane. Like Destiny has lost his fucking mind. Like, why do you think Mike Johnson does these like early morning press conferences? Like he's in a fight. They are fighting right now. Do you really think that Thune and Mike Johnson are not like stressed in this moment? You really feel like they don't feel pressure right now?
reality. Because if they're lying and they get caught, who the fuck cares? They're already on like 12 different lies. It doesn't matter.
And it was perceived as overreach. Do you agree that right now they would be in a weaker position?
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Maybe. You don't know, man.
Okay.
Don't concede.
Then
don't
how do you not believe that Chucky Boy was not? Why would you say he wasn't vindicated then?
Because my position is not knowing then what we know now, or knowing then what we know now, that this fight just self-contained.
I joined the stream and I see an ad for balding. What the fuck?
Over healthcare when his approval rating is lower. I'm not saying that is
This is self-inflicted. This is I'm doing this. You should get an ad for razors, you know?
As risky or more risky than the fight I wish Schumer would have also picked back in April. But that's not vindicating Chuck, in my opinion. Chuck said that it was too risky. Not that it was risky, or not even that it was more risky. It was too risky, and it's not even that it would backfire per se. His argument was at the time, the reason that he said that he wasn't going to support a shutdown is because it would.
His point is that the messaging is made up. Well, yeah. What do you mean? I mean, I feel like I'm having a Drax moment from Guardians of the Galaxy. Well, all words are made up. Like, of course it's all made up. Are you kidding me? Like, of course. But his whole thing was like, he's saying that like Republicans are just like cruising right now, you know? They're not concerned about, they'll just fucking do whatever. Like, it's just not, I don't know. I just feel like I don't know, man. I just feel like he is just kind of constructing a reality where the Republicans are just like fucking gravy train. Life is great. You really don't think that congressional Republicans are stressed right now? Marjorie Taylor Greene is giving interviews on CNN saying that she disagrees with the party on Medicaid cuts. Like they're in like, do you guys understand that there are very high level conversations that are going on all over the country right now between Republican strategists who are now trying to imagine how to plot a course, and they have no fucking idea like how to. People talk about Dems, like where's the leadership, where's the party headed, where like they talk about that, but it's like the Republicans right now are all like counting down the clock to a post-Trump era, and there's not really a clear answer for like where they go. Like who's going to steer the ship? Are they going to be able to capture as much attention and imagination and energy from like who's going to fill Donald Trump's shoes? Like who, right?
Give Trump extraordinary discretion during a government shutdown.
I think that's what he said, but I think it was more about the public perception. Like I think that's what I think. I don't think
maybe it's both, but going on his publicly stated reasons, that actually.
Remember, it's not when you think about public perception. Okay, you're thinking like, okay, how is the public going to perceive things if we do a thing? That's not what the Republicans are thinking. Republicans are thinking, how should we make the public perceive this thing, right? Like in a world where Jessiah is like,
how's that working out? The Republican Party is underwater on every issue except maybe immigration. Like it's not working. Like I don't, okay, great. You say that this is their strategy. Okay, great. But it's not, it's obviously not working. Like, and it happened the first time Donald Trump was president too. Like he makes things less popular. Like he's literally politically toxic, right?
Fuck it, dude. We should send the National Guard to places because, like, we fuck around, right? Who cares, right? Hutch would be thinking, like, well, how would the public perceive that? Which, in a world of 15 years ago, that's a valid question. That's not what Trump thinks. They are like, let's fucking.
Who cares? I don't want to listen. I don't know about you guys. I don't want a Democratic Party Trump, bro. I am not looking for that. I very much want the opposite of that. I don't want that. I think that would be horrible for the health of the party.
And let's fuck around and send the National Guard to places. Okay, well, how do we want the public to perceive it? I don't know. Let's just say we solve crime there. LOL, LeMayo. Wouldn't that be? Yeah, fuck it. Let's do that. It's like, okay, cool. That's the message. And that's what they say, right? We sent the National Guard to DC. We sent the whoever to whatever place. Can they even arrest people? I don't think so.
Nobody is suggesting that. You guys are calling me obtuse. All right. Explain his point. Go ahead. He's saying, do you think the Republicans are thinking about that? What? Okay, ... And what does that mean? Where's he going with that? What possible point could he be making apart from like Democrats need to start thinking about doing politics in a similar kind of way? Just fucking do shit, right? That's the whole thing, right? Just fucking do shit. Public opinion, fuck it. Just do shit. That's what he's saying, right? I'm obtuse. What else could he possibly be saying? Besides, on some level, we should think about emulating like what they're doing because in his mind, they're having all this success, but success to him is a budget reconciliation bill and a bunch of executive orders. Like that's success. I'm not interested in that success. I know you guys aren't.
What happened? Well, everybody's going to restaurants now. It was $10 more trillion in investments, and we solved all the crime there.
That is exactly what he's saying. Yes, because they're winning. How do you define winning? Like, how do you define, if we're talking about like block a Supreme Court nomination, I'm with you. Like, again, if we get the Senate, which is not going to happen, but if we get the Senate in 2026, and then it's Senate Majority Leader Schumer, Clarence Thomas dies, keep that shit vacant. Fuck yourselves. The new world now. We're not going to fucking seat that, whatever. Great. I'm with you on that one. What you're saying, like Republicans are like winning, right? Like, okay, they're in power right now, but here are their wins, okay? Donald Trump is just fucking doing shit outside of Congress. Most, if not all, but like 95% of the things that he's doing are not popular. His numbers have dramatically dwindled. They have squandered all of the gains that they made with Hispanic voters. Most of the gains that they made with black voters is fucking gone. They are massively underwater with independent voters. And they got one big beautiful bill, a budget reconciliation bill. That is the success that you're trying to emulate. I thought we were trying to do fucking big things like expand the court and single payer, you know, like I thought that's what we were going for. But you guys seem to be keen on settling for, you know, a dysfunctional Congress that barely gets anything done and a tyrant mad king. That's like the success. Like, all right.
And that's enough? You like people believe that? Yeah. Okay. Cool, I guess. All right. Next thing.
It cuts against Schumer because you can make the case that Trump's discretion is more powerful now than it was back then because he's gone through with a bunch of fucking rescissions and unconstitutional, well, I thought was unconstitutional clawbacks that the Supreme Court has tolerated, which also gets us back, of course, to the Supreme Court, which is like, yeah, sure, Congress has the power of the purse, but the president can effectively neutralize that by refusing to spend, federal monies on shit that's congressionally allocated. And actually could even make the case too that there is no win condition for Democrats here, at least legislatively, because let's say Trump comes to the table and negotiates something vis-a-vis healthcare or the ACH subsidies. What's to stop him from just doing a majority rescission cut after the shutdown? If Democrats, this is part of the problem. John Favreau and Ezra Klein are talking about this too, that anything that the Republicans agree to, we actually have no reason to trust them at all because Trump has been reneging on this shit. Like, yeah, I'll refuse to spend the money on it, or we'll do, because rescission packages only require 51 votes. Yeah, we'll agree, get Schumer to the table, 60 votes to get through the filibuster. We pass this budget or this continuing resolution, and then in 2 weeks we'll go back with 51 votes and claw the shit back. I think they've done that already this year.
I think what's going on here, sweet brother Jessiah, is that like I view politics similarly to how I view chess. I apologize. I know. I apologize. It's another cringe chess analogy. I apologize. In that your position really matters. I don't know how much you know about chess, but like your position, the pawn structure, your king safety, all of that, like, whether or not you control the center, all of this is just crucial. I apologize. I played chess obsessively for like 6 years, and I just my brain just goes there. Really important if you're going to set up some kind of a checkmate situation. And if you just aggressively start throwing every pawn, 4 squares down the board, and you just give up all your defenses and you just launch a really kind of like uncoordinated attack with little to no thought, like a thoughtful chess player who knows what they're doing, they're just going to annihilate your position and then pick you off quite easily. Like, I think that it makes sense in politics, just like in a chess game, to try to anticipate where you think the board is going to be like 10, 15 moves away, which is really, really difficult, but you have to be forward thinking.
The problem is you're playing in time though, right? We don't have time to sit down and evaluate every single fucking decision.
We don't have time to evaluate our decision? Like what? I'm sorry. I'm putting me in the camp of like, we should always think about our decisions. And we do have time to think about our decisions.
Right? You're playing thinking. The problem is you're playing in time though, right? We don't have time to sit down and evaluate every single fucking decision, right? You're playing speed chess with an opponent that has 20 pawns and 6 queens in his pocket. And so he moves a piece recklessly, and then you capture.
It's his analogy versus mine, but like whenever we get to his analogy, I'm like, hang on, like, wait, what is the pawn? And like, what is the...
Captured intelligently, and he's already put 3 more pawns on the board. And you're sitting there trying to argue that he's breaking the rules while the clock is ticking on your side. And everybody in the audience thinks it's epic and based that this motherfucker has 13 pawns on the board somehow. And you might even be right. You might be correct. But at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter because now the clock's run out. Trump is deploying the National Guard like an epic-based memer. And you're complaining that he broke the rules. And the Supreme Court says, I don't know, maybe we'll figure it out in 6 years. And now everybody's laughing at you. And now you're a nerd and everybody's beating you up. And and it doesn't matter anymore.
And you have to always be considering the strength of your position. You have to be able to look at the board and evaluate, like, where am I weak, where am I strong, and then you address the weaknesses and try to advance your strengths. You and I felt like Econoboy and certainly Pisco.
I'm sorry, man. Come on. And then he's fucked your mom and fucking tortured you to death and waterboarded you, and now he's fucking buried you in the ground 20 feet underneath, but he buried you alive, and so now you're like gasping for air. And I'm like, what?
I was of the mind that the Democrats just need to be this like constant like fight mode, and I just don't think that aligns with the broad American electorate. I think you guys think that it's just as simple as like, okay, if it's only 30% of the country that supports court packing right now, it's just as simple as just like, we got to have the most charismatic people go out there, and we can just shift public opinion. Like,
I'm sorry, but this is nonsensical, right? Like, if I say the fight to sway public opinion sufficiently on expanding the court is a really difficult thing that you need to be really careful about. If you say, well, why does Trump just do whatever he wants? This is not an apples to apples situation. If he wanted to expand the court, he would have trouble doing that. You understand that? Like, that would not be a straightforward thing. Absent Democrats signaling that they're going to do it for sure, he would have a really hard time getting that done. Anybody thinking that he would just be able to easily get that done, even in 2025, that would not be a simple thing, right? Like, why is Trump doing whatever he wants? Well, the president can just do stuff. What's Trump getting from Congress, right? Like, he got a budget reconciliation bill, right? That's within the bounds of Biden got 7 reconciliation bills, right? And a number of bipartisan bills. The Congress, especially the minority party, you can't really do a lot to rein in Donald Trump. You can just try to make the most savvy political decisions, case by case, at every step of the way. 30 points in a matter of like a couple years, and I just don't know how realistic that is. And my frustration, and then okay, hold on, Bread Bowl. You're right, Hutch. He gets to do unconstitutional action after action, and we get to ponder if things will be popular or not. Sounds like winning to me. Okay, I just want to be clear about what you're saying here, right? Because I don't want to straw man you. Are we not at that point just talking about civil war? Because if you're saying like fuck the Constitution, just do whatever, that's what that means, right? Like, like if you're saying that the Democrats should similarly just say fuck the Constitution, don't think he said that. All right, Mark, you are gone. I'm sorry, you're out of here, buddy. I can't with you. I just can't. Get the fuck out of here, Mark. Bread Bull said, you're right, Hutch. He gets to do unconstitutional action after unconstitutional action, and we get to ponder if things will be popular or not. Sounds like a winning strategy. Okay, so what are you saying? Like, what are we doing? Be more specific. Like, what are you saying? Like, okay, we need to fucking break the rules and be unconventional, and that means fighting on an issue that polls at 28%. Maybe you don't like my strategy, but I failed to see the strategy there. And then I'll pass it over to you. But like, my frustration with a lot of like Democratic voters right now is like, they just want to see a fight. And to me, that is like so dumb. Like, I don't care about like seeing a fight. I care more about like, well, when is the fight to our advantage? Like, when do we pick a fight where it actually creates?
But think about what he's saying. Hutch is contradicting himself. You're then realizing it's like, all voters want to see is a fight, but we should pick the fight that matters. But what fights are you saying matter, Hutch? Well, the ones that voters care about.
The base Democratic Party voter base are the ones that are like fight. When I'm talking about the electorate, I'm talking about beyond just our base. We are not going to win. We're not going to defeat MAGA and Republicans by exclusively pandering to our base and not considering what the fucking 40% of people or the 40 to 20% of people that are kind of like in the center, whatever that is.
Okay, then pick one. If voters just want to see a fight, which I agree they do, then it doesn't matter what we fight on. Fight on something. That's what they want to say. They want to see people.
It obviously matters because the Dem voter base are not the same electorate as the middle fucking. We'll split the difference and say 30%. Like, they're just not. They're not the same voter base. They're not the same constituency. There can be a lot of overlap, but it's just not this. It's fundamentally not the same voter base.
We'll fight on something, because that's what it feels like Trump does, right? That's at the.
Would you say that Gavin Newsom has been successful? Gavin Newsom has been really successful at exciting the Democratic voter base, and we'll see if that translates to success in 2028. What I think is really likely to happen if Gavin Newsom runs. A lot of the times when you're doing a primary, it is about like exciting the base because a lot of primaries are closed primaries. And so you're competing with the Democratic Party voter base. And then when you advance to the general, you pivot to the center every fucking time. That is what happens. So if Newsom cites the base and arouses the base to the extent that they pick him to be the nominee in 2028, he will pivot towards the center. And if he doesn't, he's going to get stomped the fuck out.
At the end of the day, the whole essence of Trump is that it felt like a guy who wanted to break shit, that because he was the only one that was listening to the anguish of Americans, and it felt like we were heard, regardless of how fucking retarded he was or stupid he was. That was the feeling. That was like the core root feeling. It's the same thing that Bernie Sanders tapped into, or maybe AOC tapped into, and Donald Trump tapped into. Oh, this is a guy that realizes we're mad as fuck. We don't give a fuck about literally anything else happening. I don't care about the parliamentarian or the Constitution or any of this other gay shit. I just want to see a guy who seems mad and wants to fuck shit up. Then fucking go, right? It doesn't matter what he wanted to fight on. The fact they wanted to fight everything was fucking base, right? Now, that's not a good way to govern. It's not a good way to build a country or whatever, but it's politically effective. And Hutch he's almost fallen into...
It's not a good way to govern. Wait, hang on. I feel like that is kind of a big deal.
Then fucking go, right? It doesn't matter what he wanted to fight on. The fact they wanted to fight everything was fucking base, right? Now, that's not a good way to govern. It's not a good way to build a country or whatever, but it's politically effective.
I mean, I guess that's not necessarily contradictory. Maybe he's saying like winning elections versus governing. I'm not really sure, but like, okay.
And Hutch he's almost fallen into this trap, this black hole of self.
He's saying it's good politically. Like, hang on. We really do need to scrutinize this. Okay.
Fuck, we don't give a fuck.
This is really important. Okay.
About literally anything else happening. I don't care about the parliamentarian or the Constitution or any of this other gay shit. I just want to see a guy who seems mad and wants to fuck shit up. Then fucking go, right? It doesn't matter what he wanted to fight on. The fact they wanted to fight everything was fucking base, right? Now, that's not a good way to govern. It's not a good way to build a country or whatever, but it's politically effective.
Is it? Well, what are your political goals? Like, if you're only concerned with, I just want to have the ability, you know, you're Donald Trump, right? And I just want to have the ability to just fucking do whatever, you know, make me president, Supreme Court, immunity ruling, dope. I can just fucking do whatever, right? If that is your goal, I guess, then sure, that's politically effective, I guess. Where's the long-term strategy in that? There is none. Your whole political project is to serve the whims of a mad tyrant. That's not a... You say politics is for power. I agree. But you have to have a long-term vision as well as just... It can't just be just like, you know, our goal is to just have a mad king for like 4 years. When you look at the overall... I feel like this happens so much. People overstate the strength of the Democratic Party so often, and it drives me insane. Why are people talking about Donald Trump and the Republican Party as though where it's like we're dealing with like a Reagan fucking mandate from 1984? Why are people doing this? When you look at the current landscape, like, yeah, Donald Trump he's like doing a lot of bad stuff, but what is the overall health of the Republican Party? It's not good. They're not in a good spot. Donald Trump's in a good spot. He's fucking, you know, like the South Park, right? Like he's waltzing into his fucking bedroom in the White House and taking his pants off and shoving his tiny dick in Satan's asshole. It's only 6 centimeters, you know. And he's like, hey, relax, guy. You know, like it's just fucking, he's having a great time. Are you kidding me? He's loving it. Like, how's the party doing right now? Democrats have a slight advantage on the general ballot right now. The Republicans are underwater on the economy. Like, can we pause on that for a minute? Like, it doesn't matter if we need to stop thinking about politics outside of just, well, the Republican base are having a field day. Okay, great. Awesome. I'm quite frankly, I am glad that they feel so confident right now because it's just pure hubris. And surely that would never backfire, right? The Republic, like, we need to pause on that. The Republican Party underwater on the economy, which is, I don't think that has happened since the early 90s with George H.W. Bush or the latter part of George W. Bush's presidency when the housing market fucking crashed. You know, like that's their fucking strongest issue, the economy, like consistently. This has been a myth that has persisted for fucking decades. Republicans are the party of fiscal responsibility. Voters trust them more on the economy. It's the most insane shit ever. And they're currently underwater on the economy after less than a year of Donald Trump being president. They have a 3 or 4 seat majority in the House, which that could change with the redistricting shenanigans, which sucks, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. They have a 3 seat majority in the Senate. And Donald Trump, if the margins would have been 2% different in the battleground states, Kamala Harris would be president right now. And people are treating Donald Trump like he's got, like, you are treating him the way that he's projecting himself. That's what's driving me insane. He's getting on fucking Twitter and getting in front of cameras every day. And he's like, everybody loves me. Most popular president ever, maybe ever. I don't know. Many people are saying I'm the most popular president ever. And it seems as though like a lot of you guys are fucking taking him at his word. You're like, damn. And you're not really objectively evaluating the situation.
And Hutch he's almost fallen into this trap, this black hole of contradiction of like, well, you know, we need to pick where we're going to fight. So it really matters what the voters think. And it's like, the voters just want to see a fight. And that's frustrating. Well, that means they're giving you a blank check to fight on anything. Fight.
No. You are not categorizing what I said accurately. There's your base, and then there are the voters, the whole country. In many ways, that is the defining challenge of the modern Democratic Party, is the tension between these two groups, the center and the base. Because now you have this Democratic Party where it seems like there's a lot more tension between the center and the base. And a lot of Democratic voters resent Democratic Party politicians when they pivot to the center, which is a strategy that will more likely yield success in competitive districts. If you're in like a D plus fucking 15, D plus 30, I think NYC is D plus 38, go nuts, man. Fucking run a fucking socialist. You know, it's like you can do a lot of stuff there. In the competitive districts, you just can't do that. And that's why there are no progressives in the entire Congress that serve in competitive districts. Isn't that kind of crazy? Like none. Zero. All of them are like moderate. And that causes tension because then the lefties and the progressives are like, why are you always pandering to them? Well, the reality is like you need them to win elections. You can't ignore them. You cannot just exclusively focus on your base. You can't do it. Just a recipe for failure. Not going to work.
You on something, pick something and fight on it.
Leverage and actually build. When is the fight to our advantage? Like when do we pick a fight where it actually creates leverage and actually builds goodwill with voters and improves the standing of the party and is effective at foiling? It's not going to be your own base that are solely responsible for giving you the leverage that might give you an advantage in a shutdown fight. That can't just mathematically, it can't just come from your base. It has to come from other people too. Like it's not just about your base. That's the moral of the story. It's not just about the base. Trump, like those are the things. Like how effective are your fights is the more important question. And this superficial desire to see a constant 24/7 fight on everything, I think is wildly emotional and not rational at all.
I appreciate that. I could go through and I could say, and I could try to correct you that I don't want a 24/7 fight and I don't want to fight on every issue. But that's your perception of me and that doesn't matter. Okay. So we could quibble. I could talk about all the times that you and I have agreed and we've been allies against people who are like, no, Democrats need to swing at everything everywhere all at once. But I understand the moment that that's your perception of me. I'm gonna give you my perception of you.
Uh-oh.
That you are not proactive. Your default assumption is anything that Democrats do, anything, must be the right move or vindicated because you can't entertain a counterfactual where, you know, taking a risk might have yielded a more beneficial result. You're doing it right here with Chuck Schumer. And again, we could do this with literally everything, any Democratic success or failure. I could out Hutch you. I could just say, I need you to show me where that was actually the wrong decision. You can't disagree with that, Hutch. That was the right decision because the alternative could have been worse. It could have been worse. And we could just come up with all sorts of bullshit hypotheticals about how that could have been worse. Kamala Harris was obviously the perfect candidate. Well, no, she couldn't have been because she lost. Well, I need you to show me where a better candidate would have won or a different candidate would have won. I need you to show me where having a primary, a contested primary would have been better than just simply anointing Kamala the Democratic nominee. You gave your perception of where I'm coming from.
That's fair.
And I'm giving you my perception of where you're coming from, right? Because I understand your frustration. I get it. And I hate that I'm giving you that impression that all I want to do in literally every instance is fight. I hate that because I don't think that's accurate. You're frustrating me because you give me the impression of somebody who never wants to fight and who only wants to fight when we're 1 inch away from success, which isn't going to happen, right? And who says,
how is that true? How is that true though?
You stop it right now. You stop it.
We're fighting right now and I support it wholeheartedly, bro.
No, wait a minute.
I never want to. This kind of drove me fucking insane because like, I don't know. I felt like it was pretty uncharitable, you know, like if Schumer would have done the same thing this time around and said, you know what, I don't feel like this is a good time for the fight. I would have just 1,000 billion% been like, what the fuck? I was skeptical of his decision to wait the first time, but I did. If you go back and watch some of the podcast episodes when we talked about it, I did give myself like a little wiggle room. I'm like, you know, maybe he's right. I think I even literally said, you know, it's possible that we get to fall and it really kind of shapes out the way that Schumer is predicting that things are going to go. But if it would have come around this time around, there is no doubt in my mind whatsoever that I would have been sitting here like, what the fuck? I cannot explain this. There is no possible justification because we have there was a question in March. That's really what this is all about. There was a question. Do we have the leverage to pick a fight right now? Can we create the leverage to pick a fight right now? That was a question. And nobody knows the answer to that question. Nobody can tell you for sure the answer to that question. That's what this debate is all about. There is no question right now about having that leverage. It is not in doubt. That is the difference. So if Schumer decided he didn't want to pick this fight, there's nothing I could possibly conjure to justify a decision, which is why it didn't happen, right? A fight. Did I just say the fight? I love the fight that we're doing right now. This is this is a phenomenal fight.
Listen. I think if Schumer kicked the can down the road again, if he had done what he did in April, in 2 months you would have been saying, yeah, that was the right move to make. That's what I think.
True.
I think he, to the extent that you support, like, wait a minute.
There's no hypothetical where this is reality. There's no shot that would be happening. There is nothing to explain because there is no question about the leverage that we have right now. That is the difference. If
I think
Schumer did not pick the fight right,
I think
that is not true. We talked about it. We talked about it on the podcast, bro. I told you they should pick this fight right now.
You said on the podcast that they probably should have picked it back then. You supported it back then. Now you said he was vindicated.
Because
you changed your.
I did.
You stop it. You stop it. You change your mind based on what they do. Your default.
No, I proactively told you we should pick this fight before they picked it. I said this is the time to pick the fight.
You said it, but you said it back in March, bro. You were pissed at Schumer back in March.
I was a little squishy. I was like, I don't know. It feels like the wrong move. Everybody's pissed off at him. I think I even said, bro, I'm getting so mad right now. I'm positive I said this back then. I think I specifically said what Schumer decided to do by not picking this fight might be politically I am positive I said this. It might be in terms of like strategy on how to be an opposition party. Like, it might be the correct thing to do, but I still think it was a mistake because he's lost the confidence of enough Democratic voters. Okay, there it is. That's what I said. That is what I said. I even said back then, like, I don't know, I can kind of see the logic of what he's saying. Like, he's paying such a high political price for it. It may end up with him being primaried by AOC. So for him politically, it doesn't look like it's the correct move just because he's lost so much support and now the public are against him and blah, blah, blah. That's a really important difference between what I was saying about this upcoming fight, which for anybody who tunes into the podcast, I've been saying consistently, like, we're going to do it now. Like, now's the time. And I feel like Jessiah is just taking away all that charitability. He's just like, well, you just fucking support everything they do. And it's like, bro, I really don't think that's fair at all. But okay. Do I not get to change my mind if I get some kind of update?
He's missing the word you leave was opportunity cost. What Jessiah is saying is that no matter what happens, as long as the outcome is good, you're going to think it was a good decision. But that's not true. The outcome could have been a lot better, right? Is what he's saying.
It's just an unfair, like, totally uncharitable take. That's my take on that. It's not true. I did not say the same things back then that I've been saying consistently for like 2 months leading into this moment.
Yeah,
I understand. What I'm saying is,
when I saw the strength of their fight right now, it contextualized Schumer's decision back then, and it made me think like, well, he might have been right.
I understand. What I'm saying is, I believe that if Schumer had not picked the fight,
fucking literally, I'm losing my mind right now because I fucking literally said this at the time. I literally said Schumer might be making the technically correct decision. Like, his logic and his calculation might be correct, but politically, it seems like a bad move. Because now it seems like he is up against the clock and he's probably just going to be primaried and he's just lost. I think I even said I supported Schumer stepping down because it was just so bad. Like, whatever the reality is, I have my issues with the Democratic voter base. I quite frankly, I will shit on voters sometimes. Very oftentimes do. And I just think a lot of the Democratic voter base right now is like not where my head's at. But there does come a time where it's like, it kind of doesn't matter if you did the right thing or not. If you lose the confidence of enough people, you probably should step aside for the good of the party, just to inspire more confidence in the party. So that both of those things can exist at the same time. They're not contradictory.
Fight in October. You would be saying in December or January that was the right move to make. No. Yes. Okay, that's fine. 100%. That's fine. I'm giving you my perception of you.
Your perception is completely erroneous. Like I was on the record saying for like months leading into this moment right now that this is a fight that they have to pick. Like especially like over healthcare. I said I think I even said I would be massively disappointed and shocked if they didn't pick this fight right now. If they would have said like no, now's not the right time, I would have 1000% been right there alongside you saying this is fucking crazy. Like that is actual fecklessness. There's no way that I would have like weaseled out of that by saying, well, I don't know, because there would have been no sense to that whatsoever.
Okay. All right.
And I remember even when we had the conversation back in March, I remember even saying like maybe like Chuck might be right, but it just feels like politically the wrong decision for him to make right now.
I agree that you were less resolute. I agree.
If you acknowledge that, Jessiah, then your accusation makes no fucking sense. That's what drives me insane. I love Jessiah, but now I'm upset. Because he even says like, no, I remember you saying that, in effect. All right, whatever. Fuck it. Yeah, whatever. I'm a fucking dick-sucking sycophant who just will go along with everything the Democratic Party does, and they can never do anything wrong, and I'll you know, whatever.
That you were less resolute back in March than you were before this fight. I do agree with you there. Yeah, so to finish, as I was saying, the Supreme Court...
You don't get to make that accusation then, whatever. That's fine.
I think you recognize is an existential threat, and I don't think that you have much, that you will permit much by way of margin of error in trying to address that, because I think you think you can just swing 30 points in 3 years. I specifically did not make that claim. I said we should try. And this is what I'm saying. This is where we're just destined to do this forever.
My problem with the fucking Democratic voter base right now can be very succinctly summarized by just, there's a lot of like, quite frankly, you know, seeing a lot of it in my chat, right? But like, there's a lot of like, fucking do something! There's a lot of that right now. Like the Democratic voter base right now, they're in do something mode. They're in that mode like 24/7. Gotta be something they can do. There's gotta be do something to stop him. There's like a lot of that. There's just this assumption the Democratic Party in the Congress, who are in the minority right now, can like do things to stop the president of the United States from doing stuff. And I want to meet you halfway and say, I understand where that feeling comes from. That I understand. The urgency, I understand that. And I guess where I'm coming from is I think the urgency requires even more thoughtfulness. Whereas, and this is where I seem to be just massively out of step with the Democratic voter base, it seems like the more common attitude with the voter base is they think that the urgency means that we should be less thoughtful. In Destiny's own words, he tried to dismantle my chess analogy by saying, you know, we're dealing with time. And I think he even said, no, I could be wrong. We don't have time to carefully think about everything because we're playing speed chess. I think that is, I'll just say that is not where my head is at. I think that the urgency and the danger that Donald Trump represents means that we should be like even more thoughtful. It actually makes the onus on us to be careful is even greater, which is not to say never, like, don't do anything. That's not what any of this means.
I'm not going to sit here and go back and litigate every claim you made. You gave me your broad conception of your frustration of where I'm coming from. I could just as easily say you misrepresented me because you just said that I thought that I can swing public opinion 30 points in 3 years.
Well, that's what
I
it would
specifically
take.
Said,
that's what it would take, right?
I understand. And I specifically said, I'm not sure that can be done, but I think it's worth trying, right? You, on the other hand, seem to offer very little room.
Okay. What did Destiny just call it a second ago? The cost analysis. What was it? The opportunity cost. What are the odds that the Democratic Party can shift the broad electorate, not just the base, the broad electorate, at least, probably, at least 30 to 35 points in favor of Democrats expanding the court in the next 3 years? What are the odds of that happening versus what are the potential downsides? I think I have articulated a very obvious and I think undeniable downside, which is that we are not in power. The Republicans are in power right now. They can actually do that right now. And they're not. Like, I'm looking at the opportunity cost situation here, and it doesn't look great in favor of running on expanding the court. Don't love the math. I really don't love the math there.
Room by way of creating circumstances for victory, that those circumstances have to effectively be handed to us, and we simply exploit it.
Yes.
And that's just not going to happen. I'm not convinced it's going to happen.
Because
I think that politicians don't simply react to public sentiment. I think they shape public sentiment in part as well. I think it's a feedback loop. And I think the thing is, I'm at the point, and I've been at this point, and I feel that the threat that we're under now from this decision by the court.
Do you see, right? He's saying in more eloquent words, right, that Republicans don't sit and wait for the
to be clear, they're doing reversed Green Lantern. They're doing reverse Green Lantern here. They're doing Green Lantern in the inverse. Okay. They're treating the Republican Party as though they're this like all powerful thing, and it is not rooted in reality. Like Trump is the Mad King, and he's just fucking going nuts, right? Whatever. But they're saying like when I look at the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party in terms of like the things that they were able to get done. I mean, like more meaningful things. Like, there's no question that the Democrats have a way better track record. Like, there's no question. And yet, Destiny keeps saying, like, they just shape the narrative. They just fucking they create the narrative, right? Like, he's giving them Green Lantern powers. Republicans, through sheer force of will and just energy and effort, they can just effortlessly shape the narrative. Really? Like, how do you explain their approval numbers right now? How do you explain Donald Trump's approval numbers right now? I thought they could easily shape the narrative. Why did everybody change? Not everybody. Why did public opinion sway away from tariffs? And how come there's not 60% approval for sending ICE into Los Angeles? Like, this is just a fiction. It's not real. The reality is, and here, let me break it down for you, okay? It's easier for the opposition party to shape the narrative than it is for the party that's in power. That's just a thing in American politics. Don't ask me how it works. I can give you some theories as to why it works this way. But once you get power, you tend to lose popularity. That's the pendulum. We just do that shit. We're just on this fucking merry-go-round. We just do this dance. There was a period in time, starting with Nixon, where Republicans won how many contests out of, wait, hold on. Before they got to Clinton, it was Nixon 1, Nixon 2, Carter, Reagan 1, Reagan 2, H.W. Bush. There was a period in history where Republicans won 5 out of 6 elections in a 24-year stretch. That is dominance. That is like, oh shit. That's like reverse Green Lantern. That's like, damn, they just fucking dominated. If we could go back to, why don't we just do the 21st century? So like George W. Bush 1, George W. Bush 2, Barack Obama 1, Barack Obama 2, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Donald Trump. They've won 4 out of the last 7. If we want to restrict it more, if we want to like skew the data a little bit more, and just restrict it to just Obama, right? Like whatever. Anyways, there's a back and forth going on here.
For the gas tank to be full, to go to Applebee's, right? They go to the gas station, they fill it up. They create the conditions for success. Success isn't always about waiting for the correct opportunity to come about, but it's like you're creating the environment so that those opportunities are more bountiful. They happen more often.
Democrats did that in 2018, in 2020, in 2022. We had a bad election cycle in 2024. We lost. We didn't get crushed, but we lost. It's kind of bad. But we had 3 positive election cycles like that went well for Democrats that right before this one. Why are we doing this thing where we're like inventing like, oh my God, they just can't be stopped. They just do they shape whatever narrative they want, and they can just easily sway public opinion this way. And it's just, none of this is true. It's not rooted in reality. I'm sorry.
Further vindicates my position this is something that we should have been investing political capital in much sooner. I think that we should have made court reform, court expansion, reining in this partisan court.
Do you think Obama should have campaigned on legalizing gay marriage when he was in the primary against Hillary?
I can't remember what the polling was at the time. I don't know if he should have campaigned on it. I think he should have over time, I think, expressed support for it, or had his vanguards. I think Biden was the first major politician to come out and do it. But here's the thing, not to get crass and throw gay people under the bus, but I think the threat posed by the Supreme Court is more existential than lack of gay marriage.
No, I understand, but I'm just making the point that I think everybody knew that Obama,
Like, the funny thing is that Hutch is technically falling into the same trap again. I'm not saying that Hutch is necessarily wrong, but that his decision-making apparatus needs adjustment. Because Hutch is trying to say, should he ran on gay marriage? And Hutch is going to say, well, obviously that would have been bad because look, he won. And it's like, well, hold on, you're very results oriented here. What if he would have ran on gay marriage? What if he would have been even more popular?
What are you basing that off of? Is that a plausible hypothetical? Not really. Not really. Seems unlikely. That's typically not what happens. That's why presidents usually avoid running on unpopular policies, and certainly primary contests. Certainly, right?
Who's to say? It's hard to say, because it seemed like there was more of an appetite in the U.S. public.
If he ran on gay marriage, would that have prevented him from winning the primary? I don't know, but conventional wisdom would tell you that probably would have hurt him a little bit.
For gay marriage, it passed, and for the most part, it's kind of been untouched. Who's to say that it was a good idea for him to do it? You're very results oriented, saying just because he won the election, every decision he made was a good one. That's not necessarily true.
Support gay marriage. Why is it? You tell me. I mean, why is it that generally speaking, when we're talking about presidential candidates, why is it that they generally don't run on unpopular policies? Why do you guys think that is? Why did Donald Trump, even though he was lying, obviously, but why did Donald Trump moderate rhetorically on abortion? Why do you think he did that? If you're running to win an election, you're obviously going to try to appeal to as many voters as possible and stake out popular positions in your proposals. And for as insane as Donald Trump is, the things that he was running on were not polling poorly, as far as I understand. He was running on what? I'm going to bring jobs back to America and repeal and replace Obamacare, which might have been divisive at the time. I don't know. That might have had a majority support at the time. I know that approval for the ACA shifted very fast as soon as they threatened to take it away. Marriage, but took a
100%. It was just a public posture,
right? Yeah. And I think that was a correct move.
Maybe.
I think that was. I think it was smarter to wait to try to pounce on that. He eventually did pounce on that, but gay marriage, support for gay marriage, had been steadily rising for years before he took a position. The trend line really kind of stayed consistent. After he endorsed it, it just kept going up, but that trend had already been going. That's just a good example of picking your fight.
Do you think, so I guess to wrap this up, do you think Obama helped shape opinion on gay marriage, or you're saying he waited, he was just simply reactive, he waited until the culture moved at a point where he could strike?
He objectively waited.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
Now I'm asking you again, I appreciate you bringing that example, because this is where I feel like I'm getting mixed messages. So is that what you want Democrats to do with the Supreme Court? Just wait?
In a very, yes. Why do I need to explain why running on a policy of drastically and radically and permanently transforming the judiciary, which polls currently at 29%, why do I need to explain why this is a bad idea? And that it would be better to pounce on that when you have more support from voters. Why do I need to explain this, guys? What are we doing? I feel like we're succumbing to this thing where it's I feel like people are just saying that Donald Trump has literally rewritten every single political convention that we have. Everything goes out the window. We no longer need to consider things like public approval when adopting a policy platform. I mean, I understand that Trump is an extreme guy who provokes extreme reactions, but this is a bit extreme to me. Literally, why do I need to explain this? Yeah, essentially, yes. Yeah.
Okay, right. So,
hold on. Not necessarily wait totally passively. I think there are ways that you can start injecting certain kind of messaging to sort of start shifting things, to try to influence things that the public moves towards your position. But it has to be kind of subtle. It has to be kind of shrewd. It has to be done very carefully, because the risk of it just blowing up and totally backfiring, I think in this moment when they have power, is pretty substantial. At minimum, Jessiah, I don't think we should be talking about this. I might be willing to entertain your strategy
in private,
if, we win the midterms. If we go to the midterms and we still don't have a majority after that, then I don't know what the right move is.
Well, and I want to be clear. I totally agree with you that now is, I just want to be very clear about this. I don't think now is the most optimal time to be having.
Okay. Great. We can revisit it after the midterms, but I doubt I'm going to change my mind even then. I mean, we can see what support for expanding the court looks like in a year. I don't think it's going to drastically change. And I don't think any amount of leadership from the Democratic Party can, I just hate this idea that you guys are, I don't know where you're getting this idea that it's some simple, easy thing, or even plausible thing to shift public opinion that drastically on this issue. Where is this coming from? And you're well, Donald Trump does it. No, he doesn't. Well, there's no equivalent to this. He has never done the equivalent of shifting public approval 30 points on expanding the court. He's never done that. He has not done that yet.
Having this conversation, I think it was in 2023 and 2024. I think the second the immunity decision came out, that's when I would have been like, okay, because again, reportedly this was Biden's whole position too, which is why he finally.
That's when you pounce on reforms. That's when you start running on reforms, term limits, You know, we can like this is like the difference between you know, like the ACA and you know, the public option, right? Like this is like a Kyle Kulinski moment, right? You know, Kyle Kulinski's whole thing is like, well, you could have got a fucking public option, bro. You know, you could have got a public option. Kyle Kulinski literally said you should start every negotiation demanding 100% of everything that you want. And his logic was, well, if you start at 100%, you end up closer to 70%, as opposed to starting at 50% and going to 20. He said that shit. And it's the same kind of thing here, man. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know if expanding the court is politically possible. Maybe that changes. It might change. But I feel like I'm coming from the same place as maybe people were coming from back in 2010, when a lot of people on the left were like, why doesn't he get a public option? Like, I feel like I would have been one of those guys back then where it's like, hey, listen, you're dealt the cards that you're dealt. Like Obama was dealt that Congress, and that Congress said no to a public option. They just said no, and there's nothing he can do. He could not have changed their minds. I feel like I'm having that conversation right now with you guys. Like, I know you don't like it when people generally don't like it when you tell them certain things are not possible. But sometimes a grown-up has to tell you that shit is not possible. Sometimes you just got to be blunt and honest.
He fucking came out for shit that he'd never endorsed before. The immunity decision is what tipped him over. I think Democratic institutionalists...
We were in a pretty weak position in 2023. I mean, I don't understand the logic. We were in a pretty weak position in 2023. Where did he have the leverage to... You know, you wanted an unpopular president who people thought was demented to lead the charge. Yeah, Joe Biden, if anybody could turn public opinion around on expanding the Supreme Court, it would have been Joe Biden in 2023. Are we listening to ourselves right now? What are you talking about? Does anybody think that Joe Biden could have shifted public opinion substantially on expanding the court in 2023? I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
Why did they bring it up in 2024? He was even weaker in 2024.
Well, they brought up reforms. They didn't bring up packing the court.
Yeah.
Hutch, and again, maybe this, I'm happy to disaggregate this. We need we absolutely, in my opinion, need court expansion, but we need all kinds of court reform. If you want to come back to me and say, Jessiah, on this, and this, we can fucking shout from the rooftops right now, but this other thing, we need to hold off. That's at least a compromise we can get to. So I'm just putting all in the blanket.
That was my position. That is my position. And at this point in the conversation, I got a little frustrated because I was like, that's literally been my position this entire time. If you want to have Democratic leadership go out there starting today, talking, court is bored with 25 months. Appreciate it. And in fact, I think they already do this. I think this already is their position that they want to do court reforms. I don't know if it's like a central pillar of the party. I don't know.
It's not. Right. They've been public about that. That's my point.
That's fine. But we need to disentangle court reforms with court packing. Court packing is the Tsar Bomba of like options when it comes to the courts.
Do you know what Republicans did when the Senate Judiciary Committee talked about having a binding code of conduct for the justices back in 2023? The Republicans went apeshit on this. Oh my God, they're trying to interfere with the court. Democrats are trying to rig and interfere with the court because you know.
But it wasn't court packing though. There is a difference.
I do understand, but what I'm saying
is a significant escalation that goes well beyond court reforms. It is very, 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 very much in a different, more substantial category. It's like a 10 if court reforms are a 3.
What would you say?
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying, like, it's just
arguably, I think you could. I legitimately you can make this argument. Arguably, court packing is less extreme than McConnell refusing to hear Obama's Supreme Court pick.
Bruce Green just...
Okay, well, I don't know how to... This might be... I just, you know... Let's just make up a number, okay? Let's say 3. Say 3. Mitch McConnell not having a hearing for Merrick Garland is more extreme than adding 3 Supreme Court justices? I don't know how to make sense of that, but
because this is like an express power given to the president of the United States is the right to nominate a Supreme Court pick, and
that's true. The president does have the right to nominate Supreme Court justices. The Constitution is pretty clear about that authority. It is very much contested that the Senate is obligated to hear those to hold hearings. I think there's some debate about this, but I don't know if there's like a consensus that McConnell like violated the Constitution. We wanted to add Supreme Court justices. That would take federal legislation that at this moment in time would require a filibuster-proof majority. You don't need to do a constitutional amendment to expand the court. There are some reforms that you can do, like you're somewhat limited, but the Congress can do some reforms on the margins or whatever for the judiciary. They have that authority to do, right? Like McConnell violated a norm. That's what he did. He just took that norm and he was like, nope. And my understanding is, I think that's the first time that's ever happened. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but he violated a norm. He violated a, like, you might call it like a constitutional norm, but a norm is not the same thing as like a law or an amendment or a provision or something like that. He violated the Constitution. Same. Look, I mean, I defer to legal experts on that one. We can ask Pisco. That might be an interesting question to ask Pisco. But yeah.
And then have that pick heard and confirmed by the Senate. And McConnell said, no, you don't get one. That's if whatever court packing is, which traditionally I'm not.
That was extreme. Obviously what he did was extreme. Adding 3 Supreme Court justices is, I just think, mathematically just more extreme.
In favor, traditionally I'm not.
You know, depriving a party of 1 judge versus adding 3 judges. What's more extreme? How else are we evaluating this?
Not in favor. I still don't even know, right? Whatever court packing is, it's less extreme than that.
It's just a fundamental disagreement. I think that because Republicans are going to pounce on, like, like the fucking Intel thing, like of Trump, taking, what is it, a 5 or 10% stake in Intel from the federal government's perspective. Yeah, just objectively the most fucking communist policy we've seen in the United States in decades. Don't you like? And I guess this is where I'm different. At that point, I'm like, okay, not still saying that we shouldn't phrase things carefully, but I don't really give a fuck about what Republicans accuse us of. Nor should I think any Democratic politician moving forward, because
it's not about that. It's just about the center, bro. That's it. I mean, it doesn't matter like what MAGA, like MAGA has demonstrated that they can kind of.
I know that inherently on principle you don't care what Republican politicians say or do either. But why do you think Republican politicians say that? Why do you think they turn federal Obama, Biden?
Before I even get to that question, I've heard this logic, this exact same logic, to justify why defund the police. We shouldn't have, adopted different messaging. They use the same logic where it's like, well, the Republicans are just going to call you extremists anyway, so you don't really need to actually, be thoughtful about your rhetoric. I think this is really stupid.
No, that's why I said. Well, that's why I said.
Yeah,
right?
but defund the police sucked. That was a bad idea.
That's not what I said.
Well, what are we talking about when we say defund the police, right? Like if we're talking about literally defunding the police, that would be bad policy. And if you're talking about diverting some of the funds that would otherwise go to police to social workers who would respond to nonviolent, mental health crises, which is something that has been done, policy that has been implemented in various cities and has seen success, I might add. There have been municipalities, like local instances of them introducing these pilot programs, and they were successful. So like that doesn't seem like bad policy. Like defunding the police is bad policy. I'm saying that assume that somebody, when they meant defund the police, they meant the diverting the funds to a social worker. It's just like for this, that's what I mean when I say this. And like that person, if you asked a lot of those people back then, like, hey, maybe we do a new slogan. I don't know. This one seems to be a bit confusing. A lot of the thing, there was a lot of pushback back then. And people were saying the same thing. They're like, well, they're just going to accuse us of being extreme anyways. So we just shouldn't have to think about like our rhetoric. We shouldn't really have to think about messaging that way. Fuck them. They're just going to call us crazy anyways. Well, what happened? Like we lost seats in the House in 2020 in part because people were freaked out by that specific rhetoric. Whatever.
That was a bad idea.
I just fucking said. Not that you shouldn't be careful with your words.
I mean, you should be careful. You use this rationale,
but this is being careful.
Do you see what you're doing? You're kind of talking out both sides of the mouth.
Oh my God, bro. No, I'm saying that. We'll skip to the end. I think Republicans say this shit about Kamala and Biden and Obama all being communists because they're trying to actively shape the narrative, not just for the right, but also for the center. Yep. And I think that, and I think that Democrats are not simply obligated to just accept the narrative as it is. I think that they can shape the narrative, and I think that they should also care a bit less about what Republicans have to say. I think that they should be more proactive than
they have. The Democrats have. They can. They do help to shape the narrative. Donald Trump being a one-term president, that was the first time that happened since 1992. It was the first time in 28 years. Donald Trump, every other, Clinton, Bush, Obama, 2-term presidents, and the Democrats, helped to shape the narrative that he was this corrupt, incompetent guy, which in part led to Joe Biden winning and us winning a trifecta. That was like a break from precedent. Of course, we lost control of the narrative. But again, that's difficult to keep control of when you're the incumbent party. That's just how like politics have worked in the entire post-war era. to a certain extent. The party, once you're in power, it's like typically harder to keep that popularity going. It's easier to be on offense 100% of the time, harder to be on defense. Like when you have to defend a record, that's a little bit more difficult than if you're out of power. Bro, what are you defending? You're out of power. So you just get to play 100% offense 100% of the time. I suspect that's probably like why we have these like pendulum swings. And the first political party in the modern era that figures out how to keep people energized and the first party that figures out how to keep control of that narrative, that will be a party that will be difficult to take power from. Like if Donald Trump bucked convention and had like really remarkably good midterms in 2026 and they picked up a bunch of Senate seats, picked up a bunch of House seats, like then I would be like, fuck, oh man, we might be fucked. But like, that's really not how like it goes in the modern era, typically.
Reactive. And I think this idea that we have to shape our approach based on what Republicans accuse us of being is just bullshit at this point. I don't think it's gotten us much by anywhere, because here you have Trump actively engaging in the sort of policy that he would have accused Kamala of with great fucking success a year ago. And he's doing it shamelessly. And I think their shamelessness is their superpower. And I think we should try to adopt some of that approach in our own politics, our own campaigning to the extent that we're able. But as far as the court thing is concerned, which we got off on this fucking tangent, as far as the court thing is concerned, I still think that.
Did you agree with me that you probably shouldn't start like publicly talking about
that's
court
what I'm saying.
until
That's what
after
I'm saying.
the midterms, right?
Right. That's what I was saying. I think we should have done this earlier. And you asked, well, why earlier? And because I think that they were at their nadir in terms of approval rating after the Dobbs decision.
Even at their nadir, though, even at their nadir, the public opinion about this issue was nowhere close to what they needed it to be to justify doing it. Like if you do something like that with 30% of support, I mean, you're gonna get punished massively by voters. That's the risk. Like the backlash is always a risk. And so,
that Republicans supported Ukraine in 2020, in like when the invasion happened or whatever.
We're public support for a foreign war for, like basically pennies out of our federal budget to go to a strategic ally. Why are we comparing that to potentially trying to shift the public 30 points on expanding the court? I'm just driving me insane.
Whatever. 2023, right? Israel Palestine was 2022, or am I mixing the two of those up? For October 7th, the initial support, like Rubio and everybody was out there talking about how important it was that we support 2022. How important it was that we support our Ukrainian allies. Like all these Republicans on record.
Also, by the way, like this is just another thing that is like really predictable too. The longer a war goes on, typically the less popular it gets in the modern era. Like this is another thing too, man. Was Donald Trump able to help push the narrative and push the opinion on like through his base? Like, yeah, and the margins probably, right? But this is another thing that like this is something that happens independently out of like any kind of like influence from Donald Trump. Like the longer a war goes on and the more people see footage, it's just like people don't have stomach for the kind of war like back with it's a different the post-war era. It's just a different beast, especially after like a post-Cold War era. It's just a different beast altogether. People just they see it. They see images of it more. They're more kind of exposed to the consequences of war in ways that didn't really exist in this, like, I mean, there were people that took photographs of World War II or whatever, but Vietnam was like that started a new kind of like, they embedded journalists with soldiers in Vietnam, and look what happened with that war. You know what I mean? Like people felt like that war became way less popular because people started to see the images of like people being burned to death with napalm and horrific images, right?
And then Trump came out and he said something. Trump didn't think like, well, I wonder where my party is. Trump reversed course on that like immediately, and everybody came out and changed their mind on, oh, I guess fuck Ukraine. Like
that is not something that happened immediately. I don't know where he's getting this. Donald Trump, that war started in 2022, right? I think Republicans, like the Republican voters right now might still be majority in support of funding for Ukraine, bro. Hang on. This idea that I always think that the Democrats should wait is just wrong. Like, picking the healthcare fight
made perfect sense in 2009 after the election was had, and we had a brief window of time where we had enough votes to actually do stuff like that. And the fights that Biden picked when he was president and he was negotiating with Manchin and Sinema, I think he did that really intelligently.
When did Democrats again? I'm confused. When did Democrats ever make a mistake by acting or not acting? Because again, I take your point. I understand what you're trying to say. Hey, listen, I support action. I support action when Democrats take it. Well, again, that goes to, I think your default is, because you move positions on this with Schumer, and I understand, well, it's because I've got new information. I think a lot of it is your default heuristic is what they do is correct. And I think a lot of what your positions are shaped around that.
In terms of the leadership, like the leadership structure?
Sure.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, sure. Like again, I'm still, I love you, buddy, but I'm convinced. I genuinely believe that if Schumer had not picked this fight, I think in December, you would be saying, well, he's vindicated. He should do it next time.
No, you're assigning me either
by what
competence
metric,
or bad
though?
faith. I'm not sure.
It's not incompetence, and it's not even bad faith. I just think that your default is
a bad rationale. Okay.
One of hesitation and reaction.
It's just not considering the opportunity cost, I think.
Your position was, unless I'm mischaracterizing you, your position was that I want to pick fights all the time, that all I want to do is fight. My position is the opposite, which is that I think that your instinct is to just wait.
I am considering the opportunity cost. That's the point.
Wait longer. And to the extent that you do support democratic, and to the extent that you support democratic action, it's you always point retroactively, right?
What are you what are you accusing me of here? Say that again.
Your default is to default to what the democratic leadership does.
I try to evaluate things independently. I just try to look at a situation and I just try to ask myself, like, what are all the angles that I would have to consider if I was in the leadership position right now? Like my big problem with leadership in the party has to do more of like branding than anything else. Bro, he's just wrong. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Donald Trump. Here, let me put this on the screen. It does look like he was able to influence Republicans somewhat modestly when it came to support for Ukraine aid. This is according to Gallup. These are Republicans on the top, right? Republicans on the top. The percentage of them that think that we're giving too much aid to Ukraine. That did, over the course of a year and a half, shift 20 points away from Ukraine. Actually, even more stark difference right here. And then look, it's starting to come down because Donald Trump is like all of a sudden like, yeah, we should give them. Actually, hold on, this is March, right? So he is good at influencing his own base. But look at the, hold on, where's Independence right here? Independence, not so much. Is he drastically shifting public opinion for Independence here? Who cares if he is able to convince his own base? Like who cares? We are talking about a drastic court reform, expanding the Supreme Court. Have fun doing that if you can't drastically shift public opinion from independence. Like, okay, let's say you can devise of a super charismatic Democrat who can, change. I don't even know, in Democrats, like the support is not that high. What did we read? It was like 60% of Democrats, like 60%. Like that's not that high for like an issue. Like if you're polling at 60% on an issue with your own party, you're probably not doing great with independents, right? But how much of this, you're saying that 20 to 28 to 44%. Hold on, let's take a look at this again. These are independents. So it started off with 28% thinking that they're giving too much. And then after a little over a year, that had climbed 12 points. Okay, that's not nothing. That's some shift. Right? Is that Donald Trump? Donald Trump and the Republicans that are shaping that narrative? Are they the primary reason, or are people getting tired of, a war stretching out and they don't really see some win conditions? And then what happens? Support for Ukraine goes back up again with independents. Like the amount of people that are saying we're giving too much. We're saying Donald Trump was effective at shifting the narrative for independents. What is this? That doesn't seem very successful. This is what we're saying? Like, oh my God, look what Donald Trump was able to do with his own base. But what? The idea that Donald Trump is broadly outside of his base, this guy that can just very easily twist the narrative. That is not true on Ukraine. It's not true. Because I do think that in terms of democratic leadership, they have demonstrated themselves to be quite competent. I don't even know how you could disagree with that. Like Pelosi and Schumer and Jeffries, they have demonstrated time and time again that they were insanely effective in their roles. Like Jeffries he has extracted concessions from Republicans multiple times. The guy's never even been House Speaker. Like every fight he's ever picked, he's kept his caucus unified in that fight.
In budget negotiations, it's happened a number of times.
On what?
Like Schumer,
I don't actually know.
Budget negotiations.
About like he's cringe and he says stuff like arouse or whatever. But like,
oh God, I just
seriously
turned
telling
my
me that Schumer
monitor
has not been effective in his role as like Democratic leader in the Senate?
What have we gotten with Schumer?
No, I think that in terms of like the legislative aspect.
With Schumer, what have we gotten with Schumer? Biden's entire legislative agenda? I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait, legislatively?
I'm talking about like his role
Are you talking about
as the
when
Senate
Biden
leader.
was
He's
there,
done a
or-
fantastic job over the years. Don't even give him
Yeah,
credit.
Yeah, we got. I think Biden confirmed more judges than Donald Trump did in his first term. So we got a lot of judges from Schumer in the Senate, and then we got way more legislation than Donald Trump got. Like, how else are we evaluating congressional leadership? That's my barometer. How much are you getting when you're in power? How much are you like stopping and extracting when you're out of power? That's like, wouldn't those be the metrics to look at? Like, how else are we judging? I know, like, my podcast co-host thinks, you know, like Pisco last night said that congressional leadership, their ability to get more engagement on social media was more important than their legislative track record. That's what he said. There seems to be a lot of that going around these days, but like when I evaluate congressional leadership, I'm like, what did you get with the majority that you had? And then what did you potentially stop? Or, you know, when you were out of power through like really just shut down fights is like the only fight that they can pick. And did you get any concessions? And just like, when I look at it that way, we've had a pretty great run of congressional leadership from Pelosi to, oh, I don't know much about Reid, but like Pelosi and Jeffries and Schumer, they have performed very well in their jobs.
The rules are different
now. What about Biden, right?
Biden was phenomenal.
So I don't know what it means to say the rules are different now.
When it came to
and I agree, right?
Congress,
Right, but there's more than just the legislative angle, right? I totally agree with you that when it comes to whipping votes, I mean, Pelosi's unparalleled.
It's not about
in terms of
votes.
strategy.
It's about like when to pick your fights. Like, you know, Jeffries he's not tried to do a shutdown every single time, right? He's picked his battles, and every time.
No, actually, he tried to do the shutdown back in March.
Well, I think Schumer was giving him.
He didn't try to do it every time, right? Even if that's true, like he didn't try to do a shutdown every single time.
Cover. Like I said, I think Schumer threw himself on the sword.
It's not even Jeffries' fight to pick necessarily, right? Like, Jeffries can't even pick that fight, even if he wanted to. Like only Schumer can pick the fight because the filibuster's in the Senate. Like all Jeffries can do is keep his caucus unified in the House, right? And so that's something, right? But like he can't technically decide. Like he just doesn't have the power to pick that fight. Schumer has that power because he's in the Senate and he can invoke the filibuster, and that's it.
I understand. And again, this is counter. He says one thing, but you think that there's, you know, like I know he says that it was because.
Well, why would both of them throw themselves on the sword at that point? Like, why would they?
Maybe,
no.
I guess my point is, I think it's possible that they just had a legitimate disagreement about. I think Jeffries wanted the shutdown then, right, and Schumer didn't, and then they both wanted it now. Right, and you say that they're both really effective. So how do you square that circle? Like now you're saying Schumer's vindicated.
Well,
it was a bad idea for the shutdown, but didn't Jeffries want the shutdown back then too?
Well, I just told you a little while ago that I mean you acknowledged that if Schumer would have picked that fight and then the voters would have perceived that as overreach, it would have hurt the fight now. And so I feel like if you admit that, you kind of have to take my position, but you're not for some reason.
I don't know.
Do you think Jeffries takes that position?
I think Schumer, like there was no political reason to have both of them like fall on the sword, and I think Schumer knew he was
like if Schumer and Jeffries, like I assume they met. I don't know. I assume they met. And they discussed like, all right, what are we doing? And if like, look, I mean, it's possible that Jeffries like really wanted to pick that fight, and he didn't like savagely go after Schumer. As far as I'm aware, as far as I remember, he wasn't like harshly critical of Schumer for deciding to do what he did. I think when he was asked the question, he would just kind of phrase it like, well, you know, me and my caucus, like that is the decision that I think it was like that, right? But like if they met and it was like, all right, should we put on a unified front? And it's like, well, like, what is the upside of them doing that? Of them both going out there and saying, you know, because they both knew that they were going to face a lot of heat from their own voter base, right? And so, like, in that parameter, it kind of makes sense that, well, you know, Schumer would be, like, it would make sense to just have Schumer take the heat for that, right? Bad Company with $5, new drinking game. Take a drink every time someone says, I love Hutch. Hutch is my boy. And I get a bunch of shit for that. But he's the one that, like, volunteered his tribute in that moment. And I think that there was no, like, let's say both of them agreed to that they should wait to pick the fight. Like, does it make sense for both of those people to take the heat? Probably not. right? Like,
well, I mean, there again, we just do a counterfactual. Actually, no, it would have been the stronger thing to do, Hutch, because it would have sent a unified message to the party that, hey, listen, as unpopular as you think this might be, the two most high-ranked Democrats in either chamber of the Senate are actually unified on this front, which is now it's not the time. And maybe that would have been more persuasive to the Democratic base to say, hey, listen, it's not just Schumer acting rogue here. I, too, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, agree with Schumer that now is not the time for a shutdown. Maybe that would have been more persuasive.
Well, you said a little while ago that I'm theorizing. I don't know. Everything that I say is always on hypotheticals, right? Like you mentioned that like my arguments always rest on hypotheticals, you know, like hypothetically it could have been worse and blah, blah, blah. But like your whole thing is hypotheticals. Like I feel like your hypothetical position, we're all dealing in hypotheticals. That's the point. Like it's unknowable. 99% of the time is that, with the right amount of leadership, you know, we can manipulate American voters and change public sentiment.
I'll to it.
What is the precedent for this, by the way? Like I feel like all throughout modern history, when we look at presidents, they do go with kind of where the public is, except, I mean, Donald Trump is a bit of a wild card, right? But like apart from him, like this is just a normal thing for presidents to like, move with the political winds. Like
but
when was there a time where presidents like put their thumb on the scale and just massively influenced the entire country? I mean, he's doing unpopular things. He's changing the rules, bro. We're in a new era now. You can just do unpopular things, and that's fine.
Treats a move substantially.
I don't think that's the lesson that we should take from the Trump era
on some issue. Can you think of like anything?
Not off the top of my head, no.
That's because it's not normal. That's not common. Like it's way more common for politicians to, or especially presidents, right? When we're talking about the entire country, to sort of meet voters where they're at. And I feel like this is like this big philosophical difference that I have with you and I have with like a lot of other people, because I feel like a lot of people on the left, they have this view that the American public is just very kind of easily manipulated. Like that's where this whole idea of like just send Bernie into West Virginia comes into play. Because people think that like all you need is like a charismatic.
Do I agree with that?
No, I know. I know you don't, but I'm just saying it's the same. Right. It's the same.
So is it possible that my position is a bit more nuanced, and that my position is that not that presidents can single-handedly alter public opinion in massive ways, because you're right, maybe they couldn't. I don't have any examples of that on hand. Maybe it's possible that my position is a bit more nuanced, which is that both the public and public leaders shape public viewpoint.
He's getting away with unpopular things because he is satisfying his base still. He's getting away with things because he's the fucking president and his party controls Congress. That's why he's getting away with it. But that doesn't mean that they're popular, and it doesn't mean that they're setting them up well for 2026 or 2028. You guys understand what I'm saying? Getting away with it. Like he has power. I mean, we cannot stop him from doing things like a lot of, mostly. We just can't really stop him, right?
Some public opinion, and that it's not just the public. It's not just leadership, and that it's a kind of
I mean, Joe Biden did a lot of things when he was president, by the way.
A complicated mess, and that political capital you invest to spend, and not just simply wait for the opportune moment. Sometimes you have to take risks. Sometimes you have to try to create the opportune moment. I mean, again, it's like anything else, right? It's like any sort of investment. You try to wait for the best time you possibly can, but you can't wait for a guarantee.
But sometimes, I guess what I'm saying is like sometimes politics is kind of waiting for your opponent to make a mistake. There was this chess grandmaster who was like the world champion.
I apologize. I'm so sorry. It's another chess thing.
For many years, this guy named Petrosian, and he really frustrated a lot of chess players because he was super defensive. Like his whole style was just creating the strongest possible position he could, and then as soon as his opponent made a mistake, he would just dismantle their entire position. That's how this guy was champion for like years, and it was a totally different kind of way of playing chess when he first kind of introduced it. But that's kind of what politics is sometimes. It's just it is like pulling your punches and waiting to pick a fight until you actually have enough.
But there's an agreed upon set of rules that everybody's working on in that game.
The fact that Donald Trump is trampling on norms does not change like this. It doesn't change the calculus that, well, all of a sudden, now that Donald Trump has come in and like upended everything, now we should think about running on really unpopular issues.
By changing the rules,
you should pounce and like use all that. What political capital do we have right now? Like Democrats, like we don't really have like much of anything.
How do we not have anything? I thought you said they're getting more and more unpopular.
We have enough capital to do a shutdown, but like what else? Like what else can we do, right? Like that is kind of the point, right? Like, the party right now is like not in the strongest position to like shape the narrative, See
the Democratic Party's numbers go up as a result of this fight. I think you are going to see like more of the Dem voter base be like, yeah, there's the fight I'm looking for. But I think that like choosing this spot right now was politically shrewd. I just have to come to that conclusion.
I want you to know how passionate I was about this, how you called me in a moment. As I told you in a recent text message, I'm trying to spend my time more wisely. And here I am. I've only cranked out 2 videos for the day.
Because they're pussy. Because they're pussies.
And I'm choosing to spend time with you. This is the problem. I have an addiction problem.
No,
I'm addicted to you.
I get it.
You don't fucking get it. You don't get it because this is like, you have found it.
We should run on unpopular rules if they're politically viable. We should do it by making it popular through leadership and messaging. Okay, you can just repeat yourself for the 1,000th time, but you're not really presenting a compelling argument for the optimism or the plausibility that we could realistically shift the public on expanding the court by like 30 plus points. You're just kind of vaguely just like, come on, there's gotta be a way we can do it. And it's like, well, what is the precedent? Like, what do we typically see? You know, what could we reasonably expect? Like, when was the last time a political party drastically, and 30 points is 30 points in the entire electorate, that is a drastic shift, because most of that shift is going to come from independents. Like, when was the last time a president and a political party shifted public opinion that drastically in fucking 3 years for something that would like something really transformational? I'm not talking about a foreign aid to Ukraine or a reconciliation package. I'm saying something like transformational, right? When was the last time that happened? Typically, it's like literally the opposite. No, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. The ACA, the opposite happened, bro. They passed an unpopular bill and they paid a political price for it. It was the right thing to do, but they paid a political price for it. They weren't able to drastically change people's minds on that. Support for the ACA went down as the negotiations drawn out. And it took 7 years for it to become popular, right?
We've hit that fucking sweet spot where this is streaming. I can't do this. Like, I love to sit here.
But that was possible because they won a big enough majority to actually do that. That's the point. Like, once they had the power, it's like, boom. Then, like, that's a really good example of like, look, you know, sometimes you're going to pick a fight and it's not always going to be the most popular thing. But in the long run, then Destiny's logic applies, right? Then that works. You know, you justify passing the ACA, even though it was, you know, pretty unpopular when he passed it. But when he ran on healthcare reform, that wasn't unpopular. It was like once the legislation started to materialize and took form, and then the Republicans pounced on it, the support for it went down. When he ran on, you know, healthcare reform, just like the general idea of healthcare reform, I think was popular with the public.
For 7 hours and go back and forth with you.
Wait, can I flip it around on you right now? And ask you, like, when has there been a time where Democrats picked their battles, like picked their fight wisely, that you Trump special counsel nominee Paul Ingrassia withdrawals after racist text flap? Wait a second. I thought that they just do whatever they want. I'm not computing this information right now because I'm being told they fucking literally just do whatever they want and public opinion doesn't matter. Why the fuck is this guy dropping out? That's crazy. You support it. Like, when has there been a time where they were strategic about it? I support this fight. I 100% supported this fight before and after. I just wish they also would have done it in April as well. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. No. The question is when they picked their battles. Like, this was them picking their battles. So you don't support that. You don't support waiting until now. Like, so yeah. When is there? Casey with $10. Can you name any other political streamer who's willing to spend much time explaining political reality to those who clearly need it? Listen, in my mind, I'm fighting the good fight right now. Fighting against this Green Lantern fucking bullshit. Has there ever been a moment where they chose not to fight, where you said, okay, that was smart?
Chose not to fight, and when it was smart. Could you give me some examples and I can tell you whether or not I agreed with them or agree with them?
Like, you know, I feel like the Democrats, they could have moved to...
You gave me the gay marriage example and I agree with that one.
Okay, well, there's that. I mean, like, but I'm saying, like, if we go back to like 2018, they take like the House. Honestly, they had like 5 rationales that they could have used to initiate impeachment proceedings right away. You know, firing Comey should have been an impeachable moment, but they waited until
they didn't have the majority in... No. You're talking about...
When they won in 2018 and the new Congress was sworn in 2019. They did not impeach Trump right away. They didn't start initiating impeachment stuff until like August or September after the Ukraine stuff was revealed.
Yeah. No, I don't remember ever getting upset for them waiting on impeachment. Never actually heard me at the time because
what do we get for that? Donald Trump lost the election. The whole, like, I don't know if you guys remember, but like the whole thing about the first impeachment was that it was revealed that Donald Trump had this plan that he was doing behind the scenes where he was trying to coerce the Ukrainian president to smear Joe Biden by, you know, drumming up an investigation into Hunter Biden. All of that just came into the forefront. All of a sudden, everybody knew about it. The public narrowly supported the impeachment, and it totally defanged. Like, Trump tried to do it anyways. He tried to do the whole Hunter Biden shit in 2020. And by that point, they had already headed that off. They had already exposed that plan, and it just didn't fucking hit. It just fucking didn't hit as hard as it needed to hit. And then he went on to lose the election. I can't confidently tell you that he lost the election because of the impeachment, but I do know that that attack just didn't have the same kind of maybe punch that maybe it would have if Donald Trump would have gotten away with that, and that was never exposed.
Impeachment just was so uncommon until they impeached him in 2019, late 2019, over the Ukraine shit. So that never crossed my mind.
But then he won again. That doesn't erase the possible benefit that impeachment led to in 2020. The fact that he won again in 2024, that doesn't like undo the dynamic at the time, right?
I don't recall ever taking a position.
Joe Biden picking his battles when it came to negotiating legislation.
Can you again give me like some specific examples?
I think the first 2 years, right? Like not fighting for not really waging like a public fight for $15 an hour minimum wage. We've talked about that 1,000 times, right?
Yeah, I think that I agreed with you on the minimum wage thing, because he could have. I think that was one of the things that you and I first started engaging with when you and I first started talking.
Well, your whole thing was that you wanted him to get caught trying, even though he knew that he couldn't win that fight.
Well, no, I felt that he could have. Well, I thought my position was that the $15 minimum wage thing wouldn't have passed because Manchin would have voted it down. Like they still needed the support, and they just didn't have the votes for it.
Yeah, they didn't have the votes, but you and the rest of the pod boys were saying, like Live and Learn pod boys, you were saying that there was value in getting caught like trying.
Did I say that about the $15 minimum wage?
I thought so. I thought that was like the whole thing.
I didn't have as much input there, so I probably felt that way.
I don't recall getting upset about him not going after the parliamentarian, because you were the one who persuaded me.
I'm positive that he said that. He did sort of like agree with Vanguard, where it's like, isn't there some value in like performatively getting caught trying? So even if Biden didn't think that he could reasonably, accomplish a $15 an hour minimum wage, isn't there value in like just making a public kind of display of, a fight just to kind of send a signal to your base? And my whole thing was like, that's fucking stupid, because you need, why would you pick a fight on an issue that you're going to lose on anyway? It just doesn't. And then Laksha came on and he kind of said the same thing. It's like, you're just highlighting your own failure at that point. Like, you get caught trying. You're deluding yourself if you think the base is going to give him credit for that. Are you fucking kidding me? Look what they did with student loan debt. Like, he couldn't get the thing, and then he made this other effort, and the lefties still gave him shit for that anyways. Like, it just...
On that, you said, well, my position was, I think initially my position was, from what I remember, that they should have overruled the filibuster. And I think you made the point, or overruled the parliamentarian. You made the point that wouldn't have made a big deal.
No, but when the Vanguard boys came on, I think you were trying to find like a middle ground position between mine and theirs. And you said
the parliamentarian on the $15 minimum wage, because I thought when I spoke up, the few times I spoke up, was to say,
you didn't support like firing the parliamentarian, but you were saying like it might have made strategic sense to Biden to go out there and still like tell people like, I want to get this done, knowing that he would fail, because then it would just look like he was fighting. Like that
on the $15 minimum wage, or on a separate issue.
I thought it was like a bevy of issues. I don't think it was just one issue. So
the one, like the Voting Rights Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, I definitely supported Biden, ring the bell about that. Build Back Better. I think that he should have still vociferously came out and said, I want this passed. But he got...
I know people have destiny derangement syndrome because he's like a boogeyman to people who will accuse you of being an orbiter even if you speak to him, but why not just talk to him about this? I've gone over this like 100 times. I don't care to jump into that again. To be clear, I am not like personally attacking Destiny. I think he is saying some things that I can't make sense of. Like, I'm talking about his arguments. I think some people get a little sensitive. I disagree with certain people. I've noticed that it happens with certain creators. It's okay to disagree. I disagree with Jessiah constantly and Pisco. We fucking get into fiery debates, all right? I'm not going to make like personal attacks. There's a difference between these things.
Manchin, was it Manchin or Sinema, who supported the Inflation Reduction Act? Was it both of them or just one of them?
No, they both supported it. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was able to secure a lot of concessions, a lot of the climate aspects of Build Back Better in that. I thought that was successful, but I don't recall ever saying that Biden should have picked a fight over the $15 minimum wage. I don't think that's an example. But like just in general, if him like continue.
He said that he should get caught trying. He definitely said that.
To speak out, like, yes, I support Build Back Better. Yes, I want to see Build Back Better pass. The John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Those are examples.
If we go back even further, like Obama, not picking a fight about like codifying Roe is like another really good example of what I'm talking about how sometimes it makes strategic sense to explicitly not pick a fight, to publicly not pick a fight. And that's just like that's the kind of thinking that I'm thinking about.
Like, no one is saying that we should fight every single thing. I'm making it sound like
there have been times, like I agree in principle that I felt Biden should have been fighting more, gotten caught more. Like one thing that he did that Peaceful and I disagree on, I thought it was good.
Martin Bailey? No, I don't know if this is. I don't know. That's fine. I would entertain arguments that the Democrats should be fighting more, but we would just have to evaluate things case by case. And on this particular thing, I've not been convinced.
That after he tried the immigration agenda and it failed, that he started to issue executive orders basically daring the court to strike him down. They were likely unconstitutional. That's part of the reason that he didn't want to go the executive order route. But once the bipartisan legislation fell through, he basically tried to get caught trying by way of executive order. I think that was the right thing to do. I think in terms of his rhetoric, again, just talking about Build Back Better or the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, I think those were things to stake the ground on. But I don't think $15 minimum wage was one. I don't think Obama gay marriage was one, just again because at the time it was still so socially conservative. I don't think that even a majority supported gay marriage at the time that Barack Obama was campaigning for the office, and it may have cost an election. I don't know. That was 2008. I was 17 years old, not paying
There are a lot of people who are parasocially being offended on his behalf, and I say that as someone who likes both of you. At the end of the day, both of your positions have some merit. That's respectable, right? I don't expect that I'm going to change everybody's minds, right? He made his argument, I made mine. You can decide for yourself which is more compelling, right? But I'm not sitting here like attacking him personally or anything like that. People need to chill the fuck out.
Attention to politics at the time. So
I think the codifying.
Thankfully, I don't think that happened like as much this time. Like there have been times in the past where it was like a lot. Like I didn't really get that vibe as much this time. Thankfully, we're having like a debate on the merits, it seems, with a lot of people in chat.
The other thing is like the perfect example of what I'm talking about, because he got a lot of flack from people on the left, because what happened was he came out, it was like 3 or 4 months into his administration, and by that point, they were already like balls deep in the ACA negotiations, and he came out with this public statement saying that codifying Roe was not a legislative priority for him. When he ran on codifying Roe, he explicitly ran on like I want to pass a bill to actually do this thing, and then he gets elected 4 months later. He says the thing, and people were pissed off about. He still gets.
I could be wrong about that, but I don't think I am. I could be wrong.
Still gets flack for that. That was I've seen people criticize, but that was like the perfect example of what I'm talking about, because he had to do that in order to get the ACA passed, and he just,
yeah. I can't. Again, I don't. That was with the 60. That was like in 2009, 2010, right?
That was 2010 or 2009 when he came out with the statement.
2009. Okay, so again, I wasn't paying attention closely at the time, so I don't think I had a strong opinion about it at the time. Again, in hindsight, that's not a hill I've ever died on or anything I've ever advocated for, because I recognize that at the time it wasn't like he was all.
He did support codifying Roe during his 2008 campaign.
By a couple, like there were just, if I remember correctly, like dozens of members in the House on the Democratic side that were.
The 2008 Democratic Party platform said the Democratic Party strongly and unequivocally supports Roe v. Wade and a woman's right to choose a safe and legal abortion regardless of ability to pay. It also opposed efforts to overturn or undermine Roe, but did not include language calling for Congress to codify Roe. So I was wrong about that. He said he supported Roe v. Wade and would oppose efforts to overturn it. He did express support for passing federal laws that would protect reproductive rights. Okay, so that's a little bit different. There's like in between, in particular, he co-sponsored the Freedom of Choice Act while in the Senate. All right, so he realistically, he'd supported hypothetical legislation that would have codified Roe v. Wade. He didn't make it like a central part of his platform. And then like 4 months later, he's like, codifying Roe it's just not a priority for me right now. And he did that to help with negotiations because he was dealing with a bunch of pro-life Democrats. That's like a really good example of not fighting. That was the correct decision to not fight. It was just objectively correct. There was no path to codifying Roe. And by distancing himself from codifying Roe in that moment, it was something that helped the ACA get over the finish line. Hang on. It 1000% helped him get the ACA over the finish line. He would not have been successful at getting the ACA over the finish line. We hadn't done that. So that's like the perfect example of like not picking a fight. That was the right move. It was tactically correct.
Or pro-life that would have never codified Roe into law and would have never taken that risk politically anyway, because at the time.
Does that mean that he didn't personally support codifying Roe? No, he's just doing politics. That's just what politics looks like, right?
Roe was good law, right?
Yeah,
and there was no direct threat to it. So again, all I can say is that in my years of political commentary, I've never taken the position that I'm aware of that Obama should have spent political capital on codifying Roe.
I'm not accusing you of that. I'm just saying, like, these are the kinds of decisions in politics that I think that I value just as much as when a party, sticks their flag in the sand and picks a fight. Like, I think the ability or the skill of knowing when to retreat and when to pick the fight, these are equally important skills to have.
And again, I
totally feel like you want to nurture just the one side.
I understand. I agree. I understand. I feel the same way about you. I feel like you want to nurture just the one side. And this is part of our Joker Batman ongoing eternal tension is, you think I'm more on one side and I think you're more on the other.
But you haven't articulated a coherent, communicable vision of how we would even get to court packing. Like you're kind of not concerning yourself with the finer details. Your prescription here just assumes that we can drastically change public opinion, like in a really short time, or that it's like plausible, right? Frame.
Like, all I can do is repeat for probably the 4th or 5th time once again that I don't think that we can swing 30 points in 3 years or anything like that. But I felt that we have to acknowledge.
Then what are we talking about? Okay. All right. Then what are we talking about? Like that's what the job would be, right? Like if you want to do that, you would need to you would need to elect a Congress, first of all, that would be willing to take that issue up, like expanding the court. Okay, what does that look like right now? Well, not great. So we would have to make like serious gains in the Senate. All right, well, what does that look like? You know, like I need some specifics, anything, not just like, well, you know, we got to try. That's not good enough for me. I'm sorry. That like this is such an explosive issue that you definitely need to like, I need to see your work. Okay. Some issues, there's more flexibility. Not necessarily going to be like a thing that really tanks your party, right? Like some policy positions. This is one thing that's like, it is something you're going to have to explain to me, like, how is this plausible? And I haven't gotten that from anyone. I don't think anybody can do that. That's like my entire point.
Knowledge that public officials and political leaders can help shape public opinion, and perhaps we should spend more political capital in trying to warm the public up into the need for not just court reform in the form of.
But you can do that without specifically pushing, without specifically declaring that the party. What are your thoughts on just electing a person and then them doing it? I mean, that's a very vague plan. Okay, I mean, sure. There's some things that you can kind of do, like, you know, Donald Trump can do a lot of stuff with executive authority and they can pass like a reconciliation, but like, is that a plan? Okay, we just elect Democrats and then they just fucking do it. It's like, well, wait a second, hang on. You have to elect people that would want to do it, right? Party platform adopt expanding the court as one of their policy. You can help like change public opinion. You can help shift public opinion without saying we are going to expand the court when you give us power again.
And we shape public opinion without stating what we want to do. I don't know how we do that, but if in terms of like codifying, in terms of not putting it as the Democratic Party agenda, I mean, I'm open to that. I just don't know how you do it surreptitiously without saying that this is something we need to do.
Well, you lay the groundwork, like you lay the foundation first, you know.
Right, and again, like I don't want to ask you what the foundation is because I think you're going to be like, you know, that's not fair or whatever. I don't know what you think the foundation is, but I just don't think the foundation has been poured at all. I don't even know if we have a sketch of a blueprint for the house, let alone the pouring of the concrete for the foundation.
Because it's fucking super unpopular. That's why.
I just think we got to be moving on it. I think we should have been moving on it years ago. And I think that we are where we are because this court is so partisanly lopsided. And,
I don't even understand that logic though, because I feel like Democrats have been talking about the courts being fucked for years. You know, like Hillary Clinton. They've definitely made like, you know, court reform a much more like visible part of their stuff. Right. Ran on like a constitutional amendment for the what am I thinking of? The voting stuff or the lobbying citizen. 6.5 hours behind. You are a naive 23-year-old on the inside. I'm naive. You're saying that we can reasonably expect to like possibly shift public opinion 30 points on this issue. I'm naive. Okay. United, you know, like Joe Biden was running on, you know, how shitty the court was in 2020. He didn't come out in favor of like packing the court, but I think he ran on like appointing a commission to look into reforms, which is what he did. And then, you know, he relayed what the commission came up with, right? But like, I'm not.
Actually, I don't know. I think he stuffed it in a drawer. I don't think he ever made a public announcement or any sort of public spectacle about what the commission came up with. He certainly made a commission or spectacle during the campaign that they would. That one of the first things he would do is have a commission about it. But no, I think he quietly released the report and then moved on.
But do you see what I'm saying? though? Like I understand. Like, okay, we got to get the leadership and just full court press from the entire party pushing on, you know, like how fucked the court is, and then. And you seem
that's where I disagree. I'm not saying that it's enough to complain about how fucked the court is. I think that's kind of your point. Is that's the foundation? Is talk about how bad the court is. No, I think we got to move one step further and say, hey, the court is bad, and it's so meaningfully bad that we're proposing major reforms to the court itself in the form of X, Y, and Z. And here is 1, 2, and 3 reasons why, and here's how it directly impacts you. I think that I'm not asking for Democrats to simply complain about the court because I acknowledge that we've done that, and we probably do it more, I guess, but and more consistently. But we've certainly loudly complained about the court. I think it's time to loudly complain about the court, and make it more personal, and move in the direction of, and here's what we're going to do about it if you put us back in power. Since
I thought, well, right, but when you. So you are saying, like, here's what we're going to do when you put us in power. You are saying that they should run on, like, packing the court, right? I thought that's what the conversation was all about, Jessiah.
I thought, no, well, you were the one who said that we shouldn't, that we can't talk about it. My position is I don't know how we can lay the foundation without talking about it. My position is, yes, I do think that Democratic politicians need to talk about expanding the court. You're saying, no, we need to we can lay the foundation for it in an indirect way. And my position is if you can show me a way to get to court expansion, which we both agree is necessary, without talking about it, but while simultaneously like shaping public opinion or trying to shape public opinion in that direction, I'm all ears. Like the reason that I think we should talk about expanding the court.
If they could get it up to 50% like tariffs were for Trump, would you accept trying? Not 50%, no. I think it would need to be higher. Like for something that transformational, that they would be higher. It would have to be higher. You could not do that with a 50-50 mandate.
Is because I think we need to expand the court, and I don't see a way to expand the court without talking about expanding the court. You seem to be agreeing that we need to expand the court, but that we shouldn't talk about.
Really? Whatever. Like, look, there's a structural imbalance in the Senate, and then you have the filibuster. Like, there's a structural imbalance in the Senate. So, like, you actually need, like, that's why the filibuster exists, right? Like typically you need more than you need more than 50% to like pass legislation, right?
About it to expand the court. And I'm saying, well, that's fine. I guess we don't have to talk about it, but we need to expand the court and we need to make that happen. So how can we do that without talking about it?
I don't think that logic always works in politics. Like it could have been used for Barack Obama. I think he should run on, codifying gay marriage because we should codify gay marriage, but the consideration was back then was that it would have been tough. Maybe it would have been a liability for him in a tough primary for him to take a position that was not majority support. So he didn't take that position. So like,
right.
It's the same exact logic with packing the court.
No,
I appreciate lower
I feel like
approval
gay
ratings
marriage
right
was
now
not
than gay
anywhere
marriage did
near.
back then.
But this is where I get confused. This is where I get confused. Earlier, I asked you. I said, okay, so just to be clear, you agreed that Barack Obama, when it came to gay marriage, was basically just 100% reactive and just waited. And you said yes.
Yeah.
But then when I've asked you about the Supreme Court, you're like, no, I'm not asking that we do. I'm not saying that we should do what Obama did for gay marriage.
No,
But that's what you're saying.
No, explicitly, that's what I did say. I said you need a mandate from the public if you're going to make a big push for packing the court.
Okay, so when it comes to packing the court, to be super clear, then Democrats can't and shouldn't try to shape public opinion because it's just too risky and the time's not right.
I did it. No. All right, I'm getting re-triggered again here because I'm sorry. This is dragging out too long. That was a frustrating part of the conversation because it's like I have explicitly not been saying that this entire time, and now you're just repeating the claim that I'm saying you don't do anything to try to shape the narrative, which I never said. I just said don't run on it. That's it. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Sam Barefoot, thank you so much for 200 bits. Appreciate it. I have to feed my pets and then also feed my fiance. She will get just as feisty as my cats if I don't feed her.